Everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're gonna make that happen?
Huh?
You're gonna make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps that I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. Y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switched codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while it evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob, with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather. I'm the kingpin.
Oh, what's going on? Boxing full of drama. What's going on, people? Just got back off the road, man. I know it's been long. It seems like it's been like years or some shit out here, man. What's going on? John Kramer in the building. What's going on? What's it? Akmoon Nara? What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Egner Chavez up in the building, man. What's going on? Let's get some people up in here. So we got a lot going on in boxing. What's going on, Yolanda? I see you out there. What's going on, Queen? Man, so much going on in boxing. We got the Frank Martin situation where Frank Martin, Frank Martin, he decided not to fight Shakur Stevenson, and everybody's in an uproar that so Frank Martin decided not to fight Shakur Stevenson, and Shakur Stevenson, he just want to get in the ring and really showcase his skill, but the business of boxing has got to be done first, in my opinion. I see what's going, we've been dealing with a lot of the business of boxing when it comes to these fights in the last few years, man. It's just been, who's ducking who, and we don't know the particulars about these contracts and what's really going on. If a contract was signed, if a contract wasn't signed, so we just don't know. You know what I'm saying? People just assume because they think Shakur Stevenson, is more skilled than Frank Martin, that, he's afraid to sign the contract. But, to me, that don't make no sense because, Frank Martin, he's just breaking the threshold, or getting into a position to where he can fight these guys, right? Because he's not really considered one of the four kings or whatever. He's not considered saying like a special fighter, like in the vein of Shakur Stevenson or Tank Davis or Devin Haney, right? He's just kind of like getting his feet wet, right? So Frank, he wants, a fair piece of the pie. And if you really think about it, Shakur Stevenson, he's just a magnificent boxer. He don't really have the clout to like really dictate any terms. But when you up under like top rank, when you up under top rank, and you're dealing with Bob Arum, what I'm saying? They're not going to give you a whole lot of money. They're not going to give you a whole lot of wiggle room in negotiation because he really don't like big fights. He don't really like paying fighters for big fights. You know what I'm saying? He's a cheapskate when you're talking about Bob Arum and making contracts with a top rank. So, if you're going to fight a top ranked fighter, this is the same reason that Terrence Crawford went through so many problems for so many years because he was at top rank and Bob Arum he's a cheapskate, right? And Terrence Crawford had his deal with Top Rank where he got paid a certain amount of money, but so that just made it bad for anybody who wanted to fight Terrence Crawford because they wasn't going to get a fair share or what they, fair share of the pie. So, Stevenson is kind of in that same kind of category where he's at top rank. He's going to get the majority, from his end, but then whoever he fights going to have to deal with, the remnants of what's left. And, if you're going to fight somebody, a special fighter like Shakur Stevenson, you want to make sure, and you're risking your reputation, you're risking your rise to the top, and you're not being strategic. You know what I'm saying? Is like these fighters are being strategic now. You know what I'm saying? And just keeping that. So you can understand why Frank Martin, if they offered him something that's that's not don't seem like it's worth fighting Shakur Stevenson, I don't understand why people are so upset because that's what we've been seeing in the last 5 years of boxing, right? I don't understand. It's like Terrence Crawford did it with Errol Spence Jr. You know, either you do things my way or I'm going home. You know what I'm saying? The fight won't happen, right? So this has been happening. This has been happening in boxing in negotiations and stuff. They said that excuse me. They were saying like when Shakur, said didn't accept that 25% from Devin Haney, they were saying, well, or saying the offer that Devin Haney was talking about, even if it wasn't an actual contract, is something that they talked about, and they were saying Shakur Stevenson knows his worth. He shouldn't have to take a deal like that, right? So you understand it for Shakur Stevenson, but you don't understand it for Frank Martin. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at it like all these guys are doing is that they're making leverage for negotiations to get a better deal, to get more money. And if they don't want to return to the table because these guys don't want to offer more money, then people saying that's a duck. I just think it's the business of boxing. That's what we've been seeing. If Terrence Crawford can walk away, saying from a negotiation, go fight somebody else, and then come back just to sign the same deal, which I think it was a lot of more circumstances that were going on with that. But, why Frank Martin can't, walk away from a deal he don't like and come back another time. These guys are young. So they just getting up there. Stevenson is just getting to 135. He's not a champion. It's a vacant WBC title. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people need to give these fighters room to to blaze their own path. I definitely wouldn't want to go into the ring with Shakur Stevenson, who's a top fighter, and say risk my and risk my saying Showtime contract or whatever I may get in the future by accepting $600,000 where he's getting 2 or 3 thousand. I mean $2 or $3 million, and he's offering me $600,000. So I mean it's up to Frank Martin. You know what I'm saying? They're negotiating. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to negotiate with Top Rank because Bob Arum, he's only going to allow so much money for this fight, and they don't know what this fight is going to do. I don't even know if it's going to be on pay-per-view. That's another thing too. We don't know if it's going to be pay-per-view. Shakur Stevenson don't. I don't think he has fans like that. I don't think a lot of people know who Shakur Stevenson is or Frank Martin. So you got to look at it from the promoters end. We're looking at it from the hardcore boxing fan. Is we want to see these two good fighters get in there. We know Frank Martin is a good damn fighter, and we know Shakur is an exceptional type of fighter in our minds and our perceptions, and looking at his skills in the ring, right? So we want to see the matchup, but they got to get past negotiations. They got to get past the business of the boxing. And if Frank Martin rejects his first offer, what I'm saying, they can always come back to the table. Everything is not clearly like a duck. You know what I'm saying? Everything is not, what I'm saying, like it was in the past. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys know they can probably get, $1 million if they come back later. They can get $1 million more. You know what I'm saying? They could get more money. We watching it with Terrence Crawford as we speak, as he negotiate in the rematch with Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, King Judah? What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's going on? You can hear me, bro?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
All right, look, man, yeah, so, it's been a lot going on since the last time we talked, bro, and, so this is how I feel about the whole Frank, from what I heard. I'm going to tell you how I felt when I first heard that he pulled out, and I'm going to tell you what I heard since then. So, at first, I was just like, damn, I was shocked, because, you know what I'm saying, I took Frank as the type of dude that'll fight anybody. I was shocked, and, I was wondering why. I just wanted the explanation why, but then when he came out and said he ain't done shit, I was confused, because, I didn't know who to believe at that point. Now, from what I'm hearing, is that he was offered $1 million flat to fight, right? To fight Shakur, but Frank wanted 1.5 to 2 million to fight him. And I heard that Derrick James, was cool with him fighting for the one, and he wouldn't. Like, basically, they didn't talk to him about it at all, Errol Spence or Derrick James. Now, mind you, this is what I'm hearing. I don't know none of this, but you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm hearing. So I even hear that he's trying to part ways with Derrick James because he feels some type of way about this, about them okaying a fight without covering all the bases with him. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of confusion going on with this whole situation, to be honest with you. But the way I feel, for me, the only way I can keep it real, bro, and stay balanced, because of some of the opinions I done had in the past, I gotta say Frank Martin should have took that fight. You see what I'm saying? The reason is because I said that about Shakur when Devin offered him a fight. It wasn't exactly what you wanted, but it was an opportunity that you needed. And I feel like the same. So if I hear Shakur to that family and say, "Hey, bro, you should have took Devin offer and fought him," because at that point in your career, that's the best offer that you ever had in your life. And Frank Martin, I don't feel no different. That's the best offer you ever had in your life. To fight Shakur Stevenson for a bill for the most money you ever made. He should have took it, fool.
But this is my thing, and this is why I'm looking at it like this, because we make exceptions for other fighters in the negotiations, right? We don't know what was in the contract, so we don't know, because these dudes, they be adding all kind of stipulations, and $1 million really ain't a lot when you have a team. And does Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, is he over Frank Martin? Is he a manager of Frank Martin or something like that? Because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? For me, you know what I'm saying, because anytime it comes to Errol Spence Jr. business, hey man, all I do is train. You know what I'm saying? I just do what I do, man. I don't do that part of it, right? That's what Derrick James be saying. So I'm just trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, Frank Martin, he's not allowed to, you know what I'm saying, look at the contract and say, hey man, you know what I'm saying, I'm not agreeing to this, right? Just like Shakur Stevenson looked at Devin Haney, what he was offering and said, I'm not doing it. I mean, do we consider Shakur Stevenson a duck? I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just the way these guys are doing business now. They want things, they want their terms considered. They want what they want, and if they don't get it, they ain't fighting. And that's what we're seeing right now. You know what I'm saying? So you could send somebody a contract and say, oh man, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he sent them a contract, man. Why didn't he sign? You know what I'm saying? Well, that fighter don't like those terms, you know what I'm saying? And he would like new terms where he want more money, right? And that's what's going on in boxing, is that these fighters, they're not just fighting for what you give them anymore. And I mean, I can't hate on Frank Martin or Shakur, because we're not going to get the fight if we call him a duck. You call him a duck all you want to, but the fight still's not going to happen, right? So you know what I'm saying. So they're like more like businessmen who are trying to reach agreements, you know what I'm saying, before they get into the ring. So they businessmen before they're boxing. I don't think fear has anything to do with it. I just think they wanna get up there. They want to become rich but without putting in the work. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
in the past we had fighters that would just get in there. They wanted to be the best. It was more about the boxing side. But now these guys are more business minded. They're starting later in boxing, and so they want to make sure they secure the bag, for their future. You know what I'm saying, before they get in the ring and start fighting. And I guess if you really look at it, King Judah, they started in amateurs. They've been fighting all their life before they start making any real money. So once they start getting into these positions to where they could touch some money, then all of a sudden, they want to grab as much as they can, for fear that they don't know what's going to happen, in the future. So I'm just looking at this, because I see Jamil Charlo even talking about generational wealth, which really put a whole cringe through my fucking soul when he started talking about generational wealth. You heard Errol Spence Jr. talking about generational wealth. You heard Terrence Crawford talking about. I said, "Oh, what the hell? These guys are on some." I mean, they probably, they probably always been on some business shit. But when you talking to the public, it's like, man, let's talk about winning these fights. Let's talk about getting in there, improving your legacy. But that's not what's happening. You know what I'm saying? We just seeing a lot of fighters kind of looking at boxing differently now. They looking at it from the business side first before they
Yeah.
get into the ring.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and I agree with you completely, right? So this is what I'm noticing. I'm glad we're talking about it because I'm starting to notice a difference in certain. It's like right now in boxing, but it's a division between different personalities and mindsets for as fighters and fans, right? Because you got, like you said, you got the old school dudes, the old school fans who are like, hey, bro, I just want you to build a legacy that I can cheer for and support. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's the type of I fall into that type of fan. Like, bro, honestly, I'm not saying I don't give a fuck about your life or your money, but you know what I know is the fact, pool. I know that every last one of these fighters that we've ever talked about, ever since I've been on your channel, pool, they all have more money now than I would ever have in my life.
Right.
So I'm not, so all that you can miss me with that, man. I gotta feed my family, nigga. You was able to feed your family 10 years ago. Well, not everybody for 10, but at least 3 years ago, all y'all was in a position to feed y'all family forever. All y'all. So I don't want to hear about it. Now one of y'all broke. I got to get up and go to work every day. Not you. You can stop right now. You never have to work again. So I'm not so you can miss me with that, man. Hey, I step in there, man. I need this kind of money. My kids got to eat, man. Your kids gonna eat regardless, man. So I'm more about you building a legacy that I can cheer for and support. Now, I do understand that they got the fans who like this the weirdest shit I ever seen. You got this new generation of fans. They care more about the money than what they doing. Like this shit weird, but like how you remember them old. You know how people used to argue about rappers, and when they rapper wasn't as good as your rapper. The first thing they say is, "Well, he make more money than him, though." So hey, he better than him. He make more money than him. But the craziest thing I've seen is grown men get together and argue about how much money another man has. That's the weirdest shit I ever took part in, bro. That's why I try not to take part in it. Now I say that to say this. This is where we at in boxing, bro. You got them two different types of people. You got them two different type of fighters too. Because my favorite fighter, I'm gonna tell you right now, yeah, he love money, bro. But Devin Haney, and I feel like I done seen enough evidence to state this. But Devin Haney on every level, if somebody offer him the chance of a lifetime, Devin Haney gonna take it. If Devin Haney right now, so let's say at 140, let's say they already had another unified champion or undisputed champion. If they offer Devin Haney an opportunity at undisputed, Devin Haney gonna take that shit. Devin Haney like legacy. Devin Haney like belts. Devin Haney like saying he the best, and he like having something to prove it tangible. Because you got people like Shakur and Tank, they like saying they the best, but they don't want nothing tangible to prove it. They just want to be able to say it. Hey man, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. And they got fans that's gonna back that shit up. But neither one of them ever chase the tangible accolades that can prove that, hey, I'm actually statistically the best. They don't chase that. They don't have as many fights as Devin. They don't have the belt, and they don't have the resume of Devin Haney as far as who he beat and who he challenged himself to fight. Now with Frank Martin, I think he should have took it, right. But my biggest issue with this whole thing is how Shakur, after he got the Edwin De Los Santos fight, which is it's a cool fight, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But this is my opinion. By no means is Edwin De Los Santos better than Frank Martin. And Shakur said that. Oh, I think you better than that nigga that ducked me anyway, De Los Santos. That's bullshit. De Los Santos is not better than no Frank Martin. Frank Martin, the dog walk his ass. Period.
And my thing is, I don't like that energy coming from Shakur Stevenson. You know, what I'm saying, calling this man out his name. You know, what I'm saying, it's more emotional stuff that's coming out of that Terrence Crawford camp. Being around Terrence Crawford. I mean, you can call it passion, but you know what I'm saying. You only go to a certain point when you're talking about another man, especially somebody who's never offended you, somebody who never said anything out the way. You know, Frank Martin is always respectful, and look like Shakur is developing. You know, what I'm saying, with these fake narratives that he be putting out. You know what I'm saying? About Devin Haney, or if he's talking about, look like he's going to be, like extra. You know what I'm saying, with all this, yelling and calling this man the B word. You know what I'm saying, in front of the media. You know what I'm saying? Why not just go through the division? You know, that the man got to see you. You know what I'm saying? All this, extra sensationalism ain't necessary. You know, it just makes you look like, or just make it look like you out of control and make it look like you just overly emotional. And I just didn't like that energy. You know what I'm saying? Calling this man a B. Crawford coming out with that tweet with against just like he's trying to get revenge on Danny Garcia and Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying, with that tweet calling them hoe ass niggas and stuff like that, when he know they was in negotiations and they didn't give them guys over when he was over that top rank what they wanted. See, and that's another thing I'm talking about. When you look at the business of boxing and the business don't work, but yet, you know what I'm saying, against all the guys who wasn't dangerous, you know what I'm saying, you was able to make it work. But when it came to guys who were supposedly the best in the division and was going to give Crawford some competition, the business never worked. You know what I'm saying? And then they just put out a narrative that these guys didn't want to fight them, right? So we got a lot of fake shit going on in boxing, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't like this kind of energy coming from Shakur Stevenson, because look like he's going to be the type of dude that try to, make up fake propaganda out there against people, you know what I'm saying, and try to make the public opinion turn on his opponents, right? When we don't have the full story. We know Frank Martin is a down to earth guy. We know he's not a scary dude. You know what I'm saying? It's just that the business got to be right for these guys. You know, you can't claim to be the bigger star. You got to prove that. You got to go out there and you got to fight the fights, and you got to bring in the asses and seats. And if Shakur Stevenson was doing that, then I'd be saying, yeah, okay, he could dictate something. He can run something. You know what I'm saying? He can dictate the terms to Frank Martin. Now, is Shakur Stevenson a bigger star than Frank Martin? I would say so, but just slightly, because Shakur really hasn't. He beat Oscar Valdez, he beat Heron, and those are that lower weights that nobody really watched except for us. But when it comes to coming up to 135, now he's hitting the glamour divisions, right? He's got to be the name, and that's probably why we're getting all this craziness, you know what I'm saying? Because he's trying to get up there to the weights where he can make some money, and make a name for himself by making some noise. And I just don't like that energy, you know what I'm saying, he has towards a fighter who can propel his name up to the next level, right? You're talking about Edwin DeSantos. That's a damn good fight, but for him to say he's better than Frank Martin, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, now you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just talking shit now. And because you're disappointed because you didn't get Frank in the ring. But if he was able to give Frank Martin what he wanted, then he would have Frank Martin in the ring. That's all I'm saying. It's like, let's not play in front on people. You know what I'm saying? Just because, they want more money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, get a man what he want. You know what I'm saying? And get him in the ring, beat his ass, and move on. You ain't got to, you moved on. You fought Edwin DeSantos, but you want to call my man a bitch and all this kind of stuff. So this shit just don't. It's just like a lot of high school type shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it just shows that Shakur Stevenson is still immature in a certain kind of way. Also, you can look at Terrence Crawford, say he the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
These guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like that either, Paul. Like I say, I think Shakur a good fighter, but I like, of course, I like his style because I like outside fighters. But I don't like that. I don't like. I'm really not. You know, bro. You done been around. You know, talk to me enough to know that I can't get aggressive, bro. And I'm down to talk shit, but I'm not a shit starter. Like I hate people who start shit with other people. I really don't like that shit. Like you go out your way, like you said, you go out your way to start shit with another man or talk shit about another man who didn't cross you. That make me look at you sideways. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you would do the same thing to me. You see what I'm saying? That's how I look at you. When I see, man, you started shit with a nigga who ain't said nothing about you, I know you would do the same shit to me. So I don't rock with niggas like that. You know, I don't like how, like you said, I don't like how he did that either. You know, with this De Los Santos fight, I think that's an easy fight for him. That dude, not mind you, De Los Santos not trash by no means. Like I see, he got power. He aggressive as hell. And like he got that scary kind of power because he remind me of almost like a pit bull Cruz, but I think he'll live better than him because what I mean by that is they tenacious, but meaning that they want to knock you out full, and they want to knock you out from the first bell to the last bell. They don't stop. They trying to knock you out with every punch, and that's dangerous when you're dealing with a nigga like that. Like every time he swing at you, it's meant to knock you out. And,
well, if you watch De Los Santos, Edwin De Los Santos' last fight, he's tightened. He's tightened up on the boxing. You know what I'm saying? He can box, bro. In his last fight, he showed his boxing skills and he was looking real polished. But now, from what I'm hearing, is that he's out of shape. That
yeah, I've seen it. He's fat. But another thing I looked at too, I watched his last fight against that dude Rayo. I think that was his last fight.
He had one. He had one after. Is it right? No, I think he had another one, and he was looking good, bro. You would have loved it, King Judah. The way he showed his skills.
His chin kind of bothered me because, man, he got hit by Rayo, and mind you, you can like correct me if I don't know nothing about Rayo, so tell me if he a power puncher, but I saw him got whopped and got put down by Rayo. And that when I'm like, damn, bro, you that aggressive. Usually aggressive ass people got good chins. That's why they aggressive. You see what I'm saying? I noticed that to me, that's paramount. If you're gonna be an aggressive nigga that come forward all the time, you need a chin because you're gonna get hit. So
right, but that's why you got dropped, because you're making the fight, because you're pushing forward and you're taking chances. So that's why boxing is so great. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody's got to come in and take the chance. Somebody's got to be the counter puncher, or somebody's gonna have to figure out the timing and the distance. And Venezuela, or what you call him, Haraya. That was my boy, man. He got his ass beat, bro. You know what I'm saying? So the guy is good. If you're fighting an athletic fighter, you know what I'm saying, that can get his offense off, and he got power, yeah, you get dropped in boxing. That don't mean that you got a weak chin. It just means that motherfucker good. You know what I'm saying? But he got to have the rest of everything else in his arsenal, you know what I'm saying, to be able to do more and to make the adjustments. And my boy, he just wasn't able to make the adjustments in that fight after he dropped De Santos, right? And everybody's going to get dropped, man. You know what I'm saying? If with the right punch, if you got power, you know what I'm saying, shit can happen. But it made him like really tighten up on his boxing, because he's really a really good boxer, man. But I don't think he could box with Shakur. I don't think nobody can really box with Shakur Stevenson because of the way he fights like a mongoose, right?
Right.
It's hard to like really tag Shakur Stevenson, and a lot of dudes don't want to fight that kind of style. You saw Pitbull Cruz. He didn't want to fight Shakur Stevenson because he knew he was going to have to be chasing him and fighting a defensive fighter. And he'll look crazy up in there trying to hit Stevenson. Because Stevenson is not going to come in the range. He's going to fight from the outside, and he's acting like he's some kind of knockout artist. This is another thing that, like, I mean, I appreciate Shakur's style and everything, but he's not a knockout artist, bro. He's gonna box you, right? So he's gonna coax you into a boxing match. So a lot of fighters, they're not afraid of Stevenson because he's not gonna knock you out. He's just gonna outbox you. You know what I'm saying? If he can knock you out, now he will. But let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Stevenson is a pure boxer, like Devin Haney is a pure boxer. So, but he's acting like he Mike Tyson. He acting like he acting like, hey, y'all afraid of me. I'm the most ducked man in boxing. And I'm just like, bro, stop. Just
Nah,
stop,
I
bro.
agree. I agree with him that the people that we know ducked him. I agree that he got ducked. With this Frank Martin situation, bro, I'm telling you, the jury's still not out with me. I'm not calling Frank a duck, but I do think he should have took the fight, right? And like I said, I want to know more detail. I hope more come out about this. You know, I hope more come out about because I'm hearing now that Shakur
So
offered him like 14 or 15%, which to me would then make me look at Shakur like, bro, you just had the whole world calling Devin Haney a duck because he offered you 25%, but you turn
that's what
around
I'm
and
talking
offer him
about.
14%.
That's what I'm talking about. See, so you know, because they had the details of what's in the contracts. That's why I say you can't really say nothing now because you don't really know. We don't, just like sometimes they be trying to slide, especially Bob and these promoters. They try to fight a rematch. They put different things in the contract that these fighters may not agree with. Like they tried to get Canelo the first time the PBC tried to get Canelo. They wanted him to sign a 3-fight deal, and he was like, "Hell to the no." You know what I'm saying? He was like, "No, I'm not doing that." And I know Canelo is Canelo, but still, they be trying to slide things in these contracts. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying we don't know what Frank Martin didn't like in the deal. Besides, saying he wanted more money. Saying they're talking about he asked for 50%, which is something I don't like. I don't like. Don't lie on that man. You know what I'm saying? Just say what it is. Saying if I don't think Frank Martin asked for 50%. You know what I'm saying? In order for this fight to happen, it has to be a fair split. Do I just want him to take the fight, like you said, King Judah? Yeah, that's just my perspective. I want him to take the fight. What I'm saying, just because I want to see the matchup. I don't give a damn about the business. Tell you the truth. I just want to see. I want to see Shakur take the 25%, whatever they offer him to fight Devin Haney, because I want to see the fight. That's where I come from with this. All this, what I'm saying, he ducking. What I'm saying, he saw something he didn't want. What I'm saying, even if he didn't think he was ready for Shakur Stevenson. What I'm saying, if he don't want to fight him right now, guess what? What I'm saying, that's cool. What I'm saying, he's going to have to see him eventually. Who else is he going to fight in the division, right?
Right.
I think the division is going to clear itself out. Y'all be tripping when it comes to this duck stuff because it's not on no fear shit. You know what I'm saying? If you don't feel like yourself, if you don't feel like you're not ready and training, don't go face that man. You know what I'm saying? Don't go face that man if you feel like you ain't ready. I'm talking to Earl Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? If Terrence Crawford decides to keep the fight at 147 because what I'm saying, he wants more money to take the fight up at 154. If you have to fight that man at 147, don't do it because you can't make the weight no more, bro. And we saw what that looked like. Nobody wants to see nothing like that. Don't let these deals and contracts and money push your hand into another beating, right? You know what I'm saying? Frank Martin don't want to go in there and get his ass whipped, you know what I'm saying? If he's not motivated, you know what I'm saying, to train hard for the fight and do the things he's got to do to beat Stevenson. Because $1 million is not a lot when you got a team. You know what I'm saying? When you got a team, $1 million ain't a lot of money. You ain't gonna end up with it. I mean, you got to pay your trainer, you got to pay your managers, you got to pay promotional company. They get their little fees up out of it. $1 million ain't shit when it comes to a team, right? And a lot of people don't look at it that way. But these fighters are not going into the ring by themselves. They got cut men. You know what I'm saying? They got trainers to pay. They got a lot of shit going on when it comes to that attached to that money. So that's not all. That $1 million ain't just going into his pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's getting split up. It's getting divvied up by his team. And so these fighters are trying to get, they're trying to compensate themselves. They're trying to get more bang for their buck, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you're gonna go in there and get beat by a top guy like Shakur Stevenson, who's a fanatic when it comes to boxing because he stays in the gym and then he's training with Terrence Crawford. So he's definitely, what I'm saying, gonna stay sharp. And so I want Frank, what I'm saying, to do what's best for him. You know what I'm saying? Just like Shakur's doing the best, that's what's in his best interest. He ain't just accept the terms that Devin Haney was talking about. He was like, no, screw that. I'm better than that. I'm bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? I want a better deal, you know what I'm saying, on the table. So, what I'm saying, that's just what's going on. I just want people to be real and look at how boxing is moving right now. And I mean, if you want to call him a duck, you know what I'm saying, that's your prerogative. You know what I'm saying? But to me, I just see these guys getting their business together. You know what I'm saying? They're not just going to the ring and putting their skills and life on the line anymore for any amount of money. You know, so they want the shit to be right now. And much as I hate it, that's what's really going on right now.
Yeah.
People. Hmm.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro. I agree with you about everything, bro. I've been kind of like backing away from the boxing talk for a little while because, like I told you, like where boxing going right now,
Yeah, yeah,
the hardcore boxing fan, like how we are and some of the other people in the chat. But this place, in about a year or two, it's gonna
we
feel foreign.
dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's gonna feel foreign to you to be talking about, man. Hey, I just like this dude because he fight good. I like this dude because he take all the challenges. People gonna be looking at you crazy like shit. He not popular though. Hey, he don't sell this many tickets though. Hey, he ain't got this much money though. Like it's gonna be you gonna feel like this a foreign place because I'm starting to feel it now. Like
Yeah,
when I try to go talk boxing, I hear more about social media beef. I hear more about what this dude making. I hear people defending people that can't be defended. Because I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all hate me for saying it, but right now there's no defending Tank Davis, none. Because I mean, you look at this dude. This dude said he cracked Devin, he cracked Shakur Stevenson, and he told Blue. Because I had to rewatch the interview he had with Blue Blood. He told Blue Blood, he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna show." He said, "They time coming though. I'm coming at them Knicks. After Ryan Garcia and Hector Garcia, I'm coming right at them. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you." He ain't attempt to show nobody nothing. Nothing. You didn't want to go after Frank Martin. That could have been an in-house fight. Frank Martin did with the PBC. You didn't want to fight Frank Martin.
hmm,
Even now that Frank Martin not fighting Shakur, now if it's a money thing, guess who the money man is? You can solve everybody's problems, ain't? Because who got more money than you? Who generate more money than you? If Frank Martin wanted money, who better to give him money than Tank Davis? But I bet you're not
hmm.
gonna try to fight him. I bet you're not gonna do it. Now, and that's why I say, but the boxing talk getting crazy to me because I see people that I used to rock with a lot of chances go on. They going
Hmm.
at people. They going and attacking people that's done everything to prove that they stand up men. I see video of people attacking Devin Haney. I see people attacking certain fighters. I see video of people attacking Errol Spence. Y'all attacking people that can't be attacked. Like logically, you can attack people that can't be attacked, but you
Right.
make videos defending the undefendable. The shit crazy, bro. The shit crazy.
Well, like you said, it's a popularity contest because you got more casuals jumping in. What's going on, Two Cents Boxing? Y'all subscribe to Two Cents Boxing. Drop the link in there, Queen, and put it in case you want to come up. What's going on, Bowley Bowley? What's happening, bro?
Hey man, it's good to see you back, man. Every time I see you go live, I get excited. I get excited when I see
Yeah,
Judah in here too,
that's
because
the good thing about having a real having a your own business, having your own thing going on. You don't be on here all the time. It gets oversaturated. You know what
right,
I'm saying? From hearing the motherfucker every day trying to come up with new topics and all that kind of stuff. No, no. When I come on, we're gonna talk about everything that's going on. When I come off the road, bro, you know what I'm saying? Because it's fresh. Even
right,
though I do be listening from my truck, you know what I'm saying? I do be listening to what's going on and watching interviews and stuff like that. But I know when we get to it, it's going to be fresh. You know what I'm saying? So we have a fresh, blank slate, what I'm saying, to talk from, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's kind of cool. People don't get sick of you. But what?
it's not that. I just think with you, man. I feel like when I talk with you guys, I don't get any fluff. Like I don't need all that extra stuff, man. I try to keep it as straight down the line as I can. But hey, sometimes things go way where we got to deal with what we got to deal with. So it's all good. But man, it's interesting this whole Frank Martin thing. Like he wasn't even first choice for the WBC. And I think people are missing that. People are missing that narrative as well because, I mean, he was probably what like third or fourth down the line in the WBC. A lot of guys got passed up, and there's no talk about that. He made an attempt to make the fight. They couldn't come to an. It sounded like they came to an agreement, but they didn't come to an agreement. These things happen in business. It's obvious if you're willing to sit down and discuss that you're interested. You know, so I don't know where all the duck talk is coming. Where all the duck talk is coming from. That stuff is weird to me. It really is. Like it's like if I tell you If I tell you, yeah, I want a steak dinner tonight. You say, okay, well, my steaks cost $1,000. Well, I'm gonna say no, thank you. It's as simple as that. It's not that controversial. I thought you were hungry. I thought you wanted a steak. I don't want a steak that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
I
not,
feel that,
that
man. My thing is, like I said before, this whole duck talk, whatever, bro. Like, and I feel like too, bro. A lot of people get unwarranted hate. Like, for instance, Frank Martin getting all this hate because he may have pulled out a fight because he wasn't ready for school. We don't know the reason yet. But my thing is, he was a prospect to begin with. Like, why are we going so hard at him when you got people like Tank Davis who ain't tried to fight Shakur either? You got people like, you got major people who's supposed to be the best in their division not trying to make fights, but we going at Frank Martin right now. Why? Why are we not talking about Tyson Fury don't want to fight Usyk? Why, you know what I'm saying? Why are we so focused on a prospect for not fighting a proven fighter like Shakur Stevenson? We should have been praising him for considering it. But we going at his neck because he didn't take a fight and he was just a prospect to begin with. It's not like Frank Martin was already making top dollar. It's not like he was a superstar. It's not like he was getting all the benefits of being this high touted talent that the whole world understands as the man in his division. No, he was a prospect. So why are we going to him so hard, but we cut the slack for everybody else?
Well, it seems to be like it seems as though Frank is like an innocent bystander. There's some type of concerted effort to try to cause some type of chaos in Spence's camp, or to try to make it seem as though it's some type of chaos in Spence's camp. It seems as though ever since Earl Spence has lost the fight, it's just been one thing after another. Old Spence leaving Derrick James. Old Spence getting a new trainer. Old Frank Martin. Like, it's just been one
Right,
thing after
right.
another.
And
So to
maybe
me,
it's
that's what it is. That's what it's just the fact that it's Frank Martin, and Frank Martin is connected to Spence and DJ and PBC. So that they gonna eat that up. They gonna go run with it all day, because there is no reason why Mike Coppinger should have released that information when they were still negotiating. Like, we're still in negotiations. It's not like I signed a fight. I said I'm gonna do it. I'm 100%, and then I'm like, no, I'm gonna walk away. Why would I go through all this effort, get paperwork, get contracts, only to just be like, nah, never mind. I'm scared. I'm gonna walk away. It doesn't make any logical sense.
hey, 2 cents. I don't know if you remember this. Years ago, there was there was a there was a debate or a negotiation online between Haney and Gary Russell Jr. So it seemed like when they discussed it, they were discussing and kind of like halfway negotiating in front of uh, audiences. It happened on Fanon's channel. It was going from channel to channel. So it was on Fanon. It was on Blue Blood. I think it was also on BFTB. They were talking about this back and forth. So then they said, okay, well, we agree on this. We agree on this. And then when they sent the paperwork, there was a discrepancy. And then and Gary Russell took it to his lawyer, and his lawyer was like, nah, it's not right. So it broke down. And
Man,
and then people were going back and forth saying, blaming either side. But at the end of
what,
the day,
what,
they didn't come to an agreement. It's not about assigning blame. They
but
just didn't
listen,
agree.
I
So on
understand.
to the
Hey,
next. We've seen it
I
before.
just wanted to clear that one up for you. I just wanted to clear that one up for you. You was right about that happening publicly, but BFTB did more than just host it on his channel. BFTB actually drew up the contract for him. He wrote it up, like, and he let us know that Gary Russell team backed out of that because somebody's name was spelled wrong. So
Well,
I understand what you're saying, but you got to say a discrepancy in there. You can take that to a lawyer if a name's spelled wrong. But I mean, you know how simple it is to correct that. They backed out. They was going to back out of that fight with Devin Haney regardless. Because if a name being spelled wrong made you back out the entire fight, then you didn't want to fight him anyway.
I mean, I'm not trying to like debate that thing. I mean, I watched it in real time. The issue was they were trying to sign Gary Russell to a 3-fight deal under Haney Promotions, and he didn't want that. Okay, that was and Gary Russell, that was Gary Russell himself talking. He said, "No, man, I'm just here for one fight. I'm not." The issue is not even that. My point is that they agreed, but they agreed when they spoke verbally, but when the written paperwork came, there was an issue, and then there was a discrepancy, so it fell apart. So you can't. We were excited about the fight, and yes, we were disappointed that it didn't happen. But the reality is they didn't agree. That's my point. I'm not trying to
and,
rehash that whole
and,
situation. It was ugly then,
and
and I
that's
don't want to
Well,
make
and
it
it's not
and
Shakur fault or See, this is the thing. It's
Exactly.
not Shakur's fault or Frank's fault.
There
Their
you go.
management are handling this. But
Right.
Shakur
Hmm.
on Twitter, like, oh, I inboxed him and showed him all the numbers. Like, Shakur, what numbers? No, you didn't, bruh. You don't have no power. Just stop
Yeah,
with
I
the
Right.
don't trust.
antics.
Yeah, you right. You right. You know what? I don't trust nothing. He like somebody put in the chat. I think that was Grease put it in the chat. But like Shakur really is a scumbag. But I'm not saying it because I hate the dude. I'm saying it because that's the truth of the matter. I done heard too much shit about you. Okay, I heard that you were supposed to be, was it Consacio or Herring? One of them was supposed to be your friend, and y'all was supposed to verbally come to an agreement about fighting for some belts. You went over this dude's head to get more money, basically undercut him and got him an even smaller percentage than both of y'all agreed. So you saying you cut that, and then after that you came and told him, oh, it's just business. Don't take it personal. It's just business. Then the second thing I heard was you came out and you called out Devin Haney. You said all kind of shit about Devin Haney when that was supposed to be your friend. And then I heard that you actually, after you said that, you text Devin Haney and said, man, they made me say that about you. I didn't want to say that they made me say that about you. That's some snake shit too. Then like
And
you
that's
just
what I'm saying. And
just
that's,
look
I
at
heard
all
he
the
did
snake shit he
Jamel
been
Herring
doing.
like that too.
Yeah, he a real life scumbag for like no matter what, like the dude a good boxer, bro. But if you got any common sense or any street smart, you know that Shakur not the type of nigga that can be trusted. You should
Oh,
see
And
that
to me
about him.
personally, I feel like they probably are making Shakur do that because when I first started watching Shakur, he didn't give me this personality. He didn't give me this persona. He didn't seem like the type of dude that would be capping like this. So and to me, he's coming. He's on the Crawford blueprint. I call him Crawford 2.0.
yeah,
So I'm not sure
exactly
if
two
that's
cents.
the marketing scheme at Top Rank or if that's their blueprint for marketing at Top Rank. I'm starting to believe that because honestly, it seems so corny because I feel like this isn't Shakur Stevenson. Like I don't feel like he really acts like this.
Right. I didn't
Hmm.
I didn't think so either because I mean, like you know what, and it might be he might but they all learning from Florida. They learning how to turn themselves into a villain because this what they learning. If the fans don't love me for me, they don't like my personality, they don't like me because I'm good, then I'll turn myself into a villain and I will get the same attention, right? Because they say any attention is good attention. So I think that he was a part of it because in a way Devin Haney make himself the villain, and that's how he get his name out there. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't blame Shakur for that. But my thing is, it's a time and a place to be a villain. I would use that if the fans don't love me, I would turn myself into a villain for attention, but I would not snake people that I call my friends in the process. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I can
and
snake. I
Yeah,
see,
can
you
snake
could
a nigga I don't
and
know. I
you
see,
can
turn
snake a nigga I don't
see.
know. I wouldn't snake niggas
Let
I
me
know.
get in here. Let me get in here, y'all.
Uh,
You remember a while back there was articles about saying Shakur Stevenson is too nice, and I do think this is a direct effort for him to kind of switch up his personality to kind of be a villain moving forward. Because I remember they was criticizing him on his boxing style and all this stuff. Now what I'm saying, look like they're trying to make him like he's more aggressive, trying to make it seem like he's just this total jerk. What I'm saying, boxing. So you could see it with Jamil Charlo. What I'm saying, when he was coming up. So he was just this loud dude saying things. What I'm saying, that just it inflamed everybody. But now he's made a switch to the good guy. So these guys are always in and out of character.
but I think
Uh,
Jamel was serious. Like I think that was
no, no,
genuine.
no. I do think that, but you can see the switch though. Now that he's got the Canelo fight, what I'm saying, it's like I don't know. It's like they get either some guys, they got the chip on their shoulders, like Terrence Crawford. So I think Terrence Crawford is like that. But when you're talking about trying to change your image, what I'm saying, to put asses in seats, what I'm saying, I could see Shakur making that switch, just like King Judah was saying. I could see him doing that. But for me, I want these fighters just to, screw all that marketing shit. You know what I'm saying? Just do what you got to do as a fighter, man. You know what I'm saying? And the asses will come if you fight Frank Martin, or if you fight, saying the top guys, Tank. If you fight Devin, guess what? Your name is gonna rise, bro. You don't need to do all this publicity shit. What I'm saying? I think Shakur is making a mistake. What I'm saying? He's just going too far. He's doing a little bit too much. He's saying, a lot of inflammatory things, insulting a lot of fighters. And you see these fighters hold grudges. It'll stop a lot of fights, just like it stopped the Keith Thurman Errol Spence Jr. fight when these fighters are not doing what they're supposed to do. Keith Thurman should have fought Errol Spence Jr. Now you see Crawford talking about not fighting Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia, even though Danny Garcia never asked for the damn fight because he's up at
Neither did Keith
160.
Thurman. But Crawford just
Yeah.
doing that to be spiteful, though. I feel like Spence had a lot, like a real beef. Like, all right, dude, you wouldn't give me opportunity for the belts. But to me, Crawford's just like, nah, boo boo. I'm not gonna fight y'all. Like that's what it's coming off to me.
But it's
Because
like,
you sitting, you
go ahead, too.
and but
My
you
bad.
sitting here like, oh y'all ain't want to fight me when me and you both know Crawford, you was suing Bob Arum because he didn't get you those fights that you wanted. And if you really wanted those fights with the PBC fighters, why didn't you go over to the PBC? That's why Crawford doing that. It's kind of like it don't give that same as when Spence was like, you know what, fuck you, I ain't gonna fight you.
That's why I say it's fake media, it's fake propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these, see, the casuals don't know the history. You know what I'm saying? They don't know they don't know that Danny Garcia was offered a low ball. They don't know that Keith Thurman was low ball. But some of these fans do know that. You know what I'm saying? They still go along with the narrative that everybody and all the PBC fighters ducked Terrence Crawford, and that just kind of like this kind of like how can you go along with that kind of deception, bro? You know what I'm saying? When we all know that's not the case, and for him to put that on Twitter. That's why you don't like Terrence Crawford because he's not a truthful guy, man. He's a deceptive, piece of crap. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Mhm.
and you know what else I noticed? How we was talking about this villain and how Crawford, the similarities between Crawford, Shakur. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. There's something to that. And I don't think it's Top Rank making them do it, but I think all those guys are close and they talk. But they learned that okay, we were Top Rank. Top Rank always give us showcase fights that most people don't watch because they know we fighting somebody that we gonna beat, right? But they learn
Mhm.
to tie themselves. They learn to tie themselves to PBC fighters for publicity. I'm gonna give y'all an example. Now we already know which how Shakur done it. We know how Crawford did it with Errol Spence. I'm gonna give y'all a new one who's just coming up. Keyshawn Davis recently had an interview where he was telling the world, so whoever he was talking, he was telling people, I want to fight Tank Davis. Everybody at 135 scared of Tank Davis, but I'm the one that want to fight him. I said I wanted to fight Tank Davis. Everybody was looking at me crazy, but that's who I want to fight. Now I'm gonna tell y'all why they stuck out to me. One, you're not gonna fight Tank Davis. You don't even want to fight Frank Martin. Two, you only did that to tie your name to Tank Davis. And the reason I know you did that, because you told something that anybody who's been keeping up with boxing is not a factual statement. Nobody's scared of Tank Davis. I'm not saying everybody think they can beat Tank Davis, but everybody in their mama want a chance to fight Tank Davis. So you just lied right there when you said everybody's scared of him. You only said that because you wanted to tie yourself to Tank Davis and you wanted fans who don't know no better to think, okay, Keyshawn ready for Tank Davis. If Tank Davis don't fight Keyshawn and nothing happens, then Tank Davis scared of Keyshawn. They all them top ranked dudes learn to tie themselves to PBC fighters who got more value than them to boost their
Right.
own value. That's what they doing.
Right. Exactly. And you're right. We've seen it with Terrence Crawford. All these years he stayed out the fray. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to put out the narrative that they're all ducking him. I'm like, nigga, like nobody is ducking you, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what I'm saying, this is none of the negotiations worked out when it came to Terrence Crawford, except for those easy fights, and it worked out in the end for him because, he didn't get that much wear and tear. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows, like Marvin Hagler, he went through the gauntlet. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Leonard sat out for years, fresh. You know what I'm saying? When he fought John the Beast Mugabe, he got tore down, man. He was taking all these heavy fights. So when he got in the ring, he was diminished. You know what I'm saying? Even though he still gave uh, Sugar Ray Leonard a hell of a fight, it's just that. But Sugar Ray Leonard waited around for him to get beat up. You know what I'm saying? In the ring and going through the wars in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Taking all these hard competitors and just to come out on the other end so he could survive in a fight against them, right? So to me, that's what Crawford did. He just kind of waited on the outskirts and then using propaganda, saying these guys ducking me, these guys ducking me. Yet then when he get in there, he made sure the man couldn't make the damn weight no more and got into a full-fledged fight with the guy. So you know what I'm saying. So to me, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying. I can't respect the champion like that. I respect Oscar De La Hoya more than Terrence Crawford because he took the fights and saying he wasn't with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's like if Oscar wanted to fight you, you know what I'm saying, he'll go ahead and fight you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, he waited around a little bit, you know what I'm saying? When it came to, you know what I'm saying, the marketing side to make sure he got the better end of the deal because he was the moneymaker back then, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, you're gonna take a terrible cut, but look what Mayweather did. Mayweather took the fucking 30% and he went on to win the fight.
Pull,
And
you
that's
went
what I'm
out.
saying. Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what the fighters need to do. They need to, you know, what I'm saying, they need to get in there and make sure they build their name up. You know, Shakur, he's a great fighter, bro. Don't get me wrong. I see the talent. You know what I'm saying, but he still got to build his name. He's got to fight the fights, and you got to do whatever you got to do to get those names into the ring. You know what I'm saying. You got, you know what I'm saying. Don't go out here putting out fake shit on fighters that's going to build you up. You know, don't call Frank Martin a bitch when you need to fight this guy and you need his name on your resume because what they're going to be saying if you beat him, he was a bitch anyway, right? So he wasn't nothing anyway. So you know what I'm saying, you can't tear down your opponents, bro. You know, then now Frank Martin ain't gonna even probably want to fight this dude. You know what I'm saying? What if Frank Martin get in a position to, where Shakur got to go through him, but he remember, hey man, you called me a bitch, man. I ain't fucking with you. And these fighters are going on some little bullshit like that. All these little things are holding up fights. Now we can see it with Terrence Crawford. You know, he's trying to settle old scores. You know, because the perception of him hiding out that top rank, he don't want people to harp on that. He's always constantly trying to clean up his history. You know what I'm saying, for the bullshit he did. Right? He's always trying to rewrite history, and that's
He
not
didn't mess
something.
that up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let him do that. Not long as Poole kind of boxing on this bitch. I'm gonna tell you what happened because I was here. You know, so I was here
But
when Floyd May. Go ahead, go ahead.
but what's more alarming yeah, Crawford on Twitter acting like a bitter baby mama. But what's more alarming to me is the acceptance of this. The he Crawford, he deserved it. He could do what he want. He could, like, it's being accepted.
Yeah,
And I'm like, guys,
Facts.
this is not how champions act. This is not what champions do. And how are y'all accepting this? This would never be okay back in the day in boxing. Ever.
hell no, hell no.
Hey, but look,
You
that
know,
go back to what we was just talking about. We were just saying that like the climate of boxing for fighters and fans is changing. Like I said, in about 2 years, you're not gonna be able to have boxing talk with people. Like people don't care if you notice. When the last time you actually had a real discussion? Maybe I'm not gonna use full counter boxing as we do it over here. A real discussion on somebody's panel just about the skills of a fighter, about how two people gonna match up, and just the skill breakdown of who might win based off the skills. It's been a long time since I had that kind of talk.
Well, even when I first got started on YouTube, it took me a while to find the channels that were talking boxing. You know, it was just a bunch of people yelling and cussing, and I was like, what is going on? Maybe I need to start a channel." And that was what kind of inspired me to start my channel, because these people weren't even speaking with any type of common sense or any logic. Like, it's just all these men on here
emotion.
being emotional about other men, yelling and screaming, and they don't even know these dudes. So it was weird to me, but I finally found some lives and channels and stuff that I can go to and talk boxing, but it's very few and far in between, because as soon as you get on there with that opinion, they want to start yelling and screaming at you like, guys, this is boxing. It's all subjective. None of us are right. None of us know all the information. We just see what we see and we make opinions about it. It's just that simple.
Well, the thing is that a lot of these channels, they vying for clicks, and they want to get bigger, and they you know what I'm saying, it's like they want to grow, they want to be, what I'm saying, the number one channel, so they got to be inflammatory, what I'm saying, they got to accuse people, and what I'm saying, they got to say all these crazy, what I'm saying, ass things to make their channel grow. But I'm not with that, bro. I just want to talk to boxing. I just want to talk about what's going on, and if you like it, what I'm saying, stick around. If you don't, what I'm saying, go to who's doing all that, because
And
I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for clicks or views. I'm doing it because I love the sport, and
well,
I like other boxing minds and getting their perspectives, right, of what's going on in this damn industry. You know, right now this industry is changing right before our eyes. It's turning into a popularity contest. Uh, and once you achieve a certain amount of popularity, said people are following that Floyd Mayweather blueprint. You know what I'm saying? That once you get to that status, you can pick and choose, and that's the whole point. They want to pick and choose who they want to fight, and that's the change that we're seeing. Instead of it being a sport, You know what I'm saying? Where you got to fight the number one guy. Now you don't have to fight the number one guy. You can just, fall back and, what I'm saying, pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? You could duck that dude and fight the number six guy, and it's totally acceptable to boxing fans because of your popularity, because of your own little bubble of fans, right? So that's what we're seeing, and it's kind of disgusting, right? And it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? It's like boxing is changing, and for the dinosaurs like us, what I'm saying, we just kind of left hanging, what I'm saying, just to kind of talk about, whoever when the fights do happen, what I'm saying. I really don't care about who ducking who because the pool is so small. If you really think about it, the talent pool is small, so they're gonna have to face each other eventually, and fights ain't happening but once a year or twice a year now. So what I'm saying, it's like, what I mean, it's just something that we gotta accept. It's something that we got to roll with, what I'm saying, until we see these fights in the ring. We can't
Well, I feel like
speculate, but
PBC trying to step it up with the competition and the fights, but I mean, even with that, in that, it's still some funny stuff going on. But I do feel like they trying to make the fights and put the top competition in with each other. But my thing is, okay, you got the you got a good fight with two top competitors, but this person ain't fought in 18 months.
right. That's what I'm saying. It's just taking too long for these guys to get in there, and you got to get to the rest of the division, bro. You got to get to the rest of these guys. That's number two, number three. We're not going to see that the way these five guys are fighting. The time it's taking to get them into the ring is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to make sure you catch. They got to catch each other in their best shape. You know what I'm saying? They got to get the ring rust out. So we're running into a lot of craziness that's going on in boxing. And the more what I'm saying, the more you fight, the sharper you are. But you also got to manage the damage that you take in sparring and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? So man, it's just like boxing is just different now, man. You might see a guy shit, like Jamal. I think his last fight was 16 months ago, right?
Yep,
I mean
Jamel.
Jamel
Yeah, it's
and
been
Jamal
16
been out
months,
the, Jamal been out the ring for like 2 years.
and
He's
he
been out the
still
ring
got
for
the
two
belt.
years. Mm. And
He still
they want to
got the
take
belt.
that shit up off him.
They should. I think they
Hmm.
should. Like, dude, 2 years, that's just too much. You just drop the belt. And people will still watch you fight, but you're not a champion, bro. You not even training. You on a hiatus. How you still got a belt?
Yeah, the
Hmm.
WBC said they're in contact with him and they believe that he's going to be fighting. So they said they're not going to strip him.
Well, he's training with Roy Jones Jr., which is sad.
Just
You
they
know
might as
that.
well go ahead and take it.
Oh God. Hey, what's going on? Hey, well, that's crazy. Roy Jones Jr. gonna get Jamal knocked out.
They
He
might as
gonna get his
well.
ass
He
knocked.
might as well just go and put that belt and send it express mail back to the sanctioning body.
What's going on, everyone?
What's good with it, y'all, man? Salute to the panel. 2 cents. I think I subbed to the channel. If I didn't, I'm gonna make sure before we off this live, I'm gonna get over there and get sub to you to show my support to you.
Oh, I
Appreciate
appreciate
that.
that.
Appreciate that.
But what I was gonna say is I heard y'all up there cooking, man. The main thing as far as you not seeing these fighters, you know what I'm saying, fighting like they used to back in the old days, is now everybody's been seeing the money that Floyd made, and Floyd impact is real from a business standpoint. Everybody want to chase that dollar. They looking at it from a only business perspective type thing. They not looking at it as boxing no more. They don't have no love for the sport. It's all about, hey,
Yeah.
who gonna pay me the most? You know, where can I make the most dollars? I mean, hey, we as fans, we want to see the best fight the best. But at the end of the day, they literally looking at it now as it is. You know what I'm saying? As a business. So they like, nah, the risk don't outweigh the reward. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna find some way to shovel around it and make a bag and two other fights that I could make in one, along with making legacy and whatever else to it. And it's annoying as hell to be honest with you, man, because it's like us as fans is literally these boxers' purses. Like we literally pay them because they get paid off of us. They get paid off our contribution to the sport. And it's like
Hmm.
obviously you're not gonna be able to have a fan group come together and say, we not buying this unless y'all giving us this. You're not gonna get every fan to do it. But hell, if you make enough noise on certain things, they paying attention because they realizing YouTube is keeping boxing alive. ESPN, you know, they We know what they do. I mean, they have Stephen A. Smith up there talking about boxing. We done seen he can't beat up a Tyler. So it's like it be the fans of YouTube that's keeping the sport alive, and they don't even respect that. And that's the annoying part, bro. It's like y'all gonna keep messing around, and MMA keep on putting on the fights they putting on. MMA gonna mess around and steal a large chunk of the fan base. Then they gonna be sitting there forcing fighters to fight each other, and that's when you know what I'm saying. You're gonna see people losing and all that, but they keep playing around. I mean, you got all these up and coming other type combat sports that's gonna push up on boxing neck, and you know they gonna be in a sticky situation.
Well, if I try to look at it from a different perspective, like let's say for example, Spence. Spence did what he said he was gonna do. Spence fought champions. Spence didn't make no excuses. Spence ain't run from no smoke. Spence ain't complain about no money, at least from our knowledge, right? We don't know
Hmm.
publicly. And look at the sacrifices and things that Spence had to do, and look what happened to him. So as a
Hmm.
boxer, you kind of got to sit back and watch that and be like, is it worth it? Because the sport don't respect me. The sport not gonna respect me trying to be a champion, doing what I'm doing for the fans. The sport don't respect that, and I think that that's a lesson that me as a Spence fan have learned. Like the sport don't respect that straight up. Let's be honest. Let's be this. Let me be
Yeah,
a stand up guy. He got played.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I got to get. Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, all right, my brother. Yeah, so I mean, I agree with that, man. You know what I'm saying? They're not really looking at the guy who wants to fight everybody or to take on all challenges. The guy to you know what I'm saying, get all the honor and the credit. You know what I'm saying, in the sport. So to me, you know what I'm saying, why not be, you know what I'm saying, choosy? Why not sit back and be strategic in your career because everybody else is doing it? You know what I'm saying? That seems to be the trend right now that's going on in boxing. You know, if you fall back, you don't have to fight the toughest guys. You don't have to fight the best in the division. You know what I'm saying? You could just wait that guy out and wait till they have a bad performance. And that's why I call Terrence Crawford the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you sit back, you know what I'm saying, watch that guy and watch his movements, watch how he's eating, watch all this shit instead of just getting into the ring and fighting that dude when he at his best, bro. When he's knocking out everybody. You know what I'm saying? That don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't wait till the man get into a car crash and, you know what I'm saying, or wait till somebody kidnap his daughter. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? To force a fight.
But
You know
Yeah.
just
what I'm
like I knew
saying?
after Spence got in that second accident, I said Crawford's gonna fight him now. I knew it. And when Spence got in that second accident, I said Crawford's going to fight him now.
I thought he
And,
had three of them, if I'm not mistaken. My bad. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, he
no,
did
no,
get into three of them, but I'm saying that last one he got in, I was like,
Mm.
okay, yeah, Crawford gonna fight him now. But it's
and
like
see,
Crawford wants
but
his
that they
respect for
do
beating
that.
Spence, but you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get the respect you want from beating Spence, and you're not
Right.
gonna. And I don't know if they thought Spence fans would cross over to Crawford, or I don't know how they thought that was gonna work, but it's not happening because we can respect Spence. He does what he gonna say, even to his detriment. Even though Spence did all of this stuff he know he shouldn't have done, Spence still got his fan base. Nobody ran off on Spence and just flipped over to Crawford, especially not his diehard fans, because we understand who he is as a person. And we understand why he make the decisions that he make because he feels like he can overcome anything. He felt like 50% of him could beat these fighters. It wasn't right, but he stood on what he believed, and people can get behind that.
That's because he a
It,
people's champ. That's how you look at Muhammad Ali compared to Joe Frazier or George Foreman. People just rock with Ali because they saw the skills and the sacrifice he had made with the draft and things like that. So people was rocking with him from that perspective too.
also he's a legend, you know what I'm saying, because he fought for black people, you know what I'm saying, he fought for what he believed in, you know, when they was
Hmm.
trying to send him to Vietnam and niggas were dying over there. And you know they were getting drafted and getting blown apart over there. You know, Muhammad Ali, you know what I'm saying, he's, you know, he hustled the game. He's like, look, you know, I don't even know if it's hustle because he said, I'm a religious guy, you know what I'm saying? In my religion, we don't believe in war. So, you know, black people saw him win against the government, even though they took the best prime years of his life as a boxer. You know what I'm saying? He stood on something. He stood on principle, right? And people
Hmm.
rock with that. You know what I'm saying? And when Frazier came along, they looked at Frazier like he was the white people's champion. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, and it's kind of the same way. They always build up an enemy, like the PBC is the enemy of the white media. You know what I'm saying? So people want to see PBC fighters, you know what I'm saying, get knocked down. Like in anything, you know, that's built by black people, like a Tulsa or anything like that. You know, we got pride. in that camp with Al Heyman being a promoter, he's getting up there with the big boys like Don King. He's able to sit at the table and have a voice, and they don't like that shit. So they put out all this media against the PBC, and they build up fighters that's fighting for top rank, Golden Boy. Now they got to defeat PBC. They got to beat that black company, and so they put these industry plants on YouTube. What I'm saying, to build up these followings so they can attack PBC reputation and their fighters and stuff. So, you have this whole big agenda, what I'm saying, against Errol Spence Jr. and Frank Martin and all the PBC fighters, what I'm saying. So when they take a L, it's a big victory for, what I'm saying, the other side. So that's what's happening, what I'm saying. Everybody, Terrence Crawford is seen as a plant to go in there and destroy the PBC from the inside out. That's how I see that's just my opinion. But what I'm saying, boxing is gonna have to get back on the good foot, man, because it's a strategic planning, fighting stuff. What I'm saying? It's not good for the sport. It don't feel like a sport anymore. It feel like they're just putting on big fight events. What I'm saying? And trying to make the most money that they can out of each individual event. We want to see some structure to boxing. What I'm saying? We want to see number one fight number two. And that's what we want to see, the old heads. It don't matter who win or lose. We want to see who the best. What I'm saying? Yeah, you could root for your favorite fighter, but if your favorite fighter ain't the best, then that's what it is. But what we seeing is guys sitting out planning 5-year plans, what I'm saying, to meet somebody. What I'm saying, to plan
and
ahead.
people act like Crawford saying, when I beat you, they gonna say you was weight drained and you stayed at the weight too long. Why would
Because
you
that
say
was
that 5
planned.
years ago if you wasn't planning on doing that?
Right.
Why are you
That's
saying that Why are you saying that now? So you gonna wait till I'm at the weight? Like, why are you even saying that?
because it's child psychology. What I'm saying? He's an idiot. It's child psychology. So you put out what you're gonna do out there in the public. So I already told you. What I'm saying? That's like some little kid psychology shit. What I'm saying? That's why I say the dude is just not smart. What I'm saying? He's deceptive. Anybody can. One thing about hood folks. What I'm saying? They can fuck up something. What I'm saying? They can hustle. Anybody can hustle on a low level, a low brow level. What I'm saying? But when you're talking about a sport like boxing or football or basketball, what I'm saying, you operate on the honor system. That's when you get your credit, bro. And what Crawford is experiencing right now is that nobody likes his character. What I'm saying? They don't like him as a fighter. What I'm saying? Because for one, nobody knows who he is. What I'm saying? Because of where he come from, he's been in boxing longer than Errol Spence Jr. and he should be a bigger star. What I'm saying? Because of his skill and everything, but because the way he moves, what I'm saying, he can't garner the same kind of love and adoration that Errol Spence Jr. has. Because not only Errol Spence Jr. market in Dallas, what I'm saying, is greater than Omaha. It's just that Bud Crawford don't promote himself like that. So now he's sitting in the driver's seat after beating Errol Spence Jr. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. You know what I'm saying?
Boy,
Mm-hmm.
you sit here in a driver's seat without a driver's license.
Mm-hmm. That motherfucker suspended. That shit
Hey,
is.
Paul. Hey, Paul. Do you
Mhm.
remember that? Bob Arum interview? Man, it was a long time ago, and I think people forgot about that interview. They asked him like, "Why is Bud not getting the big fights?" And Bob Arum came right out of his mouth and said, "Because he never asked for the big fights."
Yep.
Do you remember that? Do anybody remember
Yeah,
that?
of course we
I
remember
remember
that.
he done said it on multiple occasions.
Right. And this don't matter to his fans because this is not the same. They're not in it for boxing. They're in it for the popularity and promotion of Terrence Crawford. That's what they're in this. That's what they're in this fight. That's what they're in boxing for. What I'm saying, the promotion of individual popularity for their favorite fighter. But as you can see, nobody's really, on Bud Crawford like that, except for his cult like following. What I'm saying, if you just like one fighter and you want to see him succeed, then yeah, what I'm saying, they're all for it. Because look like he beat the big man. He's the underdog. He was always the underdog. What I'm saying, and he beat the system or he beat the PBC. No, bro. No, look at the circumstances. Fight the dude. Fight each other when you're at your best. Don't fight. Don't fight when this man is drained or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fight when you're at your best. Don't try to walk away from negotiations to try to keep this man at 147 when he's done. He's been saying he's done with the division. No, that you're not gonna get credit, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like you fight this man when he right after they should have fought right after Ugas. You know what I'm saying? That's when the fight
Mm-hmm.
should have been made.
Yep, I
That's
was
what.
saying that, Paul. I was
That's
saying
what.
as soon as that happened, as soon as he fought Ugas, as soon as Spence found out about that Abanesian fight, Spence should have just moved up, and Spence should have
Yeah.
told Crawford like, "Hey,
You know. You
I
know.
can't
Yeah,
make
You
I
this
know.
wish he
weight.
would have
Meet
just
me at
moved up.
154."
And the
Yeah,
reason
he
I
should have
say
left
that.
Crawford alone.
And the reason I say that because because he was active, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying it would have been a better fight, you know what I'm saying, instead of waiting for this man to be diminished. And that's this kind of deception is something I hate in boxing. You know what I'm saying, for these guys to be, uh, not trying to fight these guys at the best. That's why I don't like Canelo. Canelo does the same thing. You know, he wait for you to be out the ring for 2 or 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
Even
That's
with
why
the
he went.
Charlo fight,
Pulling
same
him up
thing.
two weight
Even with the
classes.
Charlo fight, after a
Uh,
16-month laid off, and you're gonna pull him up 2 weight classes. But Paul, what you think about Crawford saying he want more money to fight at 154?
Yeah, that was a title. I almost forgot about it. I was like, man, it's like he's going to exploit this Errol Spence Jr. because now he has the leverage, and like a cockroach. You know what I'm saying? When the lights go out, you're gonna go out and get that bread, bro. You're gonna go out and get that bread when them lights cut off, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna exploit this. He's gonna leverage this. You know what I'm saying? If for Aerosmith, he's gonna have to give up something, and he's gonna take advantage of the situation. I just hate the way Bud Crawford negotiates. You know what I'm saying? Because Aerosmith Jr. gave him everything to make the fight, and he leveraged that little WBO belt. And Errol just he wanted to be undisputed, and he used that against him. So you can see how he's one of them niggas that when you play basketball and he own the basketball, if he don't get picked, he gonna take the ball home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this
Nobody
not a
playing
negotiation. This is do what I
right,
say or we not gonna do nothing. That's not a negotiation.
right. And with that spirit, that's why he's disliked. People don't understand that it's got nothing to do with his skills in the ring. It's his pettiness, and he's always trolling boxing fans who's trying to get into him, who loves boxing, but this dude is so despicable that he's always making up fake beefs and calling people out their name. And bro, you're an older guy. You 35 years old, man. It's like show some class, show some grace as a champion. And then he'll turn and switch out and start talking sense. And then people be like, "Oh, Bud is a great guy." You know what I'm saying? Then he'll spaz
He
out
don't
the next
smoke. He
moment.
don't drink. He always in the gym. That don't make you a great person because you don't smoke and you don't
Mm-mm.
drink and you always in the gym. That's always their
No,
rebuttal.
no, I mean, but just keep it consistent. We want to see some consistency with Crawford, and if you're going to rematch this guy, rematch him when he's at his best. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he'll be at his best at 154. I really don't because we never seen Spence fight at 154. But you would think adding on a few pounds would give him access to his stamina, his speed, his strength, the things that make
Yeah, he
Errol Jr.
definitely
great.
be better. Yeah,
Right.
so
and
so
I
You know
just
what I'm saying?
fight.
so to piggyback on her question, right, Paul? So the perspective of him asking for more money and him having more leverage at this point. The key thing is, hell, he gonna get what he want because he already put EJ in a position where he knew EJ was so thirsty for that undisputed. The man asked for a coin flip. That's just the cherry on top. And then now for the rematch, knowing that he want to get his get back, but at a high weight class, and he know like he know what it potentially take to beat AJ, but at the same time, he don't know what to really expect at an EJ that's fighting at a weight class he been wanting to move up to for the past, you know, some years. So it's like he understand the potential danger that's there, but at the same time, he looking at it like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use his thirst against him again. You think EJ gonna fall for a banana in the tailpipe twice?
But let's be for real. Crawford already knew about Spence's weight issues. So y'all,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna believe. Just like he was saying, he don't need the Spence fight. He a Hall of Famer, and then he gonna backdoor and say he been training for Spence for 5 years. I'm not gonna believe that Crawford is not preparing or prepared to fight Spence at 154. He already knew what was up. So this whole he's gonna be more dangerous at 154. He need more money. He already.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
Spence was too honest for his own good, and I think him being too honest is what killed him when he was on interviews saying like, "Yeah, I blow up to 180, 190." Man, Bud was taking note to all that. That's why he laid him off like that.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I'm saying? But he went out there and did what he had to do straight up. You know what I'm saying? And that's like facing a guy with brass knuckles. You know what I'm saying? It's like this dude here. You know what I'm saying? You trying to fight him
Yeah.
barefooted, but he got brass knuckles. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is take the brass knuckles off, man, and fight man to man. You know what I'm saying? Fight on an even playing skill. Start using all this Machiavellian shit. You know what I'm saying? With the propaganda and you know what I'm saying, trying to psychologically, get the public opinion on your side, which nobody believes because people see how you move, bro. You see one guy, he just moving straight through the division, fighting everybody, getting tore down, you know what I'm saying, going through the gauntlet, getting in car crashes, coming back, not taking tune-ups. That is top shit right there. You know what I'm saying? While the other guy, he's I'm just gonna fight, you know what I'm saying, the number 6 guy. I'm gonna fight the number 8 guy. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna whine about it. It's the victimhood for me. It's the being a victim type shit I hate. I don't like that as a man, They didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? They won't give me credit for none of my fights because nigga, you didn't fight none of the top dudes. That's why. That's just point blank. That's why people looking at you crazy, nigga. Like, and then you're going on with it to the next division. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they trying to well, look, bro, we've seen all your fights. You know what I'm saying? If you make a huge jump and you just like Manny Pacquiao, he went through 8 divisions, knocking out motherfuckers, right? You think it ain't no in nobody eyes that you juiced? You think we crazy? Even Floyd Mayweather said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you can't go up and weight like that, knocking out folks and keeping the same speed and as you get older. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, that don't even make sense in boxing. Ain't nobody else doing that. So, if you've been watching the sport a while, you be like, bro, you know what I'm saying? We know what's going on. And then you go to the number one PED user. This motherfucker created a whole organization, you know what I'm saying, to catch testing, right? For PEDs. So, what he said, 80% of boxers are doing it, right? So, you know, man, boxing is dirty as hell, bro.
At
And
the
we know it.
timing
It
of that
is, man.
documentary release, that documentary is destroying Bud's credibility, and it's not just Bud. It's boxing. Period. Now they got this microscope under boxing and the steroid use because why would Victor let them? If Victor still is in sports, why would he let them release that documentary? I don't understand it. And why was the documentary released 2 weeks after the fight?
I mean, but we see that on social media all the time. People are saying things that we would have never said 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers are saying, they hate their children. You know what I'm saying? They wish they wasn't mamas. Dudes are coming out, you know what I'm saying outrageous things. It's just like, wow. Victor Conte is a millionaire, bro. He's rich. It don't matter, bro. You know what I'm saying? If he was to retire right now, he'd be good. You know what I'm saying? He got so much going on. So these guys are set, and now it don't even matter. People don't even care about PEDs anymore in the sport. They let Tyson Fury, and he's been busted for steroids. You got Dillian White, been busted for steroids how many times, and still come to the sport. You got Conor Ben, who's been in the sports and got busted with some of the highest levels, ever. And he's right back fighting in the damn sport. So, no, these guys, these fans, they don't care. They just care about the popularity. They care about winning, and they don't understand that one loss don't really mean nothing in boxing, but it do today because of the marketing aspect of it. It's because of the money from these networks that you can get from winning and keeping an O. You know what I'm saying? The Floyd Mayweather effect, as they say. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's kind of like destroying the sport. As we know it. So it's just something got to change. So or boxing is going to stay at the bottom of the barrel. I was watching this guy on Sean Porterway podcast, and he was just saying, man, boxing, so these guys don't fight each other, man, like that. Saying unless they got an advantage, and people don't want to see that kind of shit, bro. People want to see the best fight the best at their best, and I'm just it's just hard to get up every day and try to make videos when this kind of bullshit is going on. This guy's if Aerosmith Jr. is out there knocking out everybody, then he ain't gonna get the fight. He ain't gonna get the top guy. Keith Thurman hauled ass on him. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't get Crawford in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you know what I'm saying? When he offered him 60-40, everybody said that was a bullshit deal. You know what I'm saying? Just like Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, wanted to fight Shakur. You know what I'm saying? People are, oh, that's a bullshit deal because, it's just whoever you really support is the guy you're going to believe. You know what I'm saying? So there's no honesty in the system anymore. There's no honor in it. So it's just kind of like, it's just a big sensationalized play for theater. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I really don't like Crawford and the way he moves. You know what I'm saying? I just want him to get into the ring when these guys supposed to get in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Fight at his best. Now I don't know if Errol Spence Jr. can make any progress in these few months. You know what I'm saying? To be able to face him at 154, that's a lot. That's a lot to ask for Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Especially y'all been hearing the rumors about Floyd Mayweather might be training Errol Spence Jr. Y'all
Nah,
been hearing the room.
all the
Hmm.
rumors is washed, man. They just rumors. Only reason, because if you notice how loyal EJ is, right? He not like, just like you heard Roy Jones. We all know how he feel about Roy Jones. That's just out of respect for like a man perspective. Even if Roy Jones apologized, EJ a loyal person, bro. He gonna keep his circle how it is. He had an off night. We know he can. When you in the Olympics, bro, you fighting against people you don't have any tape on, right? So my thing is, I think Bud wanted. I ain't gonna make no excuse for it, but all I know is this: as a former athlete, bro, when I played and I was dehydrated, I legit was like a shell of myself. Shit, I was saying in my mind that I was like, I know I could do. I couldn't. I just could not hit the gas to do it. And so I feel
I
like,
know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I played basketball. If you get out there and you dehydrated, bro, you fucked up. You done.
yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
because
exactly
the
what I
first
was
thing it
doing.
do is it destroy your mind. That's the first thing it do.
Yeah, so it's like you see, it's like you out there, you seeing ghosts. Like, oh, I landed this punch, and nah, this mother halfway across the ring watching you throw a punch, but you thinking you hitting them, kind of thing. And I think, you know what I'm saying. Again, I ain't gonna take nothing away from Bud, and I ain't gonna make no excuse on behalf of Earl because he his own man and he ain't said nothing about it. So who am I to do it? But my thing is, when I go back and watch this shit, I can see the adjustments he can make in a short period of time. It's just him being in his punch resistance is gonna be the difference maker. If he go in there and he taking the same shot, but he walking through it, or he able to take some to give some of his full strength, or able like we used to seeing Earl do, I think it's a different outcome, or it's at least a better fight. At the very minimum, it's a better fight.
But that's
Will he
all we
win?
can
Who
say.
knows? But I think it'll be a better fight.
But that's all we can say at this point because now Bud Crawford got psychological advantage over a knockout because now Errol Spence Jr. got to deal with, getting that TKO. And once that O goes, we see a lot. That's a psychological disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? Once a fighter loses O, it's kind of hard to come back for a lot of these fighters. You know what I'm saying? We saw it with Roy Jones Jr. We saw it with Oscar De La Hoya. Once they lose that O, it's almost like they don't give a fuck no more. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
It's
Roy was
yeah.
based all off of athleticism. We know he ain't had no fundamentals. I think EJ got better fundamentals, but what I'm also saying is that when
But
you
I'm
get
just
knocked
talking
down
about
that many times and you up within 3 seconds every time, and then the ref got us, that tell you the level of dog. So I'm like, I'm not too worried about
no,
his
no,
mental.
no,
That
no,
man,
no, 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 no. I'm talking about losing the O effect. You know what I'm saying? When you
oh
lose
yeah,
that undefeated, we know how that happens in boxing. Because a lot of that, like when Tyson lost his O, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying, to Buster Douglas, it does something. It takes away your superpower. You know what I'm saying? It take away the mystique that you have about yourself. You know what I'm saying? That nobody could beat me. 50% of me can beat these niggas. You know what I'm saying? So it
yeah,
takes away that. It takes that away. Is he struggling with that? I don't know. Like you said, he might just come in there and be like, "Hey, man, loss is a loss." You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm gonna come back stronger, right? It might be that. But then will he get in there and be like Adrian Bronner and not be able to throw, pull the trigger on his punches? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So, and I'm just wondering, will that affect EJ, and especially being a short period of time from the loss? You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that's
yeah.
not the case, but I'm just saying that that's something we got to look out for. And when he was out, when Errol Spence Jr. was out, I was thinking, man, he's preparing his ass off. Man, he's preparing for all scenarios. You know what I'm saying? He understands the weight and validity of this fight. He's got to get his ass. He's getting ready, bro. I've seen him doing acupuncture and doing all these stretches, flex codes. So, and he got in there. He just didn't look like, like he looked like he looked like a nigga that was off for 16 months. He looked like somebody who wasn't prepared, somebody who needed a tune up. You know what I'm saying? He looked like all the things that I was saying, he wasn't supposed to do against Bud Crawford as an outside, boxing aficionado. He did it, so lunging and, but like you say, if you can't fight at the weight no more, bro, what I'm saying? It's gonna show. It showed with
Yeah,
Devin Haney. It showed, so when you run out of gas and you run out of energy, and we know EJ never runs out of energy, he never runs out of stamina. We saw that in that fight. And for Bud, to try to exploit the situation, I understand it's his prerogative to do what he want to do, but he's not winning any fans, doing it this way. Go out there and meet that man because he gave you everything you wanted. Show some respect, show some honor, and give that man the fight right back. Give him his opportunity, to get his fight back on a fair level.
yeah.
So that's
That's some
all. That's
integrity.
yeah. So have some integrity, bro. Stop being a ghetto snipe, which I think you is. Get trying to give Aerosmith Jr. a ramen noodle package. And he tried to take
Yeah.
all the meat out the fucking pot, bro. You know what I'm saying? And um, anybody think that they talking about Bomac? They talk about Bomac maybe I don't know if he's here or if he's out or did he make bail or whatever because of that gun thing where he went through Manchester in England. You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna serve any time? Anybody hear
I
Nah,
anything
thought he
about that?
got
he locked up
charged.
until
From my
October 9th.
understanding, yeah, he's not gonna see the judge till October. From my understanding, and this is another thing that people not realizing is that so nobody think it's weird that Crawford's trainer has been arrested in the UK. Like nobody finds that suspicious. The fact that he went over there with Chris Eubank 4 weeks before a fight, and I don't know how often people get a trainer 4 weeks before a fight and then make them the head trainer. And also, there was no VADA testing for that fight. So all of that stuff that's going on with Crawford is just weird and it's suspicious. And
Yeah.
nobody is connecting the dots. They keep treating everything like it's an isolated incident, and it's not. Once you start to go over the list of suspicious things that Crawford has done, the list of fuck shit that Crawford has done, the list of suspicious people that he's involved with, something's not right. And this is the stuff that we know about. Imagine the stuff that we don't know.
I want to make a boxing fun, like for 2 cents boxing. I think she should be like our born supremacy in boxing. You know what I'm saying? And we give her a goddamn ID so she can go and check all this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Well, that'll put you in danger fucking with them guys over there.
Absolutely.
You know, you know what I'm
And
saying?
I know
Hell
more
no.
than I say. I know more than I say. So it's a lot going on, and the fact that I can just look and see this. It's not even like I'm digging or I got sources
No,
or
I know what
nothing.
you're saying.
This is
I,
yeah, this is just stuff you can see. They not even
yeah,
trying to hide it.
I know what you're saying because we know Crawford got ties with Tyson Fury, Daniel Kinahan. Where do you think all this hardcore dealings coming from? Who's advising Crawford in these deals? You know what I'm saying? Who is his? He went over there, made his connections. You know what I'm saying? So,
Somebody told
well,
me they seen Kinahan in a picture with him from the Vegas fight. I don't know how true that is, and they're supposed to be getting a picture, but I don't know how Kinahan made it to Vegas when he's the most wanted man and one of the most wanted men in America right now. I got a $5 million bounty on this man's head. And
Let's
let's
say,
not
look at the
forget
timestamp
also
of it.
that Bob is also openly known to be dealing with a lot of criminals. And as soon as the stuff hit the fan, he just drop them like like he never knew them. But Bob has been connected to several criminals in the past,
oh yeah, Don
from my
King,
understanding.
Bob Aaron. Okay, yeah, they deal with the mafia directly, bro. I'm talking about directly. I mean, especially Don King. He came up through the whole Italian mafia shit. You know what I'm saying? With Sonny Liston going back way back. The mafia owned them guys. In the outcome of boxing and betting on boxing, and you know what I'm saying. It's just not as prominent as it was. You know what I'm saying before, where you could see these promoters working directly with mafiosos. They used to sit out there in the crowd, what I'm saying, and smoke cigars and what I'm saying, making sure these fighters do what they're supposed to do. That's why Sonny Liston didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do what he's supposed to do, and but it's always been criminal enterprises behind boxing and stuff. So that's not a big surprise there. But what I am surprised about is Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Going to these to this different level. You know what I'm saying? Hooking up with these organized crime people. You know, Ali turned down a lot of organized crimes. You know, they let Ali go because they loved him. And this is a story by Ali. You know, they came and tried to force Ali to fake fights and take losses in fights. You know what I'm saying? You know, so but he said no. You know, see, he said no to the mafia. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't do anything to him, and they let him go. And maybe because he had the Nation of Islam behind him at the time, where that was real powerful. I don't know, but I know they came to him and they tried to get him, you know what I'm saying, under their thumb and everything. He was wouldn't have. It was another fighter too. I think Robinson had the mafia come and they let him get through without, you know what I'm saying, taking a fall for a fight. And you know, the mafia always been there, you know what I'm saying? So Daniel Kinahan ain't nothing new in the sport, you know what I'm saying? So and fighters working with the mafia is nothing new. You look at Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is nothing but a mafia owned fighter. You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know, they let him get away with so much drug testing. You know what I'm saying? You know, they own that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's never gonna these guys who are in with Victor Conte, they're never gonna turn up dirty, bro. They're never going to turn it unless you use an outside agency or somebody whose agency that's not controlled or not in cahoots with these fighters. They're never going to turn up positive, man. You know, unless they go against the grain, against Vada. You know what I'm saying? Errol Smith Jr. could pop up dirty before Crawford. He can have all kind of shit in the system. Long as he's working with Victor Conte, he's going to be okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened to Amy. What's her name? Amy. How you say her
Alicia
last name?
Baumgartner.
But how you say her last name? Baumgartner or
Alicia
whatever.
Yeah,
Baumgartner.
Yeah,
yeah. She just got
Baumgartner.
quiet. I don't know what happened
She
with that
should have
chick.
she should have took her ass over there to Victor Conte. She would have been all right. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I don't know if y'all noticed. I've been following that story, and Victor has punked Eddie Hearn into VADA testing all his fighters. And I
Mm.
haven't dug too deep in it, but the people, the boxing world in the UK is upset about that.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
and
So I
also just
don't
to
kind
piggy,
of don't know what that's about, but I'm a dig a little bit more into it.
I was saying
Hmm.
to piggyback on 2 Cent joint on that too. They was saying for Baumgartner's situation that she had one test pop dirty and the other one, the test that popped dirty for some odd reason, it was sitting at one of the doctors or the people that take the VADA testing. It was sitting
Hmm.
at their house for 24 hours or some strange weird. So one test was good, one test popped dirty, and the one that popped dirty was the one that magically was sitting at the VADA test of the person that took it, sitting at their house with them.
Yeah, that sounds fishy.
Yeah, so they man, we like y'all just said, we know boxing is hella corrupt. Shit, damn near every sport to some degree is corrupt, or it didn't have some corruptness that's happened in the past. Is it still happening now? Shit, most likely, but at a different level. But it's just crazy how it's like so many people within, I would say within the, let's just say the last like 5 years, it's popping dirty left and right, like
Yeah, yeah,
everywhere. It's like you got Canelo coming up, you know what I'm saying? They moved the needle, no pun intended. They moved the needle for him with the whole situation he had going on to make it, you know what I'm saying, legal by increasing the limit. And
yeah,
it's like, hold on, bro.
yeah,
You set a limit for a reason. That's why it's called a limit. You're not meant to go past that. It's set there for a reason. Like the speed limit is 55, you going 60, you gonna get pulled over. I mean, it's a possibility, but shit, if you're going 70, hell yeah, you're gonna get pulled over. So you mean to tell me, oh, okay, we're gonna increase this to 70, so you don't have to pay for this ticket. So, but we're gonna set your court date out a year from now, so then that way we can get everything passed and everything, so you ain't got to worry about it. It's like that shit is weird.
well, we still waiting on Dillian White B sample. You know what I'm saying? That was probably about 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was busted. You know what I'm saying? Connor, even when you do get busted, like Connor Ben, you know what I'm saying? You're able to get right back into the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Make up an excuse.
Errol Spence Jr. had something to say about that, and now it's almost like you can't say shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Because people looking at you like like you doing something wrong when you call out these cheaters in the sport. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they align
Yeah, they
themselves
they
with
call it an
cheaters.
excuse. They call it an excuse.
Well, I
That's an
mean,
excuse you making.
you know, we could see the results. You know, we could see the results in boxing. You know what I'm saying? We could see how these people are moving. You know what I'm saying? Who they associate themselves with, who they align themselves with. You know what I'm saying? So you can't be blind to that. You know, Errol Smith Jr. He don't hang out with no damn PED scientists. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Exactly.
He don't hang out with no PED scientists. It's the
And
person
if
who
he do,
created
we don't
Vibe.
know.
Right.
If we
You know,
do,
he don't.
we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, yeah, it just is what it is. You know, but what we're looking at is an into a era. You know, what I'm saying, of fighters fighting the best. We're looking at an era. You know, saying, well, moving forward, it's just going to be the business of boxing. Period. You know, what I'm saying. So we can't like have these old, antiquated discussions about ducking and shit like that because now, it's really is just that people are just moving in the best interest. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to fight the best. They want to fight who the biggest fight. They want to fight the biggest event where they have the advantage. You know what I'm saying? Where they're biggest on the card. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be the underdog making the lesser split. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're looking at now. We're just looking at the end of fighters fighting for legacy. You know what I'm saying? More than money. Um, you know, and we just gonna have to make the adjustment. You know what I'm saying? Or we're gonna get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? If we don't make the adjustment, we're gonna get knocked out. We're just not gonna have the love for the sport. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
think
somehow,
without all the fuckeries, the Spence Crawford fight would have been what we wanted. That would have been exactly what you're talking about.
hmm yeah,
But
I agree.
it
I
was
agree.
messed up. Yeah.
Now, I agree. You know what I'm saying? And it's just kind of crazy that we got the rumors coming out about the aerospace. I just wish they were more vocal. You know what I'm saying about what's going on over there. EJ. He's a real dude because he don't really give a damn about what I'm saying what the public opinion. You know what I'm saying he's just doing what he got to do. I really wish I could see just get a peek of what he's working on for the rematch. I was hearing they was talking about Jerome Bucenis getting Jerome Bucenis to come in and spar. I don't know how real that is, but I thought that was an excellent idea. So somebody who could mimic Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying to get him ready for the rematch. What y'all guys think about that?
I think that's a good idea. But
But how true?
I think
I
it's a
don't know
good
how true
idea,
it
how
is.
but
true it
I don't know
is, I
why.
don't believe
I
anything
heard
anyway.
Calvin and Tank was gonna help him. I heard Calvin was gonna be in his camp and Tank was gonna help him. That's what I've
I
been hearing.
say from an explosive standpoint and just a speed perspective, I think Tank is faster than Boots. So if I was him, I would use both, just so you have the ranginess of Boots, and then you have the speed and explosiveness of Tank. But the only issue with that is Boots not coming in there to try and spark. Boots gonna try and come in there to prove a point. Like, I'm not gonna let you whoop me, and I'm gonna be the Floyd Mayweather story where I got the best of you in sparring, and that's where I got the nickname the Truth from. Versus I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna show you like this is why you not fighting me, or this is why you going to 154 and you're not trying to fight me. Like I think Boots will come, he'll come in with that type of perspective unless you pay him the amount of money. You literally tell him the purpose of him being there is to help sharpen, what I'm saying, these particular things, and not to be sitting here trying to like go all out like he did like against Avila or something like that, but just more so just from a technical standpoint of working on those skills. I think that would have to be something that they would have to talk about. But I think hell, Boots is probably coming up. I think he got a fight that's gonna be coming up soon actually. But if I was EJ, I would do it just because back in the day you had Floyd spar EJ, you know what I'm saying, to help sharpen him up. You had all these other fighters, great fighters back in the day sparring other great fighters, other champions. And it's like ain't nothing wrong with that, bro, because you iron sharpens iron. Why you think Mel be sparring, you know what I'm saying, EJ when he can't, or why vice versa? It's like they want to get the best potential sparring possible. So when they go out there and they go up against one of these other top fighters, it's nothing that's it's unfamiliar. It's not unfamiliar to them. And I think
Hmm
EJ should do it, but hell, the odds of it happening, like she said, I think Tank and Calvin would probably be more closer to home to do because him and EJ got that kind of relationship, and
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
him and Boost is more so looked at like Boost is trying to hawk me down. So I don't know if I'm a bring the young gun in, but hell, if Sean Porter was trying to use Boost for sparring to get ready for Bud, I don't see any issue for EJ to do the same.
I think
Well,
that
also,
EJ need to get his legs back to where they used to be. That was
hmm
EJ's thing. EJ used to have that bounce. He ain't got that bounce no more since that car accident. He got to get
He need
the
Blu-ray.
edge back.
He need Blu-ray for that. Whoever his new nutritionist
Hey,
is and all that, they might have did him a little bit of justice, but they didn't do him justice in a degree where he was able to at least put on a better performance at not being in the best shape or whatever his situation was. He wasn't able to put on a better performance that we used to see. Like ring rust or not, he just didn't look right. So it's like, okay, go back to what was working. That's my thing at least. I mean, I ain't nobody to tell him that, but I'm just
Yeah,
going off
that,
of visuals of everything I saw.
That's the
yeah,
thing that frustrates me. I think
Blu-ray said that he didn't hear he didn't hear Errol Spence yet.
He what now?
Blu-ray had an interview. He said he didn't hear Errol Spence yet, so he might, probably not going to train him for the rematch.
Well,
I
I
couldn't
mean,
hear him. The phone was breaking up. I don't know if
yeah,
anybody else heard.
yeah, they were breaking up. King, could you say that again?
Hold up.
Yeah, I
Now,
think
now I was
go ahead.
now
Go
I
ahead.
was saying that Blu-ray had an interview I was watching, and he said he haven't heard from Errol Spence yet, so he probably won't train.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know if Aerosmith Jr. can't handle what Blu-ray is putting down right now. But I know that Blu-ray gets. It's not like he has to. Blu-ray can make the adjustment wherever Aerosmith Jr. need. But I think the conditioning mind of Blu-ray, he needs that. Whoever these dudes Aerosmith Jr. been going through, and I don't know if it's just the conditioning. Maybe it's something. Say he keep getting hurt in these training camps. Saying so maybe they shouldn't go as hard. Maybe they should change the strategy of because they say in training camp they go all out. Saying they fight in training camp instead of just working on shit. Saying and maybe they need to change that philosophy because you be hearing about rib injuries. Saying he got his eye messed up and it messed up the Manny Pacquiao money for him. So maybe they shouldn't be going all out and sparring. And Danny Garcia, he was saying in an interview that it's not the actual fight that's the problem. He says it's the sparring that really breaks you down. And I thought that was a real interesting perspective. Listening to Danny Garcia, he says all them rounds you go in sparring that really takes a lot out of you, preparing for the fight. And I said, oh, okay, I never really thought of it that way. What I'm saying, and maybe Spence, what I'm saying, he's maybe sparring too much in the way they go at it. What I'm saying, just fighting too hard. Inspiring is taking a lot out of him before the fight. So maybe he need to look into that, what I'm saying, and
And he's
maybe
probably
cut.
getting too old for that. Like, as you get older, your training regimen needs to change.
Yeah, you can't do like when you was 20. You can go out and play 20 games of whole court. What I'm saying, and then go play an all-star game. Like Roy Jones Jr. used to do, play basketball and then go in and fight for a championship fight and still have the energy to do it. The older you get, you can't do those kind of things. You got to preserve your energy. You got to be more strategic with your energy. What I'm saying? You just can't waste yourself in training. What I'm saying? He's 33 now, and that's right about the time when you start seeing fighters starting to slow down a little bit. 34, 33, 34, 35. What I'm saying? If you're not, you got to take care and watch your health. What I'm saying, before you get into a big fight. What I'm saying? And I just thought he was on top of that, looking at the acupuncture and all the things that he was doing, the flexibility coaches, the nutrition. I thought he was on top of that. What I'm saying? So you just never know, man. You just never know because we're not privy to that information. You know what I'm saying? Mm. What's going on? What's going on? What is it? Knockout? What's going on? Knockout?
knockdown boxing, homie. What's up, man?
Yeah,
What's up,
there you go. I
family?
got you. What's going on?
Can you hear me? Nothing much,
Yes,
man.
sir.
No, just listening to you dudes up here cooking on bud, and I got a question for y'all, man. What do y'all think of when the first all this first kicked off with the press tour and Earl Spence calling out the sanctioning bodies, man? And the reason why I asked you that is because how the fight played out. The fight to me gave me, Wilder Fury 2 vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So just want to know what y'all think about that, or what y'all thoughts is on that.
I don't think
For,
Smith calling out the sanctioning bodies. I mean, yeah, he called out the sanctioning bodies, but I mean, they don't really care about that, in my opinion. I don't think Wilder called out the sanctioning bodies.
Right, but I'm just
So
saying. But my point in bringing that up is that he called them out, and then he went out there looking like Wilder looked, fighting Tyson Fury in the second fight, in my opinion, because that wasn't the EJ that I'm used to seeing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, you know what?
Like you.
The boxing game is
Go
so
ahead. Go ahead.
dirty. I wouldn't even be surprised if they did something to Spence to mess him up. The boxing game is so dirty. I wouldn't even be surprised if they did.
And
Right,
I
right.
was just, there's no way we're gonna know stuff like that, but we know stuff like that goes on in boxing. Just like the dude who drank that water before the Tyson Fury fight, and he was blurry, and he was what I'm saying, he couldn't function and stuff because they had them put something in his water. Things like this goes on in boxing, because there's big money behind these bets in
Gamboa
boxing.
also said he was cheated against Issa Cruz. Gamboa said he was drugged too.
Yeah,
So
exactly,
you, so
exactly.
a lot of, I mean, but
Go ahead.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No,
No,
but
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is they throw that type of stuff under the rug. It just like disappears. Because I remember, the Gamboa dude talking about that, and nobody talks about it now. But like I said, with the Earl Spence thing, like I've never seen Earl get dropped. I've been watching Earl for a long time, and I never seen him get dropped like that. So I mean, it just raises my eyebrows when I see certain things like that. And like I said, I put two and two together. He calls out the sanctioning bodies, and everything's quiet, and then all of a sudden he goes out there and have a performance like we never seen before. Bud is Superman and all that. You know what I'm saying?
But another thing is, Bud, he has a relationship with Daniel Kinahan. You know what I'm saying? He has a
Right. That
relationship with
too.
them guys. You know what I'm saying? So, when you start making these kind of alliances, you know what I'm saying, you're getting resources. You know what I'm saying? You're getting access to resources. You never know what's going on in boxing behind the scenes. We saw how Wilder looked against Tyson Fury. He didn't look like himself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he did add on a whole bunch of pounds and stuff in the last fight. But the fight before that, you know what I'm saying, he didn't look like himself, man. You know what I'm saying? So when you got these powerful forces that got money on the fight behind you, you know what I'm saying, you just never know. You never know, man, because boxing is a dirty business. We see the drop off in performances, we see the increases in performances, you know what I'm saying? And who's to say? Who's to say what happened? We on the outside looking in, so it's just hard to say.
Speculation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to
Exactly. It's
it's just hard to
speculation.
speculate. You know,
Right.
but they don't want us asking these questions. You know what I'm saying? But if you see how Errol Jr. looked in that fight, and you saw how he fought before, people like he was always trash. He was always one dimensional.
Man,
You know what I'm saying?
that's the killer
Hmm.
right there. That is the killer. I don't understand how you could say that given the success he's achieved in the ring, and a lot of the people that they both have fought, he has destroyed. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Facts.
Hmm. And so they just want to act like they don't see that shit. It's just that he was up against a superior guy, and we never seen Bud Crawford fight like that before.
And
Especially,
Never
nobody
seen
and nobody
sea
wants
level
to say
fighters like
that
that.
Crawford's biggest wins are people that Spence already beat.
Destroyed.
so they rather discredit boxing and everything we've seen over the years. They rather discredit that just to amp up Bud Crawford. Now, I mean, we know what greatness is. You know what I'm saying? That was a hell of a performance by Bud,
Hell of a
but
performance.
but that was a bad looking Spence. You know what I'm saying? That was the worst Spence I've ever seen. And they
But
don't
when
want
does
they
a
want
I don't mean to cut you off, Pool, but when does a guy come up from 135 and then he carries his power all the way up to 147? And to me, it looked like he had extra power in that fight with Earl, even though Earl was weak and drained, but Bud had some extra X-Men type power, in my opinion. What's your
right.
thoughts
I
on
mean,
that?
we saw Roberto Duran move up from 135, but he didn't have the same kind of power that he had. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't dropping motherfuckers like he was down at 135. Floyd Mayweather moved up from I think 130, I believe. He moved up from 130, but he wasn't dropping motherfuckers coming up. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Only person we seen do that was Manny Pacquiao, and now we seeing Inoue coming up through the ranks, dropping motherfuckers like he's been there all this time. And another thing people ain't talking about is like the older you get, You know what I'm saying? You don't get faster as you get older, bro.
Exactly. He's
You know what I'm
35.
saying? You don't get
He's 35. Yeah.
you don't keep the same hand speed as you have when you was 24 years old or when you was 25 years old. You don't have the same shit. Now I know people want to say, well, Crawford is he don't drink, he don't do this, he don't do that, but he's definitely doing something. You know what I'm saying? He's
Man, they
definitely
find
doing
a way to
something.
justify everything for that man. I'm gonna tell you what though, he wasn't knocking Mickey Friggies out when he first came into the damn boxing game. He only
Right.
knocked out a few at 135, and then a few at 140. But now at 147, everybody is getting knocked down or getting knocked out. I think a lot of the
Yeah.
knockdowns that took place in the Spence fight were off balance, though. He had him off balance, and he
Yeah.
caught some pretty good shots.
Yeah, but
Oh, I'm
when
sorry.
Spence ever been off balance,
That's
bro?
what I'm saying. I've never seen him. He was lunging. He was so off balance. It looked like he was lunging forward,
I
and he
disagree.
Well, I'm
He
yeah.
was
But
well, I'm
off
talking
balance
about
when he fought Ugis, but that was only in the
well,
first 4 rounds. But then
But
he
but
got his, rhythm.
if y'all notice before the fight, the narrative had started that Crawford had knocked out all of his opponents at.
No, we lost her.
hello.
yeah, 2 cents. She sometimes. I think she
She
dropped.
she dropped off. No, what I mean by that is, yeah, you can have a little ring rust, but that man was he was just his whole balance was off from the beginning, bro. His whole
From the
balance was.
ring walk. From the
I'm talking
ring
about he.
walk.
I'm talking about he was looking like when have you ever seen EJ that out of it, bro? You know
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying. He looked like Wilder. He looked like Wilder when Wilder walked to the ring in the second
Exactly
Tyson
like
Fury fight.
Wilder.
That's why I brung
Exactly.
up the sanctioning body thing. But go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you off, homie. Go ahead.
What? But okay. So he did call out sanctioning body. Let's say he made some enemies. So you think they plotted to make sure he lose that fight? Is that like what you're saying? Like,
Perhaps. I
I,
mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing out speculations because at this
I
point,
don't know.
it's all excuses, because the fight's
But
over with.
what you think? All of the sanctioning bodies got together to make something happen? Because which one would it be? The WBC? He had three of them. You know what I'm
He
saying?
called out
You
all of
think?
them. He called out all of them.
Hey, Paul. When
Mm-hmm.
I watched the epilogue and he was on that balcony, he was
Mm-hmm.
looking the same way he did when he walked in that building. Whatever happened after them weigh-ins, man, I don't know what happened. But when I was watching the epilogue before they fought, man, he was not looking right.
Right. I know what you're saying. He looked like he was. He looked like he was in a dream state. Like his eyes were half mask and shit, and it's like the
Yeah.
nigga was high, like he was high or some shit, man. I was
Yeah,
like,
Yeah,
bro,
everybody keeps saying that, but that's what he looked like, though.
that's exactly
Yeah,
what
I
he
was
was
gonna
doing.
say the same thing. That motherfucker always look high and he talk like he high. I say
but
this just to
this,
be.
this was more like he was empty headed, like he was lightheaded or something, like you know what I'm saying, like you,
Disoriented.
yeah, like disoriented or something. And I was
Yeah,
like, what
he
the fuck
definitely
going
was.
on? And then when he
So
took his robe off and he was still small, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
Yeah,
oh
he was
shit,
super
what is this
small.
shit?
You know what
He
I
was super.
think, Paul?
And
You
he
know what
was
I think?
dry.
I think in the negotiation there was a rehydration clause
Me
for
too.
Spence. That's what I think.
Me too. I agree
y'all
with
think he
that.
would agree to that?
Yeah, that's a good
Well,
point.
he agreed to all
What?
that other stuff.
I
Well,
know,
if
but
you
that
think,
rehydrate that's handicapping you to a whole off degree. Walking out second or first, that coin flip shit, that was funny. But I
Hey,
mean
one, but
that wouldn't be anything that'll really impact you. But a rehydration clause, that's a direct impact on like, you know what I'm saying, your potential performance though.
And
hey,
that's how
You
he
one.
think
fought
he would
too.
handicap himself like that?
I
Bud
don't
looked
know.
bigger than him. Bud was bigger than
He
him.
looked hella bigger than he did,
That's
man.
because
It looked
Bud
off.
was looking at all the previous fights that EJ done been in, and he was preparing for that. So he knew he had to bulk up, and he wasn't gonna be using his legs, so he was gonna be able to kind of keep himself in the fight longer than expected. I honestly,
Hmm.
just if I'm being dead honest about Bud's performance, bro, I think he took it as a serious threat to him potentially losing, which is why he looked so sharp to the point where he knew a potential mistake could cost him. And I think he respected EJ that much as far as in at least in the ring, the skill set perspective of it, that he literally was like, I'm not gonna play no games.
I'm not gonna waste no wasted motions. I'm not gonna do any of this. He came out in his most serious, position. We all know he'll pretty much a damn near southpaw fighter now. I think he respected EJ that much in the ring that he took no chances with anything. He didn't lunge, he didn't waste motion, he didn't waste punches, any of that. If you go back and watch it again, I'm telling y'all, he literally was like on his P's and Q's to the umph degree because he knew the type of threat EJ posed. But then when he realized EJ wasn't
himself.
strong like he expected,
Yeah.
then that's when you noticed the switch. But then he still was weary, like, all right, I don't want to walk into something just because in the past we didn't see him get safety leg and shit like that. He still kept it that way, which is why he didn't go on the gas all the way. But he approached it in a way like I'm gonna finish him cautiously. Like that's just my perspective of how I was looking at it, where he knew EJ was still some form of a threat. He just didn't know how much. So that's why he kind of did the way he did it.
Yeah, he knew something was off. Like when he pushed EJ up off of him, he knew. He kind of looked at EJ like, damn, this dude ain't got nothing. And that's when he realized, like, yeah, I got this dude. That's why, like you said, he, pulled off the gas a little bit on him up until the 9th round. So yeah, I agree with that. But go ahead, my bad.
Yeah.
So what do y'all think in this rematch? What y'all think the possibilities of Errol Smith Jr. looking better? What is his chances of winning against Bud in such a short period of time to prepare for this rematch? What do you guys think?
Well, I think he has a chance to, beat Bud. But, I mean, it's going to come down to him and Derek James being on one accord because it seems like in his first fight, Derek James had a lot on his plate and really couldn't concentrate fully on Errol Smith Jr. So, with that being said, I think they're going to really have to come together to come up with not just one game plan, but 2 and 3, just in case the first 2 don't work. But yeah, he can definitely beat Bud in this rematch. But we just gonna have to see. But I'm a favor Bud based off what happened in the first fight, just because that's logical. That's something that you got to do. But we'll see, man. But I think he can win. But go ahead.
What do you guys think? The other guy.
Mine's gonna be short, Pool. Mine's gonna be short. If he don't bring Blu-ray back, he's gonna lose again.
That too. Yep.
And that's flat out.
Yep.
2 cents. You there, Queen? Thomas, what you think?
Well, I think that given what I saw in the fight, it didn't look like Bud really had to worry about much coming his way. It's almost like nothing that came at him was even considered a threat where he had to even do anything to adjust what he had to do. So I think that, the first thing he has to do is make sure he works this jab at an angle. And he's got to do more than just the stab jab. He got to actually do that whip jab. And he can't
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, I just think, like I said in my video, I just want Spence to do whatever he needs to do to be properly prepared for the fight. If it's too soon, I don't want him to take the fight. If he need more eyes, I want him to get more eyes. If Blu-ray is what's best for him, I want him to get Blu-ray. I just want him to be properly prepared to compete in this fight. That's it. I don't want him to win. He don't got none of that. I just want to see a competitive fight.
I agree with that.
I agree with that. He got to get back on Blu-ray. He got to.
I want to see him at the best version of himself. You know what I'm saying? To give himself a chance to really show, the true EJ up in the ring. And if he get beat as the best version of himself, then we know what's up. Then we know it don't matter if Undisputed is on the line or not. We want to see 2 of the best fighters of this generation get it on at their best. And without any deceptions, without any tricks, without any stipulations, you know what I'm saying? Then I think boxing will be back on course. You know what I'm saying? We got, Jamel about to fight Canelo. Nobody's really excited or talking about that fight. Y'all notice that shit? Nobody's really talking about that, man. Nobody's excited about that fight, even though the build-up is you know what I'm saying, it's out there.
That Crawford fight just drained. It was draining.
Exactly.
There was a lot of things that didn't look right in that fight that drained everybody, and it just didn't. Like I said,
it wasn't right. Yeah, go ahead, my bad.
You good, bro. You good. I will say this: for the accolades that each have attained, for people to say that this Mickey Fricky is one dimensional and they saw this coming, that's mind blowing to me because nobody in their right mind who's seen the bodies of work by both of them and how they've broken down fighters in the past, you wouldn't believe that Spence would get done like that in that fashion. And then looking at the way he looked in the ring can say that, oh, he was a healthy Spence. It's just levels to it. That being said, man, I know, Pool, you a anime enthusiast, bro. I love that anime. Was it with Mugen and Jim? What's that called?
Who is
Con-
it? Who was it?
Mugen and Jin, Samurai Champloo.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey, them
yeah,
two dudes was bad, right?
yeah.
If they went at it, it was always tough. That's what I expected in that ring, something tough. And I
Right,
expected whoever was going to win was going to capitalize off the other's mistake or the other's ability to wear down quicker than the other.
Right.
I didn't get
I'm gonna
that.
be
Like a
real with you. It
Goku
was a
versus Vegeta
nightmare.
or something.
Yeah, exactly. So, like you said, Pool, and like Two Cent said, and like my man knocked down my man with the C. I don't know
Oh,
which
Charles, man.
Charles, and A1 too, man. I agree with everything you guys said. I think collectively, he got to get off that avocado diet that he was on with whatever too fit, Justin Fit. He need to get back with Blu-ray. He need to get because that weight he was there too long, and you clearly see that he was sunken in that fight. So he has to be at his sharpest physically, so his mind can be there too. Because it didn't look like nothing was there that day. And if
right,
he
right.
does that, I believe we'll get a much better fight. And I believe it's a fight he can win because there are things he can do. He can make Crawford have to adjust. He didn't have to adjust to nothing. He was just sitting
To
there.
nothing.
He was
What
yeah.
up, Paul?
It looked like he was playing darts and he was right there at the bullseye.
Well, that's because his conditioning was there. He didn't have access to his stamina. He didn't have it. I mean, he was done at that weight. He motherfucker came in there looking ashy. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
but
He's a lighter
did
skin.
y'all see? Let me ask y'all something. I just got on the panel. How y'all doing, man? It's Nardy. Man, if you watch the fight, right? Watch the first
Hmm.
knockdown. Watch the first knockdown. It came from a 2-1. The two landed directly behind his head. Now
Yeah,
Earl coming in close gave Crawford the opportunity. Well, I guess the leeway to hit him in the back of his head. But if you go look at Showbiz, he did a rabbit punch video where he showed all the rabbit punches. Man, he was aiming for the back of his head. It is not even a debatable notion. If you look, anytime Errol come in close, it's like, okay, I can't inside fight with you, so I'm gonna hit you in the back of your head. And when he hit him in the back of his head in the second round and knocked him down, I don't think he ever recovered because he kept hitting him in the back of the head. He kept on hitting him in the back of the head. Now, to
Yep.
what y'all was saying about how the air is kind of out of boxing. You know why? Because boxing is at its best when the right people are champions. Right now, we looking
Right,
at people like Tyson Fury, Canelo, Terrence Crawford as champions. Them is not the type of people that's gonna hold up the sport. Them is the type of people that's going, you know what I'm saying, do tell you, well, I could take Canelo out of that. At least he gonna fight every few months. But see Tyson Fury fighting the MMA guy, Crawford changing negotiations. My son is a Terrence Crawford fan, and he like, Dad, I ain't gonna lie. After hearing everything that he's doing, I can't say I like him outside of the ring no more. I'm like, man, I don't like him at all because you see how boxing is going now. It was on a decline after a great year because the wrong person is the champion. It make you miss Errol Spence the champion, and a lot of the part where it kind of took the air out of boxing and took the air out of the Canelo and Jamel fight is because we never expected to see EJ in that light. Like, okay, we all figure if we see EJ lose a fight, he might have a close fight and get edged out by split decision or something like that. Man, we never expected him to be bleeding all out his mouth and nose and eyes busted up and blood squirting everywhere. And with these niggas being able to have memes and shit of him looking like Martin and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It kind of, because
hmm
Arrow is a warrior. Like, Arrow, one of them type of dudes You got love for him. See, certain people, and Paul, you like this too. To know you is to love you, bro.
Yeah,
I
fact.
can guarantee you that during the span of your life, a motherfucker either love you to death or they hate you, bro.
Right.
Period. There's no in between. There is no in between, and that's how Errol is. And it's like we all got love for him. We got love for his family and shit. And to see him in that light, it's kind of feel like it's like we watch the movie and the bad guy wins at the end. That's why we
Yeah.
sitting up
Right.
talking about
Yep.
this dude changing negotiations and going away from his word as a man. All we have is our balls and our word. So why would I even? Why would he even agree to shit verbally and then turn around and try to catch weight a motherfucker or say I need more than what the contract that I signed. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm listening to people all over YouTube and they like, oh no, he got to honor what he signed, bro. Like that ain't right. That ain't right. But then you got his fans who I keep trying to tell y'all stop arguing with them because they just like him. They will find an excuse for anything that man do. That man could come slap their mama and they'd be like, mama, well, what you do? You know what I'm saying? It's to the point where somebody
Right.
defending
Right.
his actions right now is just show that the type of person that they are, which is the type of person he is, which is the type of person that will sign a contract, and then after everything is said and done, after I hug you after the fight and tell you that this fight happened because of you, and thanks for the coin flip, motherfucker, and all of this shit, then I turn around and don't hold you down on the flip side of it. You know what I'm saying? Just
Yeah.
chicken shit ass people, man. So y'all stop arguing with these motherfuckers trying to make sense of what he doing.
Bud ain't got no honor, man. He ain't got no honor. I mean, he's a street dude. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, I cooked on that subject on my channel, man. Like the whole code, the Warriors code and all that. Like
Right.
Bud just
Right.
don't. He ain't got no code, man. He's just not an honorable guy. That's why I still respect Earl Spence over him, even though Earl Spence lost. I still got the highest respect for Earl Spence. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
And
I got
I mean, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
no, that's my bad. I thought you was done. I was just
No,
gonna
I'm
say,
bad. Go ahead, homie.
I was just gonna say that I got respect for Crawford's skill set. He got a hell of a skill set, no doubt. The way he carry himself and the way he handles things is a little suspect. I'm not going to even hold you. And going back to what Nardi was talking about, bro, especially with regards with Poole, people respect and
Mhm.
honor you, man, because of the way you carry yourself and the standards
Right.
you hold yourself to. And I believe that's what a lot of these people who are fans of people who don't get that love, they don't recognize that. Real recognize real and they rock with it because it's
Right.
genuine. And when your stuff come off disingenuine, like this whole movement they trying to do to make him like he's some kind of draw. He ain't the draw.
It's
Right.
definitely forced.
It's forced as hell. It's like when
Yeah.
Bishop, yeah, man. I'm not gonna go too much in it because he did handle his business in the ring, but it's like it's forced. It's almost contrived actually, not contrived, but contrived, and it's something that it looks like it's being force fed to us. And
It's like he has the machine behind him now.
man,
I see where you're going with it.
Well, he handled his business in the ring, but this is the thing, man. You get more honor in how you move than how you perform, if that makes sense.
It
Uh,
makes a whole lot of sense.
makes all the sense.
you get in fights. You look at Sean Porter. He got more respect in the fight that he lost to Arrow than any in his whole career. He got all his respect come from the night he fought Arrow. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to Bud, see, he didn't fool me, man. I'm from the streets, even though I would pray. I would come from a family of God, you know what I'm saying? And I would pray about it, that shit. But at the same time, I know con men and sharks and shit. And he conned his whole way through his whole career, all the way to Arrow, and then he conned Arrow out of everything. And now on the flip side of that, he like, yeah, forget y'all. After that, you know what I'm saying? You sat up, and that's like me. That's like me sitting up with the whole panel. I'm letting y'all debate. Y'all done debated to where y'all can't even breathe. And I ain't said nothing the whole time. And then whoever win the debate, I come while you out of breath. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, now let's get it on. And I talk so much, you can't even say nothing. That's what he did to the welterweight division. He didn't fight nobody for 5 years on purpose. He signed with Bob on purpose. He's around convicted cheaters on all of it. It can't walk like a duck, quack like a duck, and move like a duck, and then we say it's not a duck, bro. And I'm not talking about him like ducking arrow. I'm talking about the division, bro. So let's just put it in perspective. When you boil down the welterweight division, since the time he got there, ever since until Arrow got probably the second or third belt, he was the A side to everybody. Who did he send a contract to? One person, Danny Garcia, and he tried to lowball him. But who else did he send a contract to? So I can get up and I can say, "Oh, I want to fight Poole. I want to fight everybody on the panel. I want to do this." But I'm really just saying that to make y'all think I'm not scared, because in reality, I don't want to fight none of y'all, but I want to let y'all fight. And then at the end, I want to come clean up whoever at the end, after all of these surgeries, after all of y'all mix it up and all this bumping going on, I'm gonna come in at the end fresh in the motherfucker and clean y'all up. And not only that, I'm gonna start negotiations and make sure that this dude who came out with his flag still holding high, limping with half an eye, and you know what I'm saying, half his mouth busted up. And I'm gonna clean him up, and then I'm gonna talk bad to Danny Garcia and Thurman and them like they nothing. And then I'm gonna change negotiation. Like, this dude is a chicken shit man. Period. I used to be the type of dude where I'd be like, well, he's a good father and his skills inside the ring. I still will never take away from his skills inside the ring. His skills inside the ring, to me, is top 10 all time. Skills inside the ring. I'm not talking about his resume. I'm not talking about him on the greatest all time list. But who he is as a person, I just can't rock with it. And I'm gonna tell y'all something in closing. If EJ was doing the same shit, I would not be an EJ fan.
Facts. I agree with that 1,000%.
Well, my thing is, Bud Crawford is a whole fucking Tyler Perry movie. You know what I'm saying? He's a whole Tyler Perry movie. Anytime this nigga, you know what I'm saying, negotiate with something, it's gonna be, Diary of a Mad Black Woman. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna tweet out some shit that make himself a victim. And I don't like the way he move as a warrior. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna lash out, about the PBC, and he's a PBC fighter now. He's fighting at PBC, at Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia. Instead of just making those fights or making an offer to them guys, he's gonna play this, this agenda where he's still fighting those fights from 2018, 2019, 2020. Oh, them guys didn't want to fight me. You know, you know what I'm saying? I'm a victim. You know what I'm saying? Give me, they ain't give me no credit. They ain't give you no credit because you didn't fight when everybody was fighting, bro. When everybody was at their best. So, and I said this years ago that this
Yeah,
was
you
going
did,
to
Paul.
happen. I said this years ago this was going to happen to you. When he signed with Top Rank, I said shit. I said, man, this dude is for to miss out. You know what I'm saying? But he did it strategically so he wouldn't have to go through the gauntlet. Who
Right.
who went through who went through the gauntlet? Aerosmith Jr. went through the gauntlet. He took the
The
bangs and the
one-dimensional
pains.
fighter.
Right. He went through the gauntlet. And if Bud Crawford had went through the gauntlet, he would get the respect of boxing fans. We respect what you do in the ring, you know what I'm saying, when you taking on the top competition. And that's the only thing people have against Bud Crawford. And so a lot of his fans, they're misguided, you know what I'm saying, because they think you dislike Crawford because of some kind of other person, or because he's too black, or because he eat ramen noodles. No, bro, that's not why people dislike him. We dislike him because he strategically moved through 147, but he want the credit of fighting everybody when he didn't. So you can
See,
always
and Paul,
strategically. Hmm.
see,
Hmm.
and this is why it's so important to be a father to your sons, to be an uncle to your nephews, to be a big cousin to your little cousin, to where you might see a straggling young man out there with some promise who ready to listen, and you help that man, because when it come time for them to be grown, how you move as a man decides how you get looked at when you get buried. You know what I'm saying? And the way he moved, I can tell he might have had men in the gym around him, but nobody was constantly in his ear like, nah, boy, we don't walk like that. We talk like this. We move like this. We do like this. You know what I'm saying? Because you can look at how he moved. Just look at this shit he just said. And you guys will never have a fight against the top dog, and the top dog is me. Like, who even say shit? Like, look at how you even talking, bro. Like, you just one of them type of dudes. That's why I don't feel like his fans is misguided. I just feel like they just like him. And I was explaining this to my son, because like Paul, I always tell you, my son's a Crawford fan. But what I always explain to him is we can like a sports athlete as much as we want, but we not idolizing no nigga on this fucking earth.
You
You know what I'm
right about
saying?
that.
Period,
Yep.
bro. To the point where
Yep.
I'm idolizing this nigga so much that this nigga could piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We not moving like that, bro. And his fans, they move like that. They, if you notice, like we all have problems with certain things that EJ did. We didn't like him speeding and flipping in the thing. We didn't like, him saying why is he at my fight, even though he might have had reasons to. You could find Errol Spence fans saying certain things they didn't like. A Crawford fan, they gonna defend any and everything that man do, and even when it's wrong. And that's where it go from being a fan of somebody to idolizing. And get back to my original thing that I started by saying, you idolize people when you didn't have the proper training from being brought from a teenager into a man, and understanding that just because this man on TV don't make you no different than you.
Yeah, one
Well,
more thing.
we
Oh, go ahead.
go
My
ahead.
bad, my bad.
I was
No,
gonna,
I
I
was
was
just
I was gonna I was gonna say, like, right now, Bud Crawford, he should be sitting on top of the world. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should be. He should have more adulation. You know what I'm saying, from the fans. He should be the number one top star. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't thinking about Bud Crawford right now. You know what I'm saying? Except, the media's trying to, what I'm saying, really promote him. You know what I'm saying? But he's trying to take EJ's spot. As far as fighting Canelo. Canelo want to
you
fight
want my
EJ. He
chocolate?
don't. You know what I'm saying? He wants to fight EJ. He don't want to fight Bud Crawford. He said he'll get no credit for that fight. You know what I'm saying? It's like he don't have the cachet. Is what I'm getting to. He don't have the cachet of Errol Spence Jr. He
Yeah,
can't
the
be
body
Errol
of work.
Spence Jr.
EJ still the bigger
Hmm.
draw, even with a loss.
Hmm.
Hey, you know what I did like about that fight though? It did show why people do rock with EJ. Because in
He
spite
did.
everything going against him, that man still was getting up. Even
Hmm.
when he couldn't even hold himself up, he was getting up, man. And that's the spirit that people rock with. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you know what's
Yeah,
so
that's that.
crazy? I watched that
That's
fight
that
so many
Rocky shit.
times. I watched that fight so many times now because at first I couldn't watch it, man. It took me like a month and some change to watch it. And when I watched it and I was listening to EJ in between rounds and stuff like that, EJ was still
When he
there.
tied.
He was never delirious. Like, oh my God, like a lot of niggas would have quit on the stool. A lot of people, corner would have threw in the towel. A lot of niggas would have just stayed down after one of them knockdowns. A lot of people wouldn't have stayed in the ring and did the interview afterward, busted up. A lot of people wouldn't have went to the post presser without no shades on when their eyes was the main thing that was swollen. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at EJ and I look at that fight, I'm honored to be a fan of his because you don't get judged by when everything is going well. You get judged by how you deal with the hard times, and the way he dealt with that. It's because I'm a firm believer in failure sculpt you into the man that you need to be in the future. And sometimes I believe, well, not sometimes, I would truly believe that this loss was meant to happen for him to prepare him to be the type of man, not even the boxer or the fighter, to prepare him to be the type of man that he needs to be once he heal up and once them wounds heal and he get reconstructed and built back up with love from his family and God and stuff like that. I seen him listening to some Israelite dudes, and when I seen it, I said that's a good sign because he took his time out to listen to them. Now, what they were saying, whether anybody believed in it or not, that don't matter. That's besides the point. But when I seen him seeking the knowledge, that let me know, like, okay, that fight already helping him. Because any other boxer would have been like, man, y'all talking too much. I'm out of here. My girl ready to go. The car right here. Man, you seen him sat there and he listened and he even was going back and forth, and that let me know that the failure from that fight, falling flat on his face, getting embarrassed in front of his family, his kids, everybody, him getting back up and keeping going, he already fit to be a better person from that, and I believe he's gonna be a better fighter. And I really got him in the rematch too, because I was watching the fight and. Man, he didn't capitalize when Bud was leaving himself open. When Bud tries to walk you down, he don't move his head. But Errol wouldn't counter, and he wasn't sharp enough to counter.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that in that fight too. And, definitely Errol Spence Jr. wasn't himself. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that's not Crawford's fault. You know what I'm saying? We got
Nah,
EJ. EJ got to give himself, and that's what I really was disappointed. People think we're disappointed with Crawford. We're disappointed with EJ not being himself. And that's kind of like, because this was a big moment. You don't get these moments back. You never know if you're going to be able to get to that high point where the anticipation is so great. You know what I'm saying? And now we got to start all over again, and we know how hard it is to get Bud Crawford on the up and up. You know what I'm saying? Just to get the damn fight where both of them, you know what I'm saying, are evenly, you know what I'm saying, got tune ups, they, you know what I'm saying, and they both at the top of their strength. That's what we want to see. You know what I'm saying? I've seen losses in boxing. You know what I'm saying? I've seen, you know what I'm saying, guys go at it in their 20s, you know what I'm saying, and fight back and forth, you know what I'm saying, and have great fights, you know what I'm saying? And what we're seeing now is it's just like we getting these big, gigantic fights late, you know what I'm saying? And it's like it started with Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao not getting in there when they, supposed to have gotten in there. And so we did get a good fight, but I think we would have got a greater fight if the shit would have happened earlier. You know what I'm saying? And you know, thanks to Floyd, we got these drug tests going on in boxing because that might have been a one-sided ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? What if Floyd would have went into that first fight and they wouldn't have done no vital testing? You know what I'm saying? And the fight didn't happen because Manny Pacquiao didn't take the drug test, right? And what it took years and years before we could get these guys in the ring because of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We need outside sources. We need multiple sources testing these guys. That way we can get a fair up and up fight. You know what I'm saying? So instead of all of this deception that's going on and waiting and trying to be strategic and no, let's just fight. Let's fight. Let's have these fights where these guys are the best version of themselves and get it on. You know what I'm saying? Is
Well,
that too much to ask?
I encourage people to go look up Victor Conti and watch his interviews and everything you can pretty much find on him. And for Victor Conti to be a cheater, he's a very honest man, and he's basically saying that sanctioning bodies and the powers that be aren't interested in cleaning up boxing. He in
Yep.
himself is even saying he's having a hard time telling them, hey, this needs to be banned. Like, he tells the sanctioning bodies, like, okay, this needs to be banned. Put this on the list. Put this on the list. And he's in the interview saying how he's going back and forth saying, hey, this is very dangerous for these athletes and these, your athletes. You need to put this on the ban list, and how they're disagreeing with him. So it's coming from the top down, if we're being honest.
Right.
Because if they really wanted to clean up boxing, they would. It's not that hard. It's just some checks and
Excuse me.
balances in
I
place.
don't want to cut you off, but I gotta tell you something, man. You are a breath of fresh air to YouTube boxing. I've been listening to you on different platforms for I would say about a month, a couple months, I think. And when I say you have informed me on so much and brought so much logic, not even just the Bud Crawford things, even when you talk about other stuff, I just wanted to give you your flowers because I really enjoyed listening to you. And if you have a channel, I really would want to know what it is.
Oh, she put it in
Thank
the
you.
chat.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to put the link in the chat for you. I appreciate that.
She just be giving her 2 cents. Hey,
This
Pull.
this Nardi, by the way. My name
Yeah.
is Nardi, and I'll be on all these channels too.
Hey,
Hmm.
Pull. Do you think that there should be some kind of governing council over boxing and the different affiliations or councils that sanction the fights
Well,
as
let
well
me
as
let me
the
I
say this
do.
too. While you ask that, it doesn't matter what you do in boxing; it will still be corrupt. Think about it. They're even thinking about taking boxers out of the Olympics because it's so corrupt. So is it really just one of those things? Once you have money involved, there will be corruption, and not
that
just
is
money.
true.
You got gangsters and mobsters, and the
That is
Russian
true.
mob, and the Irish mob, and the this and the that. So it's most likely probably not gonna happen. They can get it cleaner or make it appear as if it's more cleaner, but cleaning it up, I don't think that's gonna happen. Too much money involved.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but they need to do something to definitely clean a good deal of it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too.
And they need to hold like in regards to like how fights get placed and made, especially between top contenders. They need to do something about that. Whether it's a set standard that is definitely given for especially like say for instance this Frank Martin and Shakur situation. There should have been a body in place to make sure that that fight took place, where promotional companies cannot get in the way of it, where you know the fight can actually go through as ordered.
Hmm.
Because that's a great fight that we're gonna. I mean, the fight that he's gonna fight with De Los Santos is gonna be interesting for a good portion of the fight, but I don't believe it's gonna have the same impact that it would have had he fought Frank Martin. We really get to see what both of these guys are about.
I honestly think it's too early for the Frank Martin fight.
How true is
I
it that
don't.
Frank left Van Dam?
Nah, I don't
Well,
believe
just
that.
nah.
False.
That's all rumors. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like some kind of concerted effort to make it seem like Spence had some type of turmoil going on in his camp ever since he
Yeah,
lost.
Why
It's
do you
been an
think it's too
attack on
early
him.
for the Frank Martin fight? You don't
Well,
mind me
I was
asking.
saying I don't want them to cancel each other out. Let them both fight for belts
Yeah,
and let them
because
meet up
it's
as
a lot,
champions.
it's a lot of stories coming out right now.
I would like to see Frank and Shakur meet up as champions.
I would like to see that as well too. I guess
And
that
my bad,
that's a
my
Yeah,
headphones.
that
Hold
makes
on
more
with it.
sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. I like to see the fight right now, to be honest, because Frank Martin is getting older too. So
Yeah, I have to agree with
I
this
like to
brother
see
right
the
here.
fights when they're in the middle of talking shit. Right when y'all talking hell
exactly.
of shit, go ahead and fight, nigga.
I'd rather see the fight now and a rematch at a potential champ. Because if you get an amazing fight between two young fighters, it ain't gonna do nothing but excel their careers in a way where it's like this is what happens when you get two of the best young prospects matching up at an early age. So he's gonna cause a rematch, or they're gonna meet down the line somewhere else, or it's gonna cause a ripple effect somewhere along the lines where somebody else, like one of these champions that or whatnot, is gonna feel like, oh, okay, well this person got this type of flaws I can exploit or this, that, and the third. I think it'll boost their stock more than anything, especially if it's like a tactical, like hell of a fight and they
Hmm.
going back and forth and you seeing Shakur showing different levels of this, you seeing Frank step up and show this. Like if you get a great fight out of it, I think it'll help both. If you get a one sided ass whooping, whoever get their
Yeah, I
ass
But
whooped,
agree.
that's when you're gonna see the impact
that's
of it.
what's wrong with boxing to me. Like when I look at boxing, right? Errol and Crawford, like, all right, let's just I just take them two real quick, not even just them fighting. When I watched Pool, I think you can help me on this. How old was Sugar Ray Leonard when he got beat up by Terry Norris?
Oh shit, he was like
36,
32 or
30,
3.
30,
No, I think
37.
33,
no, he
somewhere in
wasn't.
there.
He was like 33. He was like 32,
Yeah,
33,
yeah, he was like
34.
young. You,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know, that
So
was
so
I
old.
was
it,
That was
that's
so
actually
old
I'm
where I
in
was
there.
going.
so I'm saying that to say this. When you challenge yourself, which is why Bud Crawford has problems being a sale, but it's not that he can't fight, it's because he don't challenge himself. And then you got EJ on the other hand who challenges himself pretty much every time. So what's happening with those two when you add into the car accident, EJ is an older 33 than Bud is a 35. If that makes sense to y'all. Like Sugar Ray Leonard, by the time he fought Benitez and them when they was pretty much 23, 24, him they was bumping in they mid 20s and shit like that. So
Right.
Right,
then when they got to
right.
their early 30s, all of them, Hearns, all of them, they was old. By 33, 34, it was like, man, these is dinosaurs still in the ring. You know what I'm saying? And Errol comes from that lineage of fighters. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't let these guys fight early, then we just gonna keep getting fights late, and we gonna keep getting like new fighters who can't get a fight with the old fighters. It's just gonna mess the sport up, man. When these niggas start talking shit, fight, nigga. It's just like when we
Right,
was kids. Niggas,
right.
all right, nigga, we finna meet over here at the park, nigga. Niggas finna fight, nigga. Everybody going, boy. Ain't nobody missing that.
Yo, I'm glad Nardi said that because, Pool, I wanted to ask you this because you made mention to it earlier. I got three fighters in mind: Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran. Well, actually, four: Alexis Arguello and Aaron Pryor. Now, they were on the same level, Alexis Arguello and Aaron Pryor, when they fought. It didn't look
Yeah,
nowhere near what we saw go on with Spence and Crawford. Same thing uh with Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran.
right.
Even when Roberto Duran got out of shape and blew all the way up, and Leonard took that fight knowing that he was out of shape. He still didn't look that bad in that fight. Do you believe Crawford is that great of a fighter where on your worst day he can make somebody that has been historically known to put in great performances and achieve that bad in the ring?
Well,
Absolutely not.
I think with Duran, see Duran quit in the second fight. If you remember when he came down, when he blew up and came down, You know what I'm saying? And Sugar Ray Leonard was, doing all that movement and stuff, and he, saying he couldn't hit him because he was out of shape. You know what I'm saying? He was drained, bro. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't really fight. So that's why he quit. Duran never quits in fights. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Duran get his ass beat by Ivan Buckley for 11 rounds and then come back and beat the shit out of Ivan Buckley. I've seen the boxing, bro. And so they want you to believe that Bud Crawford can come in and have this kind of performance on a fighter that we've seen dominate the division, dominate Kell Brook, you know what I'm saying? Go in there and have a war with Sean Porter at his best, you know what I'm saying? That used 6 trainers and got in the best shape of his life. And Errol Smith Jr. had a fat camp, you know what I'm saying, for that fight. What you know what I'm saying? So it's like we know these things as hardcore boxing fans, so they can miss me with all the crying and shit and all that. No, we know it really matters when you fight a fighter, you know what I'm saying, when he's at his best or when he's not at his best, you know what I'm saying? You could take the victory, you know what I'm saying, but that's not what boxing is about for hardcore boxing fans. We're not superficial fans, you know what I'm saying? We the guys who want to see you fight when you guys are 21, 22. We want to see you fight when you're at your best abilities.
That's the best.
We want to see you, we don't give a damn about, you know what I'm saying, somebody just strategically winning the fight. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that my entire time watching boxing. I've seen that, you know what I'm saying? But I've seen the best fight the best, and we get the best outcomes. We see motherfuckers going back and forth, and it come to a battle of wheels. We seen Midrick Taylor and Chavez. That was the best motherfucking fights I ever seen. It came down to the last 3 seconds. But to have somebody,
I'm still mad at Richard Steele.
Right.
Still mad at that, bro.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you have something whack like a referee come in and, you know what I'm saying, and wave the fight off. Getting in the way of the legend of the sport. You know what I'm saying? And these guys, they're missing the whole point. You know what I'm saying? They're missing the whole. The hell was that shit?
Oh, I heard that. What was that?
I ain't even going to look, nigga. I'm black, nigga. I'm staying over here. You know what I'm saying? But shit ain't, what the hell?
Sound like a scary movie over there, Pooh.
Yeah,
Pooh. I don't know what that was, but that was kind of.
But do y'all think it's weird that Crawford Friends is calling around to all these boxing channels and doing interviews and trying to say how great of a guy he is and how he's spending all this time?
But he has to do that though. He has to do that to sell himself. Do EJ have to do that? You know what I'm saying? You don't need that. You can just watch his fights and see the man is great just from the way he goes about his fights. You know what I'm saying? Bud is still trying to convince everybody because he didn't promote himself right. He didn't move the way EJ moved, like in a traditional way through the division, taking down the top guys. No, he's hollering on Twitter. Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, y'all hoe ass niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. And I'm from California, but I live in Texas. Them Omaha niggas is weird, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I've been trying to find one where I could say, oh yeah, there go a solid one. Because at first I was like, Red Spike, because I like Red Spikes. I'm like, he's solid. Then I found out he wasn't even from over there. But them niggas from over there, bro, they logic is unlike any other niggas in the country, bro. And I swear to God, listen to Bernie, listen to Bud, and listen to Bomac. I ain't gonna knock them as humans because I try not to judge people, but the things that they say and how they move and how they justify like bunk shit, bro. I've never seen no group of niggas like that in my life, bro. So it's kind of like
small town thinking stuff.
Yeah, it's a small town thinking, and what that'll do is that'll make your cousins and your friends and them call over their channels after you done clearly already won the fight. What is there to talk about, nigga? Ain't nothing to talk about. Y'all just y'all calling around trying to clean this man's name up. What do you need to clean it up for when he won the fight, bro? Y'all just telling on y'all.
You talking about Medea family reunion? You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers are wallowing in revenge, thinking that it's almost like Two Senseis. He's got that baby mama energy. You know what I'm saying? Where she didn't receive a check and she want to take him to child support court. You know what I'm saying? And make him pay. You know what I'm saying? That's how these Crawford fans think. You know what I'm saying? They want to make you pay and wallow in revenge and vindictiveness. You know what I'm saying? But that's their right to do that. I mean, I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
You do better.
I mean, we like niggas, you know what I'm saying? We just moving on. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, let's see what can he do in the rematch. Where they want to wallow and they want to, champion this loss that EJ took, you know what I'm saying? But he's a fighter, bro. He's gonna take losses. As long as you fight the best and you're not cherry picking, you're gonna take a loss, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you're not gonna face people at their best and you're not gonna fight the best, you're gonna take you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have a clean slate. You're always gonna have an O when you're cherry picking. You know what I'm saying? You pick and win, just like Canelo, you know, say he picked these guys, when and what time to fight after he done juiced up. And he could get them in the ring and he could beat them at their worst. And people in his fan base is to the point where, they love Canelo so much that they don't care. You know what I'm saying? Hey, long as he winning, then when he went out there and got his ass beat by a guy that was better than him, and he cherry picked wrong, he got his ass whipped. And see, the same thing's gonna happen to Crawford if he don't retire. You know what I'm saying? If he fights somebody, you know what I'm saying, at their best, if he fight EJ at his best, he's gonna get his ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? And people gonna be like, oh, not then now they're gonna make excuses for Bud Crawford. But we just waiting for this guy to get in a 50-50 fight when he's fighting somebody when he's supposed to, instead of trying to be deceptive and go to Victor Conte and try to find an advantage. You know what I'm saying? No, bro, let's just see who the best is, you know what I'm saying, at their best. That's all I'm asking from boxing right now. So that's just not a lot to ask for. We pay for these fights. I'm gonna I pay for Crawford fights to see him. You know what I'm saying? He's still not a draw, but I do pay for his fights. You know what I'm saying, to see him fight. Anytime he fight, every pay-per-view, I've brought it for Bud Crawford, Errol Spence Jr., everybody. Tank.
Because he really should be talking about fighting Ennis, because, like I say, Crawford's not going to fight any top fighters without his name. He's talking about fighting Charlo, even though I don't even think he's being for real, but he's talking about fighting Charlo and Canelo. You want to fight Charlo and Canelo, let's say they have 2 fights. So you want to fight one of them after 2 grueling fights, and then you want to try to fight Tank and bring him up 2 weight classes?
Yes. You hit the nose on the head.
You talking about either bringing people up or bringing people down, and you talking about fighting everybody who's not available. None of those fighters are available to you right now.
No, it's like you said. It's like you said that he want to fight some people when he know they gonna take some damage. He seen Errol take that shot from Ugas. He heard about the motherfucking accident he got in, and then all of a sudden you called him trying to fight. But when you just had a fight and they did the post pressure and you was acting like you couldn't even say his name. Then after he had the accident, now you calling him, and now he looking at Jamil and Canelo like, oh yeah, I want to fight one of them, because he know them boys about to fight. And whoever come out of that, just like who came out of the welterweight division, whoever come out of that gonna have their flag up, but they're gonna be limping. And that's what happened with Warriors. And see, that's why he is not a warrior, which is why he can't sell fights like that, because he's just a cherry picker, bro.
And to add to the point that you were making, bro. I mean, I think a lot of people see right now, just within this contrast of this fight, how one handled winning and how one handled defeat. One was graceful in defeat. One was like giving the other one their props, not using anything as an excuse, and was saying, I just got to do better. The other one was, nah, told you, this, that, and that. So like you said, it is almost, in effect, having a Medea-like type of atmosphere going on within that concept of the fight. And I think that's where, people missed the boat on this thing. But as far as his performance, nobody can take away from what he did in the ring. That stuff was spot on. Period.
Not at all. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That was the worst EJ, but that was also the best Bud that I ever seen.
Yeah,
because he usually don't block. He usually trying to weave and counter and do all that. He doesn't block that good. But man, when I tell you, that boy had his phones in his ears every time he let one of his other hands go. That boy kept them phones, and that should tell Derrick James and Errol something, because the reason Errol didn't have success is because when he got knocked down, I know his equilibrium was off, but he also wasn't sharp to the point where his punches wasn't accurate. You have to find Bud with your hands. He never found him. Even when he hit him, it was like in the back of the side of the neck type shit. What never just clean across his jaw or right in the mouth. And Bud was making sure of that because he know he can't take that type of shit. So with Errol, he needs to get more accurate. He needs to transition from offense to defense better. It's like Bud beat him at his own game, bro. The high guard with the jab, with the body blows. You know what I'm saying? That's Errol game, but Bud used it on him. So it's kind of like it was weird to even watch.
Well, when you're not yourself, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that was the best version that we saw of EJ. I don't think he was at his strongest. I don't think he rehydrated right because he was a smaller man in the ring. He just didn't prepare for this fight the way he should have to give himself the best chance to put him so he can throw 100 punches around, so he can press forward and take a punch to give a punch. He couldn't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't look like himself in this fight. And I don't think he gave himself the best chance because fighting at 147 was a suicide for Errol Spence Jr. at this point in his career. And I always go back to Devin Haney because Devin Haney looked terrible. He looked like a skeleton when he cut down to 135 to fight Lomachenko. He almost lost that fight because he almost couldn't pull it out at the end. When you don't have your stamina, it's different, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You could talk about the skills of Bud Crawford all you want, but that man was in there fighting on courage alone. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have nothing in the tank. He was telling Derrick James, "I'm tired." When have you ever heard? When have you ever heard EJ said he was tired in a fight? When have you ever seen EJ tired in a fight? That tells you right there that man was different. You know what I'm saying? He never complained about being tired. I think he was tired one time in the Danny Garcia fight after the car crash.
Yeah, round 9.
He was recovering. But we never seen that. So we know it was something off with Errol Spence Jr. that night. And sometimes you're going to have off nights as a fighter. It's just devastating to us because EJ, you know what I'm saying, a big part of his mystique is his invincibility and his invulnerability in the ring. You know what I'm saying? The man is strong. The man he could take a licking to keep on ticking. And when we didn't see that, you know what I'm saying, we saw Crawford, you know, so he was at his best. He made sure he was at his best, but EJ didn't make sure that he was at his best. And so that's the letdown of the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like what was going on with Errol Spence Jr. where he came to this fight in this condition. And I think it was the weight class. I think he just underestimated how weak he'd be, you know what I'm saying, on that night, you know what I'm saying, or at this time, you know what I'm saying, or, you know, some people say, you know, I think it was something about depersonation or something he was saying. I'm going to look that up, you know what I'm saying, what that means. He said a panic attack.
And the rumor about the rib energy. About the rib energy. So what I think happened is he wasn't able to properly prepare for this fight because of injuries or whatever else was going on. So when you can't properly prepare, you can't cut the weight properly. It just was a domino effect.
Oh, okay. Let me see. My man, he said he got booted. I got you.
And unfortunately, it just was on the wrong night with the wrong fighter. I hate Crawford got this win over Spence.
Well, not only that, too, Crawford came out and jumped right on Earl because Earl's been out. Well, he was out for 15 months? So what do you do if a guy has been out for that long? You jump right on him. And he jumped right on him, and he couldn't recover. So it was it was down to a good game plan from Team Crawford. But like you said, it was also because Earl was drained and rusty all at the same time, and no telling what else was going on, in my opinion.
So this is my thing, bro. Like, Errol, let me say two things. I don't like that Derrick James took on all of them fighters in a time where Errol needed to give all of his attention to Crawford like that. Like when I heard Errol say he has a time slot, I said, "Oh shit," because I also seen an interview where Red Spikes was saying he realized the point where they was in camp and he was watching a Spence fight on the treadmill. Saul was watching another fight in the living room. Bo Mack was watching another fight on the toilet, and Bud was in there training. So when you got all of this going on, and then you talking about, I got from 5 to 7 with my trainer. Nah, bro, I'm not feeling that shit for one. And then for two, I always pay attention to the things people say. And I don't negate things just because you my favorite fighter. Errol said I could beat all of these niggas at 75, 80%. When he said that,
50.
it let me know like you a little too arrogant, bro, and you about to run into somebody who
Facts.
that 80% is not gonna work against, bro. So I think he felt like, all right, yeah, I'm not right. Yeah, I probably got a rib injury, but this nigga can't fuck with me. That's why he didn't have another strategy after he took away his jab. And
Yeah, he
now I'm gonna ask
underestimated
y'all.
Bud.
Wait,
Yeah,
let me ask you a
he
question.
underestimated.
Let me ask you a question. What's your name?
Nardi.
All right. How much time do you think Spence needs with Derrick James in order to train?
I don't think it come down to the amount of time training. I think it come down to the amount of focus because you can train with your brain. Me and you, if we about to fight pool next week, we don't gotta physically be in the ring training. We could be watching a fight together. I could be watching one fight, you could be watching another fight, and
But
because
if
this is
they've
the biggest
never
fight.
done that, because this is my point, I hear people say that, but
Uh-huh.
first of all trainers have more than one fighter. The only issue is Derrick James has star fighters, so you know who they all are. But there is no trainer out there that just got this one fighter that they train
Yeah,
with. They
I
train multiple
understand.
fighters. Freddie Roach trained multiple fighters. So that's one thing. And the second thing is that whatever Spence and DJ has been doing, it has worked up until this point. So for everybody to say he didn't prepare properly, he didn't do that, you can't really say that because on top of all the things that Spence had going on, there is no amount of training that would have overcame dehydration. There is no amount of watching film that would have overcame dehydration. So
No,
none
I
of those
agree.
things would have remedied the situation.
Now, I agree with that wholeheartedly, but I also feel like the level of underestimation. When Derek James said he don't watch a fighter until they get brought to the table, and we talking about going against three coaches who've been saying they've been watching you for 6 years, and then the fight play out, and this motherfucker knew everything, every single thing that you did, and then you did it anyway without a separate game plan, without to have all right. I felt like to me, and I still feel like this. I don't feel like Crawford is as good as people think. I think he outsmarted Errol, and I think he also cheated physically. But I feel like Errol and Derek James didn't give him the proper attention. He is on a
But
knockout
that's what
streak.
I'm saying. But you kind of contradicting yourself because you saying you don't think Bud as good as he is. You think he cheated, but then in the
No,
same
I
breath
don't,
you saying that he was underestimated. We all
because
underestimated
but,
Bud.
but
Nobody
see, this
even
is
knew Bud was capable of that. So how can we
all right. Let
underestimate
me
you
break it
when
down.
you've
Let me
never
break it
even
down.
displayed that?
Okay, let me break
I,
it down because what was underestimated was his defense and Errol's the fact that it was still fat on Errol punches because Errol had a fight with a fighter and never found him with his punches. That's something that could have been discovered. Where do we hit him at? Where let's see where he getting knocked out at. Is it the right hand? Is it across his chin? Is it to his temple? All right, we see that this motherfucker. If you go watch Bud Crawford fights, go watch Kavaliauskas fight. Kavaliauskas was beating his ass. You know what he started doing? He started hitting him in the back of the head. I swear to God, he started hitting him in the back of the head. And if you do enough film work, you see stuff like that. And you say, okay, we gonna go in at selected times because this motherfucker, if he ever losing, he gonna start hitting you in the back of the head. And it's little things like that when you prepare for fights, it's attention to detail. And that's all I'm saying. I just feel like it wasn't enough attention to detail brought to the table when it came to the fight. Because once he took one thing away, the fight was over. And then you got beat up bad, bro.
And I agree with you. However, no amount of film watching and no amount of understanding that Bud is a dirty fighter would have overcame the dehydration. See, this
I
is
agree with
on
that too.
Spence. This is more about Spence than it is about what Bud was doing. Spence
I
did
agree with
not
that
fight
too.
like himself. He didn't apply the pressure.
yeah, I
There was
agree
no
with that.
framing. There was no wedging. He couldn't use his jab. He couldn't do any of that. So no amount of DJ watching film, not training other fighters, none of that would have overcame the physical things that Spence needed to overcome in order to be competitive in that fight.
And at the end of the day, it's all Spencer's fault because he was the one that agreed to all this.
And
He
that's
agreed to
true.
come in dehydrated and all that.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
And that's true, you know what I'm saying? Because Errol Spence Jr., I mean, this is the biggest. He knew this was the biggest fight. Everybody was anticipating for his career. I just think he should have been more prepared. I think he should have took it more seriously. I mean, I know $30 million. That's a lot of money, man. You know what I'm saying? No matter what you feeling at the time, or what training you may lack, you know what I'm saying, or what the circumstances are, you still want to snatch that $30 million. You don't want to miss that opportunity in your lifetime, especially you being his age, because 33 years old and 35 years old, that's old in boxing. You're never going to get that opportunity. You may never get that opportunity again to make that kind of money. So I understand if Errol Spence Jr., you know what I'm saying, he just went for it. I do understand that, but it's just disappointing because this was so built up over all the years, and you just wanted them to be both. You know, you wanted Errol Spence Jr. to be at his best, and he wasn't. You know, but
True.
for them to
I
play,
don't mean to cut you off. Homie. But if Earl had postponed the fight, let's say he postponed the fight, 2 months down the line because of the injury or the supposed rib injury or whatever, like he would have got ripped apart. He wouldn't have gotten the Tyson Fury treatment. Like when I guess it was it the second or third fight with the Tyson Fury versus Wilder, and Tyson Fury kind of like said he had COVID or whatever, and he got a pass on that. Earl Spence wouldn't have got a pass if he had did that. So he had to do it. He had to do it.
That's true. You know, the pressure to move on with the fight, because all the years that's been built up. You know what I'm saying? For him, they would have called him a duck. You know what I'm saying? They would have said all kind of vile things about him. But you know, you still want to give yourself the best product. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to give leftover beans and rice, you know what I'm saying, to a fine dining situation. You know, so this was a fine dining fight for everybody. You know, you're gonna pay.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Would you rather motherfuckers talk shit about you, or would you rather get your ass whipped in front of everybody?
Well, they're gonna talk.
I don't think.
They're gonna talk shit.
I'm just saying, far as right, they're gonna talk shit regardless. So if we gotta move the fight back or anything, because if anybody should deserve a pass, it's EJ. If I gotta move a fight back or if I gotta delay a fight because of something wrong, man, that man been fighting everybody. We go off of patterns. He ain't somebody that been ducking motherfuckers or.
But the problem with that, homie, is that Earl has always been a man of his word.
Right.
Leading up to this fight, everything he said he was gonna do, he did. So if he had postponed the fight, he would have went against his own principles, in my opinion. But go ahead, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Let me get somebody to call in. I'm trying to see if I can get this phone thing to work. You know what I'm saying, on the channel, so I can get, you know what I'm saying, more audience to call in and stuff. So I'm trying to see if I can link it to this stream. Every time I try it, it'd be messed up. But I'm gonna see, because I ain't using my headphones. I'm gonna see how it'll work. Somebody call in and see how this thing, see if I can get this thing linked in so we can get more people, you know what I'm saying, commenting on this thing. But yeah, man, you're right. You know what I'm saying? He you know, when going into this rematch, Errol Spence Jr., you know what I'm saying, he need to use his resources, you know what I'm saying, to make sure he shows up as the best version of himself, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if that means he got to go to Blu-ray and say, hey man, you know what I'm saying, I know I ain't used you in the last two, man, but I need you, you know what I'm saying, and get himself, you know, back to that, you know, I don't know if he could even be the old EJ because of everything he's been through. I really don't, you know, that's what's frustrating, is because you really don't know what's happening with Errol Spence Jr. You don't know if, you know what I'm saying, he's really broke down, or is it just the hunger? I'm saying, you know, just to see that old EJ that fought Chris Algieri, the old EJ that fought, what's his name? Lamont Peterson, you know what I'm saying, to see those kind of movements, to see that kind of shape he was in, you know what I'm saying, to be able to give Bud Crawford, you know what I'm saying, the best fight he ever had, because there's no way in the world EJ should have been the easiest fight that Bud Crawford had, you know what I'm saying. We just know that from being boxing fans. That's no way. That was that Green Machine gave Crawford a better fight. You know what I'm saying, that you know what I'm saying,
one-legged Benavidez.
Yeah, one-legged Benavidez. We know that.
Hell, Brook was trained when he fought Bud and gave him a better fight.
Right. So you know, as a boxing fan, just knowing boxing, that this is bullshit. This is a bullshit result. You know what I'm saying? EJ is way better fighter than that. You know what I'm saying? Just from watching any fight that the fight that he gave Ugas. You know what I'm saying? That fight was bloody hell, bro. And EJ, you know what I'm saying, he was able to withstand, you know what I'm saying, those punches and plow through Ugas, you know what I'm saying? But those fights took a lot out of you. These kind of fights, when you go into war, they take a lot out of you. EJ took a lot of body punches in that fight. You know what I'm saying? We don't see Bud Crawford taking these kind of fights. That's why he don't get the respect, because you know he wasn't in there with a Ugas. Even though I believe he would have beat Ugas, you know what I'm saying? But he wasn't in there with a Danny Garcia. He wasn't in there with, you know what I'm saying, when these guys was fighting and going through, you know, in their prime, you know what I'm saying? Where was Bud Crawford? You know, he was fighting a one-legged, what's his name? Benavidez. He was fighting these dudes that was on the fringe of boxing, you know, people who was probably considered number 12, number 11, number 15, you know what I'm saying, in the division. You know, that, or maybe they might have been in the top 10. I don't know. I don't know if Green Machine was in the top 10 or not, but I know I had never heard of him before. But Crawford came into the picture. You know what I'm saying? I had never heard of no damn Green Machine. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just gonna, you know, we just want to see Crawford, you know what I'm saying, take on the best fights, man. I know he's looking for big opponents right now. He's looking for big bags, but you know, he never moved as a regular champion like that, and that shows what in his popularity. That shows in his pay-per-view sales. That shows in how people look at Crawford. You know what I'm saying? And you can see it in Crawford that he really cares about that kind of shit, because he's crying all over the place every chance he get. You know, why they don't love me? Why they don't love me? You know what I'm saying? They don't love you, nigga, because you don't move like tradition.
Because the way he moves, that's why. He moved funny.
Yeah, you move funny, bro. You take on the all comers, and then you can say, "I'm the best. I'm this and I'm that." You know what I'm saying? If you don't fight the best, bro, nobody ain't gonna look at you like that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody call on the channel. The number is 405-643-0561. Somebody call that so see we can get some call ins. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
is there any merit to what the rumor is that he wants more money for the rematch with Earl? Is that just hearsay, or is there some type of tweet or post somewhere?
It's not too hard to believe. If it is a rumor, it's not hard to believe.
Right. Okay, I was wondering if it was a tweet or something.
It hasn't been confirmed. It's just a rumor.
It hasn't been confirmed. Okay.
I think
he's trying to get out of that fight so he can get the winner of Canelo and Charlo and just cash out.
He's not fighting Canelo, y'all. Y'all really think he's gonna go up to 168 and fight Canelo, man? That's all cap.
He'd rather lose to Canelo than lose to Earl or Charlo, in my opinion.
Well, you know, Bud like to connect himself to.
He only saying the Canelo fight because that's the fight Spence was right to get, so he want to try to take it from him. Yeah. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that he always trying to connect himself, you know what I'm saying, to the next big event, or you know, to put his name out there to promote himself. That's about the most promotion you're gonna get out of Crawford. And now all of a sudden he's trying to do all these interviews. He's, you know what I'm saying, he's trying to like really capitalize on the fame. But the crazy thing is, I think what we're going to see is he's just going to find out how unpopular he really is in the boxing world, and he's just going to let himself down because nobody's really interested in Crawford like that. You know what I'm saying? They only like Crawford as the, how you say that word, antithesis of Errol Spence Jr. That's all they like Crawford for. You know what I'm saying? Right. Or maybe you know what I'm saying, they would like that Jamel Charlo fight, because that did seem like it was personal. And that do seem like that there's a lot of animosity between those two.
Yeah, it's bad blood. Yeah, it's bad blood in that fight. But I don't think Charlo is going to come back down to 154 to fight him. Even if he gets past EJ in this rematch, I don't think Charlo is going to come back down. Like I said, they'll have to fight at the catch weight or something, in my opinion.
Well, it's like, you know, I'm starting to hear Jamel, you know, talk about generational wealth. And that thing is kind of like sending, you know, saying, giving me, it's just kind of shocking, because once they start talking,
EJ said the same thing, didn't he?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
It's like weird behavior. Yeah, it's weird behavior going on.
Right.
That's weird.
When you start hearing them talking about generational, like, nigga, talk about this fight, man. You know, so we understand that, you know, you want to get your family paid. But you talking
y'all
about
been making $1 million a fight, millions of dollars. Y'all got generational wealth.
Exactly.
Y'all been
So,
making. You only need $5 million to be wealthy. You niggas got generational wealth. Cut that out.
so he says,
I
"Oh,
disagree
Matt
with
says
that.
Charlo ran up in weight to avoid Bud." I mean, bro, if you believe that, you know what I'm saying, you know, this man has an opportunity to fight Canelo Alvarez, right? That's the biggest bag in boxing. You know what I'm saying? To fight Bud is not the biggest bag in boxing. You know what I'm saying? That's a fight.
His energy is changing. You know, every time he has an interview and they ask him about Bud, he's kind of sounding funny. So it could be some merit to what old boy said.
Well, my thing is he's been chasing Canelo way before he got into it with Bud.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, right. I understand that.
So he's trying to fight. Now, if he said something, if he sound crazy after the Canelo fight, we know I just don't think he's going to fight David Benavidez. I don't think he's going to fight David Morrell Jr. I don't think he's going to fight none of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? So it would behoove him to come back down and fight Bud at a catch weight or something, or you know what I'm saying, if he's not going to fight Benavidez, you know, if he's not going to fight David Morrell, he might as well come on back down and fight Bud Crawford.
Well, I mean, if he beats Canelo, it's gonna be an immediate rematch. So we're not gonna see them fight no time soon if Charlo wins. So it's gonna be postponed by that time. Bud's gonna be 37, almost 37 years old. Then it's gonna be a built-in excuse if he wins. Yeah.
Because Canelo didn't fight Bivol. He didn't rematch Bivol. You know what I'm saying? So we know Canelo.
Good point.
He don't really like rematches. He don't give a damn how it's look because his fan base gonna buy his fights regardless.
Well, it depends on how the fight plays out, though, Poole. If it's a back and forth fight and then Charlo gets the knockout or something, then I think he will rematch him. But if it's a complete wash, then you might be right. That's a good point.
But one thing about it, Jamel is an active. He's an athletic dude. He's not Triple G. You know what I'm saying? Triple G, he has a threshold. You know what I'm saying, as far as he can go. He's a lot of hype. Jamel is that dude that really could get in your ass, bro. He's that dude that could take it to another level. He got a few tricks and he got a little power. Now, I don't know how that power is going to look at 168. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Is he going to train himself up? You know what I'm saying? And is it going to carry over the 168? So
I don't know, homie. I don't know because the dude's been out how long? He's been out almost as long as Earl, 15, 16, 17 months. And then he's coming off an injury too with the broken hand. I don't know, bro. I don't know if he can pull it off. I want him to pull it off, but I don't know.
But we do know that these guys shrink down. They shrink down to fight at these weights. So I think Jamel is naturally a big guy. I think Jamal, they're twins. They're naturally big dudes. They've always been bigger than Canelo. Canelo is a blown up. Even though he's been fighting at 168 and heavier weights longer, he's also eroding as a fighter. His skills. He don't have the same head movement. He don't have the same foot movement as he did 2 or 3 years ago. And that shit wasn't even magnificent. You know what I'm saying? I'm just watching him do shit that niggas do all the time naturally. You know what I'm saying? They're like greatest thing ever since sliced bread. That's all he doing is moving his head and slipping. And the guys are throwing punches at his head while he's moving. That shit didn't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Go to his body. You know what I'm saying? Use your common sense. You know what I'm saying? When I saw Danny Jacobs, fighting Canelo, that shit was frustrating. You know what I'm saying? Why are you punching to this dude's head? You know what I'm saying? This dude is short. You can't hit short niggas' heads. You know what I'm saying? You can't tackle short niggas in the field. You got to go to the body.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
what?
true.
Professional fighter, it's almost like you made a contract. You know what I'm saying? You got to punch at his head so he look good. You know what I'm saying? That don't even make no sense. So
now Charlo could do the same thing. He might be a little starstruck, as they say. He's not really talking a whole bunch of trash, and then in the build up to the fight, who knows? He might pull a Caleb Plant.
Well,
we don't know.
I thought about that because he's so happy to be in this big money.
Exactly.
It's almost like
that's what I'm saying.
It's almost like
Hold on, Paul, y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Ain't no way in hell Mel is anything like a Caleb Plant. The big difference is Mel know and was known as a boxer, and he turned to a boxer KO, like a boxer puncher, and now his ass known.
I'm not
for
talking
having
about
power.
that, homie. I'm not talking about that aspect. I'm talking about being starstruck and going in there and talking to him. Go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
No, you good. The only difference, and I was gonna say, is just the mentality of how he been rocking and how they is and how they is in Texas. And I ain't gonna say this just because I'm from Texas too. Is the fact that starstruck thing don't mean nothing because he looking at it as an opportunity. If I beat this motherfucker, guess what's gonna happen? My motherfucking stardom and my bag going through the roof. And like the sister said earlier, like that he had said they're chasing generational wealth. 5 million ain't enough. 10 million ain't enough either for generational wealth. Just with their lifestyles and how they moving. He understands if he beat Canelo, and let's just say he made 50 M's or whatever, 30, 50 M's off this fight, right? He looking at another chance. What do you think the rematch gonna be? He looking at the back, like he when he coming in that motherfucker to win because he chasing history, he chasing the bag, and he understands if he beat Canelo, ain't no way in hell. First off, people can't not have him on the air quotes pound for pound list. But secondly, saying like arguably having to make him the face of boxing to some degree because he beating the motherfucker that's supposedly the face of boxing. It's just if he beat him in a more devastating fashion than what Bivol did, because Bivol had an excuse. Oh, he went up, he dared to be great. Now he fighting at a weight class where all his belts is and where he's quote unquote reigning supreme at. So if he loses in that said weight class, there is no excuse. There is no, they can't make an excuse for him because both of them are coming off of some type of injury. Well, he coming off fighting John Ryder where he looked like that was a badass fight, but Mel coming off an injury and a layoff. If he lose to that Mel to come off injury and layoff, what y'all think gonna happen in the rematch? In they camps, the motherfuckers trained to throw nothing but power punches. They don't throw jabs. They don't throw nothing but power punches. All you gotta do is watch it.
I hope you're right, dog. Because he could be on the juicy juice too. We don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know for sure if Canelo come out there and he's throwing 30 punches around, that nigga on juice. You know what I'm saying? That nigga don't throw no damn. That nigga don't throw. He's very selective in the punches he throw nowadays. He don't just go out there wasting punches. He may throw one or two haymakers. You know what I'm saying? When he got the opening, he's so quick. One thing about Canelo is he got quick hands. He don't have quick feet, but he got quick hands and he got a lot of power. He try to really break you down and intimidate you. You know what I'm saying? With them haymakers once he hits you to the body, and then he be trying to style with the shit too. You know what I'm saying? By making all these weird animated moves with with the haymakers, right? So Jamel, he's going to definitely have to box Canelo, or he's going to have to weather the storm to gas this dude out, make him work. And once he make Canelo work, you know what I'm saying, he should be able to box Canelo to a victory if he can withstand all the haymakers that Canelo's going to throw. But if he's on that shit and he's able just to throw haymaker after haymaker, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a problem, bro.
I think Mel gonna surprise his ass. I think Mel's gonna surprise him, and he gonna respect Mel's power. That's what I'm thinking. Mel gonna catch him with something, or we gonna see Canelo change up his game plan just a little bit. We know he got a goddamn granite chin. I mean, hell, a goddamn mountain couldn't knock Canelo ass down. The nigga head, his damn jawline bigger than his neck and his head and everything. So we know he got a chin on him, but I think he gonna get hit with something, probably to the body, that's gonna make him kind of alter that game plan just a little bit, and he gonna fight a little different. That's just my honest opinion.
Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if Canelo can withstand that left hook that Jamel bring to the table, because he loves to draw you in, and we know he can fight off the back foot. You know what I'm saying? But can he catch? When he catch Canelo, will it have any effect? Because once Canelo feel the best that you got, you know what I'm saying, he's not gonna respect you. You know what I'm saying? He will be coming in there trying to dominate you. You know what I'm saying? Trying to go to your body, trying to really break you down. And I don't want, I want to see Jamel be able to be that tough, tough guy, saying that can withstand, saying the blows of Canelo. That's going to be, if he could take Canelo power, I think Jamel got a good chance of winning by a wide decision. And if he could hurt Canelo, he got a good chance of knocking him out. You know what I'm saying? Because that's, Jamel going to go for it. If he see where he hurt.
But that's what I'm worried about is, can he take Canelo's power? That's what I'm worried about. I don't know. I know them Texas boys is tough, but man, I don't know. Canelo, he can hit. And he's been fighting bigger dudes for a while now. So I don't know, bro. Just my opinion, though.
But I mean, what I'm trying to get you to see is that Canelo ain't looking the same. His skills, his speed, all of that.
I understand that.
Yeah, it don't look.
But your power don't go nowhere. That's the last thing to go.
But your delivery system do. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You know,
true.
you
True.
see Deontay Wilder, he still got power. But you know
Hmm.
that delivery system is just, you know, is just not. He's not as quick as he was. You know what I'm saying? He's not able to get in there and get that power off like he used to. And you're starting to see it. You know what I'm saying? Especially with a fighter like Tyson Fury. You know what I'm saying? Who can move around and stuff like that. But I think Jamil got the advantage because he's got the footwork. He's got a high boxing IQ too. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no dummy in that ring. You know what I'm saying? He's an emotional fighter is his problem. You know what I'm saying? Is he don't want to listen to what Derek James tell him, and he want to do his own thing. And we see what kind of position that put him in, right? You know what I'm saying? When he start listening to Derek James, that's when you start seeing the best Jamel Charlo in that ring. You know what I'm saying? So, I think he got a good chance of getting in there and giving Canelo a really, really good fight. We just got to worry about the politics, the judges, and, trying to give Canelo, credit where he don't deserve none. Canelo landed 4
You know, he
punches.
already won the first 4 rounds.
Exactly.
He already won the first 4 rounds.
Exactly.
When you be looking at the damn, you know how they pull up the who won how many rounds, they pull up that thing, and you be like, you see Canelo, you like, nah, nigga, he lost them rounds. You know what I'm saying? They give it to Canelo, you be like, that's some bullshit. Just like he did against Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was whipping his ass, bro. Yeah, they were giving him rounds that he didn't win. So, when you see that, your hands are tied. It's nothing you could do against that kind of clout. And I'm just like, I don't really understand how he got that kind of clout. You know what I'm saying? Because, he really wasn't that spectacular. He wasn't like somebody like, God damn, you got to see a Canelo fight.
It's because of what he looks like.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why.
I mean, I see this. I see that he's more spectacular before he entered the ring, you know what I'm saying, than when he's in the ring. I seen him beat up Cotto. I seen him beat up Sugar Shane Mosley, you know what I'm saying? But them dudes were old as shit, them guys were old. I've seen them go life and death with Laura and Austin Trout. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, I mean, I don't understand how he becomes such a huge star. I really don't. But
because of how he looks, man. He got he looks like them people. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm saying without saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I will never get impressed when, I know he brings a big bag to the table, and I know, he's a superstar, you know what I'm saying, on paper to me. Just looking at the way he moved up in the division, becoming undisputed at once, they paved the road for that shit. You know what I'm saying? They moved Boo Boo Andre right out the picture. They made sure he got nowhere near the golden road to undisputed. You know what I'm saying? They boxed his ass out. They froze his ass out from that. Made sure he didn't get nowhere in there. And that alone, to me, makes him, look at Canelo a different way. You know what I'm saying? When what's his name? Shit, that he beat for the WBO, Billy Joe Saunders. When Billy Joe Saunders tested positive for steroids, but yet he was able to fight Canelo, I said, man, this shit boxing is bullshit, bro. But they didn't want him to fight Boo Boo Andre, so he wouldn't get in the way of Canelo going up to 168 to win it undisputed. They didn't want that fight, so they buried and froze out Boo Boo Andre, and he fought Yildirim and got 2 belts. And it's like, bro, that dude his whole career is bullshit, bro. You know
Yep, I agree.
So his whole career is bullshit, and we know this, but yet people go along with it, talking about Canelo is this and Canelo is that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, bro, that nigga ain't.
That's the agenda, man. That's the agenda.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Boo Boo would I call that man Boo Boo, Demetrius. Demetrius' style is just all bad for Canelo, man. And they know that. So
I mean, it's the reason why he stayed away from him from all these years. And so when the guy finally decides to take a fight, you gotta question that. Okay, why is he taking the fight now when he looking his worst? And we know, and I'm trying to tell you, it's that some of that same. That's why I call Terrence Crawford the Black Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like they be planning up for this shit. You know what I'm saying? They do what they got to do to get by. You know. What I'm saying?
Where's Canelo training? Does anybody know that? Is he training here in America or down in Mexico?
Man, yeah, shit. It don't even matter. That motherfucker got so much money. Shit, they coming to him.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? It
true.
really don't matter. That mother got so. I think Canelo probably sitting on probably about $200 or $300 million, bro, by now. You know what
Probably
I'm saying?
more than that.
Yeah, probably. You know, with all of the deals he got with Hennessy, this nigga done took niggas' drinks. You know, so he done took
Hennessy.
How can Canelo have a liquor company and do liquor endorsements without
and
Crown
nigga
Prince?
drinks. That's our shit. You know,
Yep.
Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? And I understand Corona. I understand, you know, but how you gonna take Hennessy? You know what I'm saying? Maybe they wanted a new
They
face.
Mexican beer too. Tecate, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
seen
I
a
mean,
commercial with him in it with that beer. So go ahead.
so yeah, he's cleaning up, man. I mean, with the money, so he gonna get the best. He got the resources to do what he want to do in that ring to get himself right. I just think John Ryder was just another paycheck for him to collect and to stay active. One thing about Canelo, he do stay active. You know,
How
even though
big y'all
he,
think he gonna be fight night?
man, there ain't no telling. You know, there ain't no telling. You know, I just hope they test this dude. I just hope that he don't come in there juiced up. If he come in there juiced up, you know what I'm saying, Jamel is gonna really have to be on his P's and Q's. His boxing skills are gonna have to be sharp. And coming off that 16 months layoff, it's gonna be hard for him to be sharp like that, you know.
That's the only thing I'm worried about after seeing what Earl. And I don't know, man. That's what I keep saying. I don't know. I want Charlo to win, but like I said, I just don't know, bro. I got to see it.
I know, man. I was watching him work out. I did a video of that took off his page, you know, so I'm here working out. You know, you really can't tell a lot, but he looked like he's working. He looked like he's doing this thing. Looked like he, you know, saying he's like really working hard. You know, he's looking good. You know, I'm watching the combinations that he's throwing. I'm watching, you know, saying
That's the same thing we said about Earl. Look what happened. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? The same
yeah,
exact thing. Oh man, Earl looked good, man. Look, he put dents in the heavy bag and went out there and got washed. So I don't know, bro.
yeah. But you know, it's that bag, man. That bag is blinding everybody. You know, I don't know how much he's getting paid for this, but he's talked about them negotiating a little bit, but he wouldn't say any particulars in the interviews. And I'm watching the interviews. I'm just like, man, this man is just so happy to be getting this fight. You know, I don't think he has a superiority complex or anything because they came up together. You know, but you know, Canelo went through 154 in his own division, 155. So you know, they wanted to fight him back then. So I don't think he's going to be intimidated by Canelo stardom. But you know, them boys are kind of ignorant when it comes to the money. I do
I
think
think Charlo wants the respect, though. I really do think
yeah,
Charlo wants the respect and he wants the accolades. Like he wants that because I mean I feel like Charlo is the he's underrated. Like they don't give Charlo no attention. Like the guy is undisputed and he got to go up 2 weight classes and beat Canelo, who undisputed at 168, to get respect. It's ridiculous. He had the
that's why I want to see that mean Charlo. I want to see that one with the chip on his shoulder. You know what I'm saying? That one kind of have his head cocked to the side a little bit, like he did ignorant
And I
and shit.
haven't seen that yet, Pool. I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
Just
you know
me
what I'm saying?
personally.
He did look like he did gonna punch you in the face on
Right.
GP. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to see. I don't want to see this happy to be here. We're just two respectable professionals that's gonna meet in the ring. You know, no, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you know, I want to see that Keith Thurman. You know, you don't see that in boxing too much anymore. You know what I'm saying? Well, you better not duck me, son.
Who's
You
this
know.
Reed 215 dude? No,
Mhm.
man, Spence looked good on that heavy bag, man. You talking about he looked bad on the heavy bag? No, he looked good on the heavy bag, in my opinion. I'm just responding to a comment in the comment section. My
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
homie.
Well, you know, it just depends because you know, when Derek James was using the pass, you know what I'm saying, he was getting hit. You know what I'm saying, he was off.
That's where he didn't look good. Yeah, I agree with that. He didn't look good on the pass.
It was definitely something going on with Errol Spence Jr. in that fight, but it's just unfortunate that it had to happen at the moment that this was the biggest fight for him to prove himself. You know what I'm saying, for the whole domination of 147. You know what I'm saying? It's just unfortunate that whatever hiccup that he had
had to happen at this moment. So.
But ultimately, Paul, it's like I said, it's Spence's fault for taking all that he took to get the fight done, putting himself at that much of a disadvantage. I mean, really, it's all his fault. I understand that he wanted to become undisputed at 147, but at the cost of, looking like that in the ring, me personally, I just would have walked away after Bud went and fought the Avenesian dude. I just would have went on and moved up, me personally. You know what I'm saying? But he just put himself at too much of a disadvantage, man. He thought he was Superman. It was arrogance, all that wrapped into one, and it just didn't work out for him. So
let me ask
that's
you
my
guys.
opinion.
Let me ask you guys something. So, we talked about Frank Martin. We talked about Shakur Stevenson. What's going on with Devin Haney in our Regis? Is this fight going to happen?
Yeah, I think it's signed, but they just having trouble finding
It's in
the
November,
venue.
right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but they having trouble finding the venue. That's what I heard.
No, they fighting in Cali. They fighting in Cali.
They are, but that's what it was before.
Yeah, they
They
got
was
a
having
venue
trouble
and a
finding the
date.
venue, so now they got a venue now. Okay, cool.
I mean, I think Regis would do better if he get a haircut. You know what I'm saying? I think he need to get rid of them braids.
Them braids.
he looked terrible against that guy, and all I could think was, man, them fucking plaits, bro. He just looked horrible. That's all I could see. And the plaits don't be tight either. Them motherfuckers be looking raggedy. They look a riggaroo. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
bro?
time to let those go, man. Braids is played out.
Yeah. Get your ball cut fade, and maybe you can get in there and do better, because he looked horrible in his last fight. And I like a Rougarou. You know what I'm saying? I like Devin Haney. I think Devin gonna beat him, man, because I just think he's aging out the game. I think he don't have the same kind of speed and snap as when he fought Taylor.
True, I agree.
And I just want to see Regis at his best. To being 34 years old, you know what I'm saying, and you gotta chase a damn 20-something year old around the damn ring. You better get in there when you at your best, bro. You better get in there and you better train. And I'm talking about not that hometown and trying to find tickets for your cousins and first cousins. No, you need to block all that shit out, bro. Because I think Devin Haney is gonna come in there and get that WBC title from Regis. I just feel like that. I don't think Regis is.
I don't think Regis is even gonna get past the jab. I think the jab is gonna be too much for him, in my opinion. And Devin Haney is just gonna dance around him. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think they saw the weakest link at the division. Now I'm gonna say 2-3 years ago, Regis was that dude, man. He was the dude that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he had the reflexes, he had the jump on. I mean, he could get in, he can pick his spots, and he had the explosiveness to do what he, had to do to win and get that knockout. I don't think he's gonna be able to land that shit on Devin.
No, Devin's gonna be too elusive, too quick. He's gonna be countering them death, jabbing them to death, and I can't see him winning, bro. And Devin's gonna be at the comfortable weight, 140. He ain't gonna be drained. I think it's gonna be a wash. Just my opinion, though.
Well,
yeah, I think Regis is gonna be drained. That's what I think. I think Regis struggles making the weight, and I think that's gonna affect his performance, and he's not gonna have the power he normally has against Haney.
No, I'm talking about Haney's not gonna be drained. Fighting at 135, he's gonna be at 140 at a comfortable weight. So he's gonna have more speed, more power, more stamina, and everything. That's who I was referring to. But you could be right about Regis.
Do you think he's going to increase in strength at that division, though, so he could deal with a Matisse, to deal with, the other fighters that's at there? I mean, I believe he could beat Willie Romero. I think he could beat Ryan Garcia. I just don't think.
I don't think it's going to be something, anything that's, leaps and bounds. But I think he's gonna have a little bit more pop on his punches. Yeah, because he's not going to be dehydrated and drained like he was at 135. So, I mean, just my opinion, though.
Oh, I agree with that, definitely. I just want to see. Devin get stronger. So I want to see him get strong, because I do think it's going to come a time where, he's going to have to they're going to have to respect his power, bro. So it's going to get to a point where, he do have to back niggas off. You know what I'm saying? And I think he does have some pop. But when he fighting like them animals, you know what I'm saying? When he fighting like a Matisse, somebody who really really know how to sit down on the inside and fight on the inside and fight on the outside, really have great boxing skills and they're top talent and they got power. That's gonna be
Yeah,
that's gonna be
that right. But that whole thing with him not having no power and all that, I think that's all BS anyway. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't be Cambosis, even though Cambosis wasn't all that. But I mean, he had enough pop to keep him up off of him, you know. So
yeah, but
this whole notion, but yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Cambosa is so short. You know what I'm saying?
True.
The dimensions with Gamboa, he's not a great boxer. You don't have a high boxing IQ. He's more athletic type of fighter.
Right.
Even though it's limited, he has limited athletic ability and explosiveness, and that confuses. He shouldn't have been up there. He shouldn't have had the belt. You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't have even been in the equation. I don't think Cambosos was good enough. Now I will give him credit for Jorge Linares. I think he hurt Jorge Linares in that fight.
Yeah, he did. He hurt Lomachenko too, multiple times.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, could his body transition into more power at 140? I would just love to see Devin Haney lay out somebody at 140. You know what I'm saying? Just to, because he is still developing, and I just want to see him be able to, because he's going to go to 147, and
Yeah.
I just can't see him doing well at 147. I just really can't. Who he's going to beat up there? Who can he challenge? You know what I'm saying? So I just want to see him grow at 140. I want to see him get better, get stronger, and become, more vicious at 140.
Read Thomas Hill's comment, Pool.
Who Thomas? Which one he got? Let me see.
That one you got on screen.
Oh, he says, I think he's gonna get that chin tested, and he's gonna see how he responds to it. But I hope that Dale pulls it off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree. So I think he got a bright future as long as he stay getting better, stay working on his craft. The only thing I see with Dev is he do take chances. He's not like a Shakur Stevenson who don't take any chances. You know what I'm saying? He do try to fight on the inside a little bit too much. He do stay in front of his opponent just a little bit too much. Whereas Shakur is more of, he got that mongoose defense, you know what I'm saying? Where that nigga is always jumping out of range. He's always he's always got that check left hook, so to keep your ass honest. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference between them two. I
don't think Devin should fight Regis on the inside at all. I think he should try to stay on the outside, jab him to death, counter him to death. I think that would be a mistake if he tries to fight him on the inside. Just my opinion on that too.
That's his only chance to win, because he definitely can't win from the outside. Regis can't fight from the outside.
Yeah, he can fight from the outside. But Regis has some pop. I'll give him that. He does have some pop in his punches.
And Regis kind of put me in the mind of his style and his rhythm. Is he fights in a rhythm like James Toney, like he just in his own little world. He fights at his own little pace. You know what I'm saying? And he turns up when he, to try to deceive you. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll turn up at times and then fall back into his little pace. You know what I'm saying? So if Devin Haney comes in there and he set the pace, it's going to be over for Regis, because he seemed like he only got a couple of gears right now, and it looked like he can't turn all the way up the way he want to. Because I saw it in that fight, I was like, "Come on, Regis, man! I'm just waiting for him to snap into the next gear," and he never did.
Yep, I mean he's 34. You said right. He's in that age range where everything starts to slowing down a little bit. So yeah, you might can't pull the trigger like that, go into third gear, fourth gear.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, damn, dude, you looking kind of like, you're looking like Unc now. You're starting to look like Unc, out there. You don't got that little extra, yeah.
Do y'all think Haney need a knockout?
No, hell no.
No.
Yeah, he can outbox Regis. He can outbox, and Regis know that. So he's gonna have to like really show us something, or he's gonna get his belt took by being outboxed. Because I don't see Regis, I don't see Devin being able to knock out no Regis. Even though we did see Regis hit the canvas. You know what I'm saying? I was so surprised by that shit. That dude knocked shit out of Regis. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my God, get up, my nigga. Please don't be knocked out, you know. Because I really hate that way that guy was boxing him that night. You know, but we've been seeing some really upsets. We've been seeing some really crazy stuff in boxing. These guys don't seem like they have the love for the sport. You know, they don't seem like they're, you know what I'm saying, ready, you know what I'm saying, for these big moments. You know, they just seem like they're just going through the motions or something like that.
That's like how I feel about Jared Anderson. Like, at what point is he gonna step up his competition? Because he already talking about retiring. He haven't even stepped up to the top competition yet.
Well, that's what happened when you get your, you know, when you get a little fame and you go out there and you get your, you know, pretty woman and, you know, she start laying it on you and all of a sudden you don't want to box no more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You want to go to fine restaurants. You know what I'm saying? You want to go buy a car. You want to flex in front of your friends. See, that money, once these niggas start touching money, it's going to show you who they are. You know, are you going to be able to stay dedicated to a grueling sport that takes all your time and attention? That's why men are learning that you need to stay on your purpose, bro, because as soon as that money gone, she gone. You know what I'm saying? She going to be gone. You know, all the women in the past would, you know, if you was a waiter at Kentucky Fried Chicken and they'll stay with you, you know what I'm saying? All that shit gone, bro. You know what I'm saying? These guys, it's slim pickings out there. You know, these women want to be taken care of. They want to be spoiled. They want high lifestyles. And if you grab you one of those kind of chicks, you know what I'm saying, and you know, you're not paying attention to your craft, it's going to show, you know. So, you know, I've seen Jared Anderson come in like he a pimp. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he got to be careful about that outside life, you know, because it's going to show in the ring. I thought Prince Charles was one of the worst heavyweights ever, bro. And he almost took Jared Anderson ass out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like looking at everybody saying he's better than you think, Poole. I'm just like, man, I never thought Prince Charles was good, bro. But he almost beat Jared Anderson ass, bro. But he was able to pull it out, to his credit. But he's going to have to, you know, stay working on his craft to become a complete fighter. You know what I'm saying? We just saw Trayvon Marshall get washed. Bro, I was so fucking shocked by that. Man, y'all know Trayvon Marshall, right, for Top Rank?
Yeah, I seen that fight.
Man,
I seen that fight.
Crazy.
Man.
Bro,
That's
I was
the game,
so...
though. That's the game. That's boxing.
If you want to take the air out the room, bro, and I'm talking about that dude Macer who cheated. What was his name? Fox. I think he fought Fox and got a decision. You know what I'm saying? After he got washed, you know, by Michael Fox. I think that's the same guy who got washed by Michael Fox. I'm just like, Trayvon Marshall, how you gonna come out there and just beat the shit out of Trayvon Marshall? That shit didn't even make sense to me.
It didn't make no sense, but that's the fight game, man. Anything can happen. One punch can change the whole outcome of the fight, you know?
Man, and you see the way Trayvon Marshall throw punches and the way he be breaking niggas off. And I was just like, oh my God, bro. I just had to go back and just put my head in my hands like, what is going on, bro? What is this? So, oh my God, especially that guy. He looks like he looked like he worked at a resort. You know what I'm saying? At a hotel some goddamn well. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, come on, bro. Come on, Trayvon. What is happening? You know what I'm saying? So I don't
had an off night, man. He's young. He just had an off night and you know, he couldn't recover. You know, he got the L, but he can bounce back. He's still young enough to do so.
You know, I haven't even went back to watch that fight, but you know, like you say, anything can happen in boxing. Anything. You know, but I want to see Devin tighten up. You know, we seen the jab, but he need to bring it. You know, we seen he can go to the body, but I want to see him tighten up on the power. You know what I'm saying? So he can. I can believe that he could beat a Matisse. That's what I want to see. I want to see him go for the belts in that division.
Right.
Or fight Tank at a catch weight. You know. What do you guys think, Tank? What do y'all think his who he's gonna fight next. Is it gonna be? I ain't talking about Pitbull. I'm talking about after that. I'm talking about like, is he gonna fight Shakur?
I think
Is
he's
it?
gonna fight Tio.
I
Ooh,
agree.
my God,
I
bro,
agree.
that's such a good goddamn fight. Oh my
Him
God,
versus Tio? Tank versus Tio?
you don't
Man,
think that'll
Tio
be a
finna
good?
get Tio's finna get knocked out, man.
Yeah,
That's
but
gonna be an easy
I
fight,
want to
man.
see it. I want to see it. I want to see a fight like that, man.
Yeah, I called that last year. I thought he was gonna fight him last year when Floyd popped up talking about he needs to fight when he was trying to put Devin off on Shakur and Tank fighting old boy. Like, man, I thought that was gonna happen last year, but I agree with the sister. Yeah, they got that in works. Esau Cruz, then Tio female.
Esau Cruz.
Why you doing Tio like that? Tio
Yeah,
can fight
Man.
Tio can fight when his mind is right. Tio can fight for
oh,
real,
that's a
but
fact. That's
he
a
got
fact.
to get his mind
don't
together.
Tio is mentally weak. He's
Y'all
mentally
don't think
weak.
Tio
Yeah.
retired? Y'all don't think Tio retired? Y'all don't believe that shit?
Nah, I
No.
believe. Well,
Nah, hell no.
it so happened to coincide with Devin's inactivity on 135 and 140. But as soon as Devin came to 140 for officially, he came out of retirement. See, to me, I think
Mm-hmm.
the play is at hand is where they.
I think Tio could probably beat Devin.
I absolutely agree with.
I disagree.
I agree
I
with.
disagree.
You don't think he can beat? You don't think that
Nope.
he can beat him? You think there's nothing
Nope.
that he can do in the ring?
Well, of course, that's something he can do. I mean, he can catch Devin on the chin and knock him out. But because of his behavior and how he's acting, no, he don't want to smoke with Devin.
I
That's
think
just
the behavior was attributed to the problems that he was dealing with his wife more so than anything.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna tell you, man. Man, y'all know this, man. Y'all know this. Like, if your personal life ain't together, bro, look at Jamal, bro. And I sure hate it for him, man. Because when it's like get somebody that's gonna work on your program, bro. There's somebody who's gonna get on your program because this man, last 2 years, this is his prime. These are prime years that he could be making money. And I'm just like, I just don't understand the illogic of the women that be with these athletes, bro. They're gonna if you keep your man, if you have his back, he's gonna make the money for the family. What's so hard about that? You know what I'm saying? Like this man he's missing out on millions and millions of dollars, going through custody battles and shit like that. All this shit is unnecessary. Why even if it's a custody battle, hey baby, go on out there, make the money, so I get the alimony.
cool. I believe that I think that chick that he's messing with is like a hood chick too. I mean, this ain't no diss to the hood chicks, but we know how hood chicks can be when it comes to, a dude, you know what I'm saying? That child support and all that stuff. So I think the chick that he's dealing with is like a hood chick, even though she really, when you
I
look
think
at her, she
maybe that's
don't look
why he
like it.
retired. Like maybe he
Yeah.
retired, so he can come back and kind of like start over and be like, okay, this is not attached to our relationship type of
Right.
thing. And I think that's what I thought that's what Jamal might have been doing also, but then he got back with his wife. So I don't know, like that whole situation.
Because that was his high school sweetheart, I believe. Because he had like one of those 24/7s that they had, or what is it called, All Access, a couple years ago. He was saying, or she was saying that he basically saved her, and he went on and married her and all that, and had kids with her. So I think she was like a little hood chick or something.
Some got to be off with her because even his brother's wife was jumping on her after that incident happened between him and Plant. So something's
Yeah,
not
I see
right
that.
there.
Yeah.
Something not right. And then Mel himself said like it's the people he surround himself with. And who do he surround himself with? He usually with his girl.
Her people probably.
Could be, but whatever it is, it's affecting that brother greatly because that brother ain't been right for a while.
No, he
Yeah.
hasn't, man. It's unfortunate too.
It's just niggas are weird. We got different caliber of black people now. It's like people just don't like go home and just do normal things now. You know what I'm saying? People are just into all kind of different crap. It's like just sit your ass down, eat a sandwich, and watch some TV, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like what is going on? It's like they got to go to the club. They got to go to their jeweler to make sure, I get the biggest ring. And they're still trying to style and profile. You 30, you almost in your mid-30s. Sit your ass down, bro. Work on your craft. and try to, minimize, saying the drama that's going on in your household. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I just, as a fan of his, I just want him to stabilize himself and have some mental health, because when you're going through it with your family, it's hard to concentrate on something, like boxing. It's hard to concentrate on things on your job, on things that's, what I'm saying, that's feeding your family. You know what I'm saying? And you can see every time he talk, he's all emotional. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about
Yeah, that
love.
woman got him like that. She got him like that. She messing up the bag, really, if you really think about it. You
That's what I'm
stressing
saying.
that man out, you messing up the bag. That's just dumb.
And that nigga look like he 240 pounds, man. I'm like, bro, come
He
on,
over there
man.
he over there training with Roy. Roy got him throwing these weird left hooks that's gonna get him knocked out. Like, man, come on, man.
I said earlier they might as well drive right on over there and knock on his door and pick up
Oh,
that
y'all
belt.
seen that? Like, what? That's a Roy Jones left hook that's gonna get you countered and dropped.
He's gonna get hit with that full counter, baby.
Right.
Talk about Captain Hook, man. God damn.
No
I
defense
appreciate
on
you
that
letting
at
me on the
all.
panel,
Like, come
man.
on.
But Roy, man, he do need to take his ass on, man. His shit do not work. You know what I'm saying? That shit is fake as fuck, bro. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
Roy, I don't think Roy knows any other way but than his own way, man. And he, not everybody blessed enough to fight the way that he was able to fight.
Even Roy couldn't fight his own style when he lost his athleticism. So how you gonna teach it to somebody else? Like you go
Exactly.
through
It
your
made
own
no sense
style.
when I seen that clip. Yeah, when I seen that clip, that made no sense. Like, dude, Jamal Trello doesn't have a fraction of your skills that you had when you was in your prime. Like, why are you trying to teach him that left hook, that double left hook coming from the damn floor?
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
he don't have the abilities. He don't have the athletic ability. I'm gonna tell you, Jamal. My favorite fight of his is that Devin Chinko fight. When he fought Derrian Chinko, man, that was a
hmm
good ass fight, bro. I think that's when he was at his best. You know.
You think so? I don't think he looked that good.
I
Didn't that
love
fight
that.
go the distance?
Derrian Chinko is a different type of fighter, bro. He's a fighter's fighter. So if you're
Right.
any good, he's one of those journeymen from way back. He's one of those journeymen that gonna test you. You know, say if you come to the division on some bullshit and you don't know your shit, Derrian Chinko gonna get your ass up out of there. He gonna take the dirt out. He's gonna clean up the division from all the pretenders. And I think Jamil passed that test. That was a good test for Jamal. I mean, I thought Derrian Chinko beat Triple G. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah, I thought
biggest
so
risk.
too.
That was the biggest risk
I
Triple
thought.
G ever took, besides Canelo.
What
You
about
know?
his last fight? Hey, he looked good in his last fight.
Yeah, he
Who'd he
old as
fight
shit.
last? Who'd he fight last?
I saw it, but I can't remember.
The dude from Golden Boy.
Hell, I thought it was the Derrick Chaco dude that he fought last, and then he went missing in action for all these years.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? So I love Derrian Chinko, man. Just the way, he's hard nosed. You know what I'm saying? He don't come out there bullshitting. You look in his eyes and you're fighting another fighter, bro. You know what I'm saying? Another dude that's, you're gonna have to you gotta be serious. You're gonna have to pull out everything because I'm gonna test you. You know what I'm saying? Test all your skills. He that type of dude. And you ain't gonna just get him out of there with no one punch or none of that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't scared of you. I love him, man.
Right.
I mean, I saw him fight in a Pan American game with Castano. And if y'all ever get a chance to go watch that fight, man, that's a hell of a fight, bro. Them boys was going at it, bro. And when I saw that, I said, shit. You know what I'm saying? This dude here is good, man. He's
He ain't no joke.
yeah, because they spend all them damn years fighting in the amateurs, getting good, polishing their craft, and they be old as hell when they turn pro. You know
Yo,
what I'm
and they gotta fight for they country, bro. It ain't no choice for them. Like they get put in that program, dog. They belong to that country. Country own them.
Oh
And
yeah,
they,
they putting all the resources into those fighters, but they spending too much time in the amateurs, just like
yeah, way too much time.
Lomachenko, he spent too much time in the amateurs, so and then when he turned pro, they just activate. They put him on the fast championship program, what I'm saying, to promote him like they're doing anyway. Once the system get behind you, it just become kind of ludicrous, what I'm saying, because they're only going to take certain fights, so they're not going to fight everybody. or
I
if they.
noticed.
Mhm.
No,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and finish your point.
No, I'm done.
Oh, I just noticed that you had made mention to in a way earlier regarding how people can go up and continue to carry their power and whatnot. Do you see anybody at 126 or at 130 that can offer any kind of resistance to Inoue right now?
Come on now. Now, unless it's Tank, not the way he fighting. You
Nope.
know, not the way he went through Cool Boy stuff, and that was another one. That's another thing I was alluding to. How some of these guys are taking L's in boxing, and I know a lot of people look at Cool Boy like he wasn't shit to begin with, but that boy got skill.
He
It's
do got
starting to seem
skill.
like the PBC selling out their fighters, though, man. I hate to say that, but as soon as the PBC top fighters get fights, especially against Top Rank, it seems like they losing, and I don't
Yep.
understand that. How is it that you even saying this Top Rank fighter ain't been fighting no real competition, and then they get to you and you lose? I don't get that.
And it started with Wilder, the Wilder Fury thing.
I
Yeah,
uh
It could have been.
I heard PBC has a losing record to Top Rank.
Yeah, it's probably before that. But me myself, I seen him with the Wilder Fury thing, and then from there it just kept on going. They kept losing to Top Rank.
And you never know how good they are at our top rank because we still waiting on Keyshawn Davis to fight somebody. So he's still taking baby steps, but he
Yeah, I
talking.
wanted to see him fight Frank Martin.
Yeah, but
That's who I really wanted to see fight him.
But he
But
attacked.
Keyshawn only got like 10 fights or something like that.
Man, they throw him in there. I want to see the best fight the best. If he thinks he's the best, he's over there with Bud and them. Get in there with
Keyshawn getting
Frank.
washed. It's only a matter of time for Keyshawn to lose, in my opinion. He's not that good to me.
You don't think so?
No, I mean he's good, but he's not that. Like I don't see him just going through the ranks, and I just see him getting beat eventually.
Yeah, because him Popeye, because he Popeye motherfucker. He always bulging his eyes and talking shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why
fucking eye bucker.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all see when Frank ran up on him, he looked shook. He looked
Who
shook.
ran up on him?
Well,
Frank.
I think he did.
Oh,
He was
I seen that.
shit.
Yep.
He was talking shit. He didn't know if Frank was going to throw a punch at him. So he was trying to see, trying to kind of estimate where Frank
Check the
was
temperature.
on a scale of
Yeah,
1
check
to
the
10.
temperature.
Yeah, because
Hey, cool. Speaking of that, what is your take on the breakdown between Shakur and with Martin? I would like to hear that.
Well, I think Shakur is a better boxer than Frank right now. I think Frank needs more.
Undoubtedly.
I think he
I'm talking
needs
about.
more. Go ahead.
I was talking about with the negotiations and how everything played out.
I think Frank. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was real. And you got to look at Top Rank. We know Top Rank history of low balling, you know what I'm saying, fighters, especially you're talking about pulling. You want to take a name or a prospect like or contender like Frank Martin, and you want to throw him in the mix with Shakur Stevenson. You got to give that man an incentive. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him a good incentive, to go in there and fight and lose his O. And you know what I'm saying, this man is trying to elevate. You know what I'm saying? So give that man what he wants. You know what I'm saying? Give him something that he can fight for.
I think they just use that to honestly, now that I'm looking at it, I think they just use the whole Frank Martin Shakur thing to promote the De Los Santos fight. Because
could be.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like okay, boom, the fight fell through. All of a sudden, you got this fight arranged on the same day at the same time, immediately. Like, come on, y'all. And then it's like Top Rank is never held accountable for the stuff they do. Y'all know Top Rank be BSing in the negotiations. Y'all know Bob Arum will send over something different in the contract than what's in the term sheet. But every time it happens, people act like this don't happen, and they try to blame PBC.
That's because people like Shakur. They think people are intimidated of Shakur. Shakur is a pure boxer. Ain't nobody intimidated by a pure boxer. He's not like he's going to come in and knock you out. He's going to come in and outskill you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Frank Martin is afraid of that type of style. It would be different if he was just, coming in there, Mike Tyson and motherfuckers are doing what Terrence Crawford does. You know what I'm saying? it'd be different if he was that kind of fighter. But he's talking like he's Mike Tyson and people are bitches out here, calling people bitches and stuff like that. And I'm just like, Shakur, just chill, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just chill out. You know what I'm saying? Because you know nobody don't look at you like that, bro. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you good. I mean, I think he's got the most talent out of most of these guys. Maybe Tank. You know what I'm saying? Him could go. You know, Tank got all kind of talent and shit and versatility. But
How you
when it
think the
comes,
Tank and Shakur fight would go? Because I've been on these live arguing back and forth with folks because they trying to tell me that Shakur gonna outbox Tank for 12 rounds and it ain't gonna be nothing Tank gonna be able to do, and Shakur gonna beat him. And I'm like, why are y'all acting like Tank ain't got no skill? Like y'all acting like Tank ain't got no skill and he just gonna come in there and go forward and try to throw punches at Shakur.
because people lean towards the boxer, you know what I'm saying, and they look at Tank like he's just a puncher. You know what I'm saying? They don't think that Tank can box, even though they see the difference. You know what I'm saying? They'll call you a one-dimensional fighter, even though they see this man box Pitbull Cruz with a broken hand. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't land shit on him. You know what I'm saying? The man was able to just box Pitbull, and I think what it was, I thought his left hand was broke. He was able to box that man the entire fight. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's like,
but I mean, his opposition or his people that he's fighting, man. Like he's not really fighting anybody. Like
But
who is
look how
Pitbull?
he's beating them though. Like
Well,
go
who
back
is
and look at that
Pitbull
Henry
Cruz?
Garcia fight. No, go back and look at how he's beating them. His skill is being displayed. Like
Right, I
it's
understand that.
so it's like
Yeah, I
you can
understand that.
see. You can see who is Shakur fighting. We can have the same
True, that's
argument.
true too.
I'm about to say
That's true too.
none of them ain't fighting nobody.
Thank you, Paul.
They got to fight
Thank
each
you,
other
Paul.
to
None
have
of them.
they got to fight each other to get a
They
good
gotta fight each
assessment.
other. Yeah, right. That's the only way that we're gonna find out is when they fight each other because both of them really ain't fighting nobody. So I mean, of course, their skills are gonna be superior and on display and whatever. So yeah, man, I don't know, but go ahead.
But that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? You can't put one over the other. You just like the style that you like. You like what you see. As far as you can look at who made the less mistakes. You can look at none of that matters, because these styles are gonna make the fight. You know what I'm saying? Shakur, he's almost like the perfect fighter if you think about it. But look who he's fighting. You know what I'm saying? He's
He
not
hasn't
fighting.
been tested. He
He ain't
hasn't been
fighting
tested.
somebody with no abilities, you know what I'm saying? Like a Tank who could just hit you to the body or hit you in the shoulder, you know what I'm saying? Or just got that fantastic speed and explosiveness, and he got a high boxing IQ.
So
So that's
y'all don't think Tank was tested in the Barrios fight?
I think he was
Man,
better than Barrios. I think Barrios is an average fighter. I think he's a good fighter, and he's
Yeah.
beat. You know what I'm saying? But he's not on the level. He don't have the boxing IQ of a Tank. But see, people think that Tank power is the thing. He's very clever. You know what I'm saying? He's very smart. You know what I'm saying? And Shakur is very smart. So you're talking about two guys that's, got high boxing IQs, you know what I'm saying, in the ring. And plus they've sparred before. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of know each other, what they like to do in the ring. Of course, they're getting better. Both of them are getting better as their careers go on. So that's why we want to see the fight. So it'll be hard to tell who would win out of Tank and Shakur because they both got abilities to nullify each other. Tank can drop Shakur, hurt him at any point.
At any point.
And Shakur can nullify Tank from not giving him because Tank has to lure you in, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes,
Right.
he has to lure you in, and I don't think he can do that to Shakur.
But I think he can go after you too. He just don't.
But he did say against them two in particular, Shakur and Devin, that he would fight them differently than he had fought any other opponents because he just can't sit outside with them.
Fighting Shakur is like fighting a jackrabbit. You know what I'm saying? Or a mongoose. How can Tank catch him? You know what I'm saying? If he's going to pressure, he's going to have to walk him down. He's going to have to be able to get in there so he could, and it don't take much for Tank to catch you. He could just catch you, rolling on the outside to the body and hurt you and break you down. And that's
And
You don't
we
even have
don't
to
even
hit you
know if
flush
Shakur
neither.
can take a punch. Like, we're saying Shakur got to make it 12 rounds with the hardest puncher at 135, and we don't even know if Shakur can take a punch.
Exactly.
He's
Just
gonna
He
be
do
able
hasn't
to
been
have
tested.
to take
predictions.
multiple punches from Tank. It ain't y'all acting like people acting like Tank ain't gonna be able to hit him at all. No, 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 no. He's gonna be able to have to withstand multiple punches from Tank in order to make it through those 12 rounds.
And Tank, he's gonna have to find a way to close the distance and cut the ring too, because he's very astute at establishing distance and using the ring. So it's a lot of parrying going on between that skill set between the two of them that they share in the ring. So I would
But
love to see that fight.
I do think it's more easy to see Shakur, what I'm saying, boxing Tank, what I'm saying, because he don't take chances. What I'm saying, he don't punch, he don't put himself out there and overcommit. What I'm saying, like Devin Haney. What I'm saying, he don't overcommit on his punches. He keep it safe, and that's why he don't get a lot of fights. That's why a lot of guys don't want to fight Shakur, because they know he don't make that many mistakes. What I'm saying, he's a pure boxer. What I'm saying, he's a defensive boxer.
Yeah,
And
he's
that's
not aggressive.
Pull
right.
going back to go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he's not aggressive. He's just strictly a counterpuncher. He waits for you to make a move and he just counters you. But
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, like how with the fight with him and Tank, like
Well, I wouldn't
it
just put
might be a boring fight. It might be a boring fight
I
because
wouldn't just
who's
put
going to initiate the fight? Who's going to engage?
He's
Is
not
Tank
strict.
going to
Tank is gonna
engage?
beat Shakur up. He's going to beat him up because Tank also has fast.
Uh-oh.
He's not strictly a defensive fighter. He will do some
He's
offense,
gonna
but
counter the counter.
yeah.
Hey, Pull.
You talking about Tank or Shakur?
Shakur.
Yeah. So
He's
you
not.
think Shakur would try to walk down Tank? I don't
Oh
see that
hell
happening.
no. Oh hell
You think
no.
so?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
I do think
No, hell no.
he'll give him the 1-2s, and he'll give him the singles. I'm saying, to win the round. I'm saying, he'll do that.
I think if he feels like he's established the timing and the distance that he
Mhm.
needs, that he won't get, capitalized upon any mistake, he'll start going forward towards him. But for the most part, I mean, he's going to continue to use the ring and touch him, go in and out, touch him and go in and out. And that's what.
And that's what's dangerous about Tank, because he will let you think you can get that off on him. He
Exactly.
will set you up in a trap like that and let you think you can get that off on him, and then bam, you out of there because you thinking you having success when really you walking straight into a trap.
I think that's where we see the bust of both of those fighters' skill set come out in that fight right there. I think people who think Tank can't box gonna see him box, and people who think that Shakur only can do this and that will see Shakur have to adjust and do something else, and it will be a great fight. That's what I really believe. I want to see that fight, and I would like to see it either at this division or the next at 140. But it should happen.
And you know what? I think you're going to see it. I think you're going to see it because the pressure on Tank, what I'm saying, he got to fight somebody big. So I do want to see the Pitbull Cruz fight because I think he's perfect for Tank. I like the way Pitbull comes forward. And
I don't want to see that fight again, man. To be honest,
I think he knocks Pitbull out this time around.
That's what I want.
I don't want to see it.
I want to
Go
see
ahead.
that. I want to see that because I think Pitbull's a tough dude. I like the way he comes forward, and you get to see Tank power on display. What I'm saying?
I'd rather see him fight Frank Martin though. That's who I'd rather see him fight. If he's gonna beat somebody, fight Frank Martin.
But Frank Martin gonna need some more experience because what I saw from his last fight is that he need to get his identity down. What I'm saying, as a fighter, what he wants to be, and how he's gonna because he was hurting that guy and he could have got that guy up out of there. But
you know what else I saw in that fight, Pooh? I don't mean to cut you off, but I saw that he's got really good parrying skills, man. He was parrying a lot of those shots that old boy was throwing at him.
Yeah, I mean he got great skill, but I just want to see him as he pressures forward, have more confidence in what he's doing.
His transition needs to be better, offense to defense.
And a lot of those muscles, he looked like he was winded. That fight, he looked like he had to fight in spurts. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely spot on. You're absolutely correct.
Fighting in spurts, bro. Like, man, Frank, you can't do that against a Shakur Stevenson. You can't get tired.
Hell no. Hell
But you
no.
got to remember, he's learning on the job. He's
Mm-hmm.
still learning, but he only has a short
We're
amount of
getting
time because
deeper.
he's like 28 years old or something like that. He got to make these fights happen now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Man, I don't care. There's people who say Shakur is not tested, and I feel that. I feel that because you get experience in that ring and it helps you through difficult times. But can't nobody look at that man fight in the ring and say that you can't see a talent that you haven't seen in a long time before, man. That dude
No,
is
I don't think.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Nobody's doubting his abilities. Yeah,
his natural ability is
it's
leaps and
amazing.
bounds ahead of everybody except for maybe Tank. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Tank got the same kind of talent. I think
I
he's got.
think Devin has the same type of talent too. I got to throw Devin in there, man. I can't let you leave Devin out. Come on now.
I feel like Devin is missing something. I don't know what it
He's
is.
missing the
Well, he's
power.
the youngest out of all of them, though, so
I
he
think
can learn.
imagine Devin Haney with power. Imagine him with devastating power. Man, that motherfucker would be terrible. He'd be on another level, bro.
Cool. So do
Right.
you think him going up will allow for him? Because he was fighting weight drain, bro. Most of his fights,
Yeah,
his last four
Exactly.
fights exactly was weight
Yeah,
drain.
but that's what I said earlier. I want to see him like maybe they was talking about working out with Blu-ray and
That would be nice.
trying to get that power up. I think if Devin had just a little bit more pop, he'd be even more dangerous. Because I think he got the
I think
drive.
he will at 140. I think he will. It won't be devastating, but it's going to be enough. I think
Yeah, be like a
it's going
Floyd
to be an
Mayweather.
improvement.
Be like
Yeah.
Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
because he's working on them other skills and you can see it coming together. Now he's gonna have to put on a masterful performance against Regis, or the Wolves are gonna really circle around Devin Haney. You already got Matisse calling him out. You already got people calling him out. Everybody calling him out except for Ryan Garcia
That's
and
good.
Roland
That's what we
Romero.
want. That's what we want.
But I
Let
think
me ask the sister this real quick. Just you said Devin is missing something. What do you think he's missing?
Power. That's it. Just a natural
the power.
drive. Just the
Okay.
power. I think he got everything else except for the power. If he had the power, I think he would just. And maybe because he don't have power, maybe that's helped the other skills. Kind of like if you're missing a sense of smell or sight.
So with that being said, what are the other two missing? What is Shakur missing? What is Tank missing? They're missing something too.
Well, I think Shakur is not exciting. You know what I'm saying? In the ring, I think that's his problem. I think he's a complete boxer. It's just that he don't have the opponents. Nobody wants to fight him. He's at top rank. You know what I'm saying? Which saying he needs to leave if he's gonna step up as a superstar in the sport. I don't think he's gonna be able to do that at top rank. I think it's
I
time.
think Tank is the most complete fighter at 135.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool.
So you don't think he's missing anything?
Tank.
I think it might be his dimensions.
Tank dimensions is his problem. He's short.
Yep.
He's small.
Yep.
That's his only problem. If
I
he
agree.
was
He's missing a couple inches.
right, you know what I'm saying? If
You
he
want to
had
know
long,
what's the deception in that is that he got long arms for his size though. His arm range is not that much shorter than the rest of them. Like it's only within a couple of inches.
but if a big head midget got 2 more inches of reach, that shit still ain't gonna help you. You can still kick shit out of them. You know what I'm saying?
So going back to the
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, he going up, you got to be taller. These guys are bigger, they could take more, you know what I'm saying? For it to a certain point, like if you get up to one, maybe he could beat guys at 147 at a certain skill level. You know what I'm saying? He could beat a lot of guys because he's in his prime right now. Everything's clicking. You know what I'm saying? He could beat a lot of guys. He could probably beat maybe some guys at 154, but that's stretching it.
I don't know about that. Yeah, that's stretching it big.
No, I'm just saying, like you, if you handpick like somebody, who could he beat at 154? You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna beat no Tim Zoo and nobody like that. But he could beat.
Who are you talking about? Who at 154?
No, I said not Tim Zoo. I'm just trying to think who could he beat at 154. But what I'm saying is his dimensions, it kind of limits him from moving up. You know what I'm saying?
He can be Herring for sure.
He'll be who?
I'm not hearing oh yeah. Goodness gracious. Baumgartner's trainer. I can't think right.
Fucking Tony Harrison.
Harrison, yeah.
Tony Harrison. Oh man.
He ain't right in the head.
Yeah, but he passe, man. He's washed up right now.
Yeah, man, he ain't right.
But Tony Harrison took that Tim Zoo fight for a payday because he for sure should have been able to beat Tim Zoo.
Man,
I just knew Tony Harrison was about to outbox Tim Zoo.
I'm trying to tell you, I was super surprised, bro. I said this is Tim Zoo coming out party. You know, they feed him these dudes trying to build his name because there's no way some nigga from the land down under, you know what I'm saying, besides what was his daddy name? Costa Zoo.
Yeah.
That's the only person I know that came from him and was it George Cambosos?
Cambosos, yeah.
What I didn't know though was that Tony Harrison had lost his father, and also I think they might have caught him on short notice. So that's what I didn't know before the fight because I was like, why would they fight Tony Harrison? It don't even make no sense.
Did you see the ring?
Put the name on it, you know that Tim Zoo haven't beat anybody that, you know what I'm saying, that he needed a name, you know, for the American market.
Yeah, that's what that was. That's exactly what that was, fool.
And Tony sold the hell out that fight though.
Yeah, he did.
People love that boy. That boy, that is an ultimate troll, man. That nigga can get on your nerves, boy. You know.
but he's still likable though. But he's still likable.
That's because he said some funny.
You know, I was laughing my ass off when your boy Lennox Lewis was laughing at responses at the end of that fight when he beat Tony Harrison, and he was saying, "Hey man, you know, nigga had a good night. You know what I'm saying? Nigga did what he had to do." And boy, Lennox Lewis was laughing like a motherfucker. He was like, "That shit was one of the best spots." Nigga did what he did. He did what he had to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that shit had me rolling, bro. I was like, listen, man. I was like,
all right, cool. I gotta ask you.
Then Jamel came out there and said, he said, hey, you know, I came out here and won, but really I don't like the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that shit was funny, boy. Them dudes really didn't like each other, bro. Oh, God.
No, they didn't. Hey, Paul, I gotta ask you these two things. Going back to what you had initially asked, which got me going up in here, who's Tank fight, and then also back to that Martin and Shakur breakdown. I think for Tank, the play is going to be to move up because there's clearly nothing left going to be for him at 140, and all the people that he really named is up. So, like, if they can get a belt, one more belt at that 140-pound division, then 3 of the belts will be over at PBC, and they will force matchups with the what's the name side, the other side, other promotional guy. So I think that fight with Teofimo will be excellent for that cause as well too, because now you got the PBC holding 3, and then also going back to what you said about Martin and Shakur. Only problem I had with that whole breakdown was the fact that he spoke on Shakur not taking the offer that was given to him. And then all of a sudden it comes back around that he has an offer given to him. He refuses someone in the game. It's not good look.
Yeah. I mean,
but that's not the same situation though. I ain't trying to cut you off, Paul. I hear people saying that, but you can't compare the two situations because one, we're talking about, I'm going to say allegedly because it's BS, but let's say it's hypothetically speaking. We're talking about Shakur turning down, quote unquote, $8 million and a shot at Undisputed. So, and everybody saying, oh, well, Frank said he would have took it. Why he won't take this? It's two completely different things. I would get lowball in exchange for a shot at Undisputed versus me getting lowball for a shot at a vacant belt. So it's two different things when he's saying that, and we don't know how low the ball was.
Nah, I agree. And I do agree.
So, but also, Frank Martin can't be turning down too many title shots.
Given his career, that's what I was thinking. So.
Hey, y'all subscribe to Knockdown Boxing Sports and Entertainment. Y'all check his channel out, man. You know what I'm saying?
Pop that link in there, player.
Say what, bro?
Oh, I was telling Knockdown to put his link up in there.
Yeah. So, you know.
Yeah, I dropped it.
So man, I'm just saying, man, we got to Shakur, I just want him to chill, man. I don't like this thing that he's doing, saying putting all this bullshit out on Twitter, calling people bitches. I don't like the character that he's displaying, man. It's kind of giving me Terrence Crawford vibes, you know what I'm saying? And you're not really, fighting like that. You know what I'm saying?
And you're not like that. It's just coming off corny because when you first came out, we first started being exposed to you. This is not what you was given. It's like all of a sudden you went to 135 and it switched, it flipped.
Yeah, and it's not convincing. You're going over the top. You're doing too much, bro. You don't control the division. You got to make your name first. That's what I'm saying about like Keyshawn Davis and these type of guys. You got to go out there and beat the names first, bro, before you start talking shit like that.
Well, they're trying to be like Bud, man. They trying to go down the same path Bud went down. That's their idol, Bud. So that's why he's acting like that.
You're not gonna get away with that. We already seen it. See,
Yeah,
when I
right,
watch
I
Bud
agree.
Crawford fights, every fight. Oh, hold on.
What you were saying? You hear Two-Set?
I think she went on mute.
Give me a second. My alarm going off on my car. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
man.
yeah, they're just trying to be like their idol, Bud Crawford, man. They seen how Bud paying his career out, and now he's on top. After beating Spence, so they trying to like pattern their career after him now, and doing the same things he did, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you're most likely right. And that's why I'm getting this same kind of feeling for Shakur that I got for Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want him to be, we see your talent, bro. You're gonna get the credit if you get the names under your resume. You don't get the credit before you fight the fights. And that's the problem with Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Get the names on your resume. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I do see that Shakur want to fight the fights, but he got to get him in the ring and beat him before he start taking credit to beating them before he fight him. And that's something I don't like in boxing. Mm-hmm.
And that's why he was trying to pull Devin down to 135, drained, so he can gain that advantage. Like his boy Bud with Earl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I mean, I know it sounds like excuses, but
you dead on. So I think Shakur came to the party late at 135, because he missed weight at 130, and I really wish he would have got undisputed at 130. I think he could have done it, but Bob Arum wasn't supporting that shit. And really nobody really knows the names at 130 like that. Nobody's really interested in 130 like that.
Right.
Even now, you don't hear nobody talking about the champions at 130, right? So he flipped and went on to 135, and Devin was done with the division. So and Devin almost took a L trying to fight at that weight. So he knows that Devin ain't at his best at 130.
Right, and he saw that. Like, it's my time to get him now. It's my chance to get him drained, so I can have the advantage.
So my thing is, why not ask him for a catch weight? You know what I'm saying? Ask for a catch weight or move up to 140. You know what I'm saying? If you feel, like you can, beat them, you got to go up and fight these guys when, they have an advantage too. You know what I'm saying? Because Devin is definitely not going back down to 135. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he might do that for Tank, just for the money. But he's not going to look good. And if you fight a weight drain, Tank, if he fight a weight drain Devin Haney, he ain't going to look. I mean, he going to knock his ass out, bro. At some point in the fight, he's going to run out of juice, and he ain't going to have that foot movement. He's going to slow down like he did with Lomachenko, and Tank is going to knock his ass out. And it might be earlier than sooner than later, messing around with Tank. Because if he see where you slipping, and Devin, I don't think he got a chin like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Tank can get his ass up out of there. And Shakur might
talking about Devin?
Yeah, 135. You know what I'm saying? If they fighting at 135, he's not.
Oh yeah, at 135, of course. Yeah. Because he was drained
I don't
too.
know if y'all think we eventually gonna see a Devin and Tank fight. I honestly don't think that they have any intentions on fighting Tank. Maybe for the money, but I don't see him beating Tank.
I mean, we just saw Errol Spence Jr., go for the $25 or $30 million, say, even though he wasn't at his best. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna try to grab that money. I think Devin ain't no different. He'll probably, if they offer him enough money, Tank, You know, so they might go for it. You know, Ryan
At
Garcia.
147, I think they'll fight at 147.
That's what a lot of people are saying. They might fight at
Haney
147.
gonna be too big
Who
for
gonna be too
Tank at
big?
But
147.
Right, right.
another reason why that fight may not happen is because Tank is a star. He really don't need Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying?
He don't, but if the fans push for it, like we pushed for the Bud and Earl fight, then they gonna have no choice but to make it.
Yeah, but Tank is comfortable with, he's the cash money cow. So if he don't need Devin Haney to make money, then I don't think he's gonna go out his way unless it's like, the fight is just that big, you know what I'm saying?
You know what that's gonna be? It's gonna be a duck, man.
Well, I don't think they give a shit nowadays.
You don't think they care?
I think it's like old school shit.
And that's unfortunate too.
I don't think they care. It's all about the business now. That's what I was talking. I opened up with that, talking about how the business of boxing and it's taking over the sport. You know what I'm saying? It's more like they should change the name to Big Event Boxing or some shit like that. It's no longer just a sport where you got to follow a linear path to the belts. Nobody gives a shit about the belts no more. I fight who I want to fight. And, that's what we're seeing. So, the belts are just trinkets now. You get with a sanctioned body that's going to follow the path that the fight, the way you want to fight on your schedule, and you go for that belt. Say fuck the rest. You know what I'm saying? And
well, they don't want the sanctioning fees or the mandatory. So everybody forget them belts, man. We can do what we need to do without the belts.
And I mean, and you can't hardly blame them when you talk about that 3% that these sanctioning bodies are taking out of these fees. You know what I'm saying, for these belts. That's why Floyd used to drop the belts. You know what I'm saying? That's why he didn't want none of the belts. And soon as he got his name up, you know what I'm saying, it was an honor for any sanctioning body, you know what I'm saying, for Floyd to represent the belt, right? He became bigger than the belts. And I think that's what Tank is. He's bigger than the belts. And I think a lot of these guys, they fighting to the point where they want to pick and choose, you know what I'm saying, who they want in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what's happening right now. People are just trying to get bigger than the belts, where the belts have diminished and what they really, nobody's talking about Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, being a 2-division undisputed champion. That's an amazing feat. But is anybody like, what I'm saying?
It's because it's Terrence Crawford. It's because that's what I'm saying. It's hard to be like, oh, he 2-time undisputed when you watch this man do all these strategic things. It's not like, I understand it's boxing, you're going to be strategic. But you strategize your way through the divisions, through these belts, waiting people out. Like, honestly, we still haven't seen Terrence Crawford fight top competition at their best.
Yeah, that's true.
Still haven't seen it, and he's 2 times undisputed. So it's hard to give you credit. It sounds good to the casuals, but the hardcore fans, we know it's some BS.
Yeah, and I don't know. So I just boxing is my favorite sport, but the way it's ran, it's like really killing the vibe. It's killing the juice out of the sport. You know what I'm saying? It's not organic anymore. You know what I'm saying? Everything is contrived to make a big event. Excuse me. Build up to make a big event. And we're not
WWE.
Yeah, exactly. It's like WWE. They try to build up Tim Zoo to be this monster, and he's not. You know what I'm saying?
I just subscribed to your channel.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sister. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shit. Y'all support some pool kind of boxing too. Now y'all subscribe to me too. Goddamn it. Let me see.
Oh yeah, we got you, homie. We've been sub to you for a minute.
So that's what it is. I just want to see us get back on a linear path towards the belts. The belts meaning something. You know what I'm saying, for these fighters. To give them incentive to fight each other, and they going around that. You know what I'm saying? They're not like really honoring the structure of boxing.
Well, let me get my 2 cents, Pork. I did a video a while back, and it was like I was saying that Tank and Devin fighting would destroy the 135 division, and I was saying that because these fighters are fighting for different things. You got Haney that was fighting for legacy. He trying to get all the belts. He trying to be the best. And then you have Tank, who's a showcase fighter. He getting in the ring, he entertaining, he making a lot of money. So I think maybe we need to identify the lanes that the fighters are in and base our expectations off of that versus trying to be like, well, Tank should fight the best. He's obviously, that's not his goal. His goal is to get money. And Haney's goal, obviously, is to quote unquote fight the best and prove he's the best and get all the belts and do all that. So since boxing has changed so much and it's not just we out here battling it out to see the best, these fighters are in different lanes. So let's hold the fighters in the lane, you know what I'm saying, to the expectation of the lane that they're in. The issue with Crawford is he's flipping through the lanes. He in too many different lanes. Do you want to be the best? Do you want to make money? Like, which lane are you in so we know where to have our expectations? Right now, I don't know where to have my expectation for Crawford because he's saying he want to be the best, but yet you're trying to renegotiate a contract to get more money. So which one is it? What do you want? And that's kind of where I feel like as boxing is changing, that's where we have to be as fans.
Yep, you know what I'm saying? Fans got it, you know, but we do see the boxing fans changing. You know, it's more like we were saying earlier, it's a popularity contest. And, you know, like you say, boxing fans are in their own different lanes. You know, Canelo got his lane of fans, you know what I'm saying? Bud Crawford got his lane of fans. And then you got the traditional fans out here that want to see boxing go back to the old ways. And that's just not look like that's going to happen. Look like, you know, we're going to have to settle for what they putting out there, you know, even though PPC is putting on some good fights. We'll get some good fights here and there, some good matchups, and it'll make you feel like, damn, boxing coming back. But then again, you know what I'm saying, they'll drop right back to the old ways, you know what I'm saying, and the best in the division don't fight each other, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, we just got to roll with the punches, man. Hope that we see these fights, you know what I'm saying? I want to see Tank, you know what I'm saying, fight the top guys, but if it don't happen, you know what I'm saying, we're just going to have to bear with that shit, man, you know, and hope that, you know, we get what we want in the future. It just is what it is, man, you know. So, you know, it's hard to make videos on this shit, man. I'm going to tell you that for sure. You know, because you got speculation, you know what I'm saying? You got to come up with content and stuff like that. It's just hard to do, man, when you know these guys ain't going to get in the ring. All we got is a bunch of arguments about sparring. You know, we got a lot of arguments about calling, you know, just calling people out their names, you know, saying got to follow Shakur, talking shit to Devin over Twitter. You know,
it's giving reality TV.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear you, you know, down Devin Haney and clout chasing and, you know, this kind of stuff, bro. No, you know what I'm saying? Let's have a realistic discussion about how you guys can fight, because he keep doing these interviews, Shakur Stevenson, about how he entered the ring with Devin Haney and trying to embarrass Devin Haney about how he hauled ass out the ring when Shakur entered the ring, right? Oh, that guy got out of here. He saw me coming, bro. It's not like y'all fighting that night. It ain't like y'all was gonna do a 12-round fight just because you would have faced him in the ring. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't finna happen. The man just went through a grueling fight. He might have been fucked up. You know what I'm saying? He might have about to fall out or something, and he had to get the hell up out of there. He didn't want to pass out after a fight. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko, he was getting his shots in. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you trying to confront this man after a fight, that don't mean shit because he was trying to get the hell on. You know what I'm saying? You know, and you know, Devin may not want to fight your ass. You know what I'm saying? Not at no 135 unless you're going to, you know, like come up with a catch weight opportunity, or you're going to do a one-fight deal up at 140. I mean, I really don't see what the business is. I mean, you just got the 135. It ain't like you've been sitting at that weight. You fought some Japanese dude that I can't, Shiro, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
call
bro,
him Yoish.
Yoish, or whatever.
Yoish, the homie 78 came up with that.
it's just the sensation, the hype for me, for Shakur Stevenson. You know, he tried to make everything like it's life and death, and everybody's ducking you, and nobody, you know, everybody's afraid of you. No, bro, you a late comer. You know what I'm saying? Devin been sitting at 135 for a while trying to get these Lomachenko fights, trying to get these fights with the top contenders, fighting Jorge Linares, trying to get all, you know, everybody into the ring, right? You know, fighting Jojo Diaz and anybody that was sitting at 135 at the time. So when you come up there, now you want all the attention. Say you want everything, saying when this man headed out to the next division. So what you do to head that off and say, man, say I'll meet you at 140. Fuck it. I'll fight at 140. Tank did it. Tank fought at 140 for a fight. So why can't Shakur do that? If you really want to fight like that, unless he's just trying to get all the belts at one time, beat Devin Haney down at 135 to get that clout as undisputed. Now that make more sense to me. Why Shakur is trying to shame Devin, because right now he's the WBC champion in recess, and said to me, oh shit, my damn thing about to go out. Oh God, man.
Yo, Paul, I'm gonna hop off, man. I appreciate you having me on, brother.
All right, but we'll wrap. We'll leave it right there. I think we cooked pretty good, 4 hours and 28 minutes. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty damn good for the day, because what you say, Johnson?
You ain't been on here in a while, Paul. We had to catch up.
Yeah, I had to catch you.
Well, man, I had to run some shit, this heavy ass shit, extra long shit to Pennsylvania, man. It took me a couple of days to get there and a couple of days to get back. And so, I run these special permit loads. So, I got to go these back roads and got to make sure I make all these turns. So, I hit something and I'd be fucked up. So I got to take my time. So it'd be taking me some days to get back. But I was
Same here, brother. Same here.
So, I was listening, they'll take your license easy out there in them streets. It's a lot of money to be made, but shit, you got to get to it though. You got to do all the right things to make sure you collect your money. So, so that's why I'd be out there. I wish I could just sit here and, sit and study every little aspect of what's going on. But, it is what it is. I ain't gonna cry about that shit. We just catch up when your boy's back, we'll run through it. And but we're gonna leave it right there. Thank you 2 Cent Boxing and Knockdown Boxing Sports and Entertainment for coming through. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to them, man. We got a good little boxing vibe here on our YouTube now. People who talking real boxing and not the the bullshit and trying to get clicks and views. Just people who watch the sport and know and see it for what it is. And we talk about it. And that's why I made this channel, for boxing fans like ourselves and content creators like myself, so we can have a place to come and really have a good discussion about this shit. So, but that's pretty much all I got. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably about 10 o'clock. I don't think I'm gonna get a load this weekend, so we're gonna really get it in. And who fighting this weekend, y'all? Let me ask y'all that. Who's fighting this week? Y'all gonna watch that?
I don't even know.
I think it's some shit on the Zone. The Zone always be having some,
some
air.
garbage.
I don't have the app. Y'all got the Zone app?
Nope. I be streaming that shit. I stream it.
Just in case, I'll cancel that shit until somebody I, want to see fight. But I think they got a fight this weekend. I just don't know them niggas,
Yeah, I don't know.
If you got 6 consonants in your damn name, I don't want to see you fight.
Nope.
if you got
hey, real quick before we go, what y'all think about Eubank calling out Canelo?
Oh man, come on, man. Come on.
Nothing.
That nigga win one fight.
One fight.
That nigga win one fight. Now he want to fight. Now he want to fight goddamn. You get your ass up out of here. With come on, Chris Eubanks, get your ass up out of here.
Them boys strong. They snack strong over there.
Mm-hmm.
They snack strong over there. They ready for Canelo.
I'm trying to tell you. 4 weeks.
That's why Bo Mac stuck over there now. Karma. Could be karma.
Yeah, that shit come back round. Yeah, goddamn it. You got them juice on Aerosmith Jr. Your ass get locked up, nigga.
Yeah.
And the whole
y'all can't be playing around like y'all playing a dirty game. It seems like they playing a dirty game, man. Ain't no telling how deep that rabbit hole go. I
know they got them smuggling potatoes to America or something. Kinahan got them boys, locked in.
Yeah.
I don't know. They look like they part of they're the American part of the enterprise now. We seen all them black exploitation movies where the black guy was working for the Italian mob and ruling over niggas in the hood and You know what I'm saying? And you had the one black superhero trying to fight all that. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They doing something. They doing something, man. We just don't. It'll come out. It will come out. They probably set his ass up because he probably didn't do what they wanted him to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why he probably got hooked up at the airport. So
you know it's a setup because you can't smuggle no gun into that country, man.
it's like
it's a setup. You
got to be stupid. He probably didn't check his bags. The housekeeper put that damn weapon in his goddamn suitcase. He probably didn't even know it was there. Probably did. If he would have had some Cheetos in that motherfucker, he would have found it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
If he would have had some Cheetos and a sandwich in there, he would have looked. Oh, let me get my sandwich. Oh, what this gun doing here? You know what I'm saying? But nah, he, something happened to Bo Mack. I don't know what's going on with that camp. With them having those ties to Tyson Fury, I just look at him sideways, bro. It's just I don't trust the Snack, Victor Conte, all that shit, man. I don't. He looked like a cheating ass nigga.
It's all funny style, in my opinion. All of it.
Exactly. And plus he don't want to get embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? So, to me, I do think the nigga, so was on something. I do think that, he got skills. Don't get me wrong. You can't just win it with juice alone. But I do think he wanted that edge going into that fight. That's why he did what he did with the Snack group. I don't give a damn what nobody say, but that's just what I think. You know what I'm saying? It's just my opinion. So, it is what it is. But that's pretty much all I got. We'll come back tomorrow and talk some more shit. You know what I'm saying? Thank 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. Had a good time today. All right, chat.
And we'll top it up tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.
All right.
Mm-hmm.